matter is associated with the economic effects evidence regarding the strategic directions for further development, particularly the evidence of Thompson and Mr. Heath, and turn to that in terms of the process and order of speaking in a moment. I think everyone has been involved in the hearings before, is that correct? Any new people who haven't been to one of the sessions before? Okay. But we will read out the health and safety matters just as a reminder, I think, Mr. Rucker.
So in the event of an emergency, please follow the instructions of council staff. If we need to exit the building, it's out through the main entrance to the right up towards Puketura Park, taking care not to block the footpath for other users. If we need to exit through an alternative route, staff will guide you. If there's an earthquake, drop cover and hold where possible and remain where you are until we receive further advice. Toilets round to my left and cafeteria up the stairs and round to the right.
Thank you very much. I did want to refer to minute 5, just in my opening position. So I think what I might do is open my computer. I don't have it in front of me. Yeah. And or maybe can we just take a break and just perhaps yes, get a copy, Mr. Rucker, and bring it down for me. Minutes 5 and 6 would be great. So, I was looking at familiar faces. Have you both been here before at the hearings? Yes. And yourself? Can you just introduce yourself? We always like to know who's who. Yeah.
I'm Kayla, I believe the council at Todd Energy.
Oh, Todd Energy. Yeah. Okay. Welcome, Kayla.
Thanks.
Yes.
Sorry we're late. That's
fine. We've just kicked off, and I've caught a bit of a halt because I'm looking for a piece of paper that I don't have in front of me, which was, the headache would be here for me. While we wait for that piece of paper, the second matter for today is we are going to hear back after the discussion about the economic evidence from the 42A reporters. So welcome, Ms. Edwards and team. Thank you very much for putting those replies together, which we've all read, and we will have some questions for you. So clearly for the strategic directions around urban growth and development, you'll be listening into the discussion. So just obviously take some notes, and we may ask you some questions on planning issues that arise from what you hear today. Thank you. Any questions from anyone while we wait? I see Ms. Barry Pacino, Mr. York, Mr. Brophy on the Zoom there. Welcome everyone.
Morning. Morning, sir.
Oops, I see my phone's on, so mind if everyone else, sorry. Perhaps while we're waiting, you can, with Barry Pacino, you can perhaps think about this before we get underway. I recall from our previous hearing that a number of witnesses, I think Mr. Brophy, Mr. York, told us that it was their opinion that the resource consents obtained by Blue Haven had already been exercised. That was quite clear evidence. I'm aware of case law that's been going on for seems like ever about that very point. And I think there's even some recent decisions about giving effect to consents. I wonder whether you could briefly address us on that matter before we get underway with the application, the evidence from Mr. York. You can take time to think about it if you prefer, perhaps come back to us.
Yes, sir. I'm happy to state now that it was a matter that was carefully thought about at the time of the resource consent for the very reasons that you state, that there's various cases and it's usually a factual discretionary matter. So because I'd had that experience with several other clients previously, we wanted to make sure that it was set out what would be the trigger factually within the consent itself. And if you note within the consent, there is an advice note that clearly states that the consent will be given effect to when the soil remediation had taken place, because it was very much the concern for my clients that due to this significant expenditure involved with the remediation of the site and the time that that would take, that would be the trigger for giving effect to. And so that's actually there in the advice notes to ensure that there's clarification.
Okay, so you're relying on that advice note. Yes, it is, probably won't with them.
Well, I'm just wondering, Kate, we haven't seen the resource consent yet. Have you supplied that? It just hasn't found its way to us. It's on the website.
Yes. So everything's been on the website for quite a while. So have a look at the website, and we'll ask some questions about that resource consent as we go along today. So look, thank you for your indulgence in terms of waiting for me to get the minute. The way I'd like to proceed today is that in our minute 5, which was dated, I think it was 8th of July, we did ask for Mr. Thompson and Mr. Heath to prepare economic evidence for further economic evidence for our consideration based on the discussions we'd had at the hearing previously. I do note that Mr. York has also provided some further evidence, which is helpful, but I'm not thinking Ms. Barry Pacino, you were suggesting Mr. York is an economic expert that should be in the hot tubbing process?
No, sir. The reason Mr. York's evidence was put in writing was really
We've lost you there, Ms. Barry Pacino.
sorry, sir. The reason that evidence of Mr. York's was put into writing was really to reflect what he gave verbally to in evidence to the committee for your records.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. York. That's very useful. The fact that you've put this in writing, I think, does raise some supplementary questions, certainly from myself. So the way I'd like to proceed would be to work through Mr. York's statement of evidence and ask some questions, and then we will move to the questioning of Mr. Thompson and Mr. Heath, who will shortly come up to the submitter bench, and we've got a series of quite structured questions to work our way through. The reason I want, and this is perhaps a bit of a heads up from Mr. Thompson, Mr. Heath, in my minute, I'm looking for, I think it's clause 5. So yeah, just reading from clause 5. One specific matter that the panel requested further evidence from Mr. Thompson on related to his verbal evidence that new out of CBD centres ultimately benefited from the establishment of more lifestyle shopping centres outside the CBD due to the requirement to reshape their retail, commercial and other offerings to compete. So that was a particular matter. And I'm looking at 6B. The 3 items that we really want to question Mr. Thompson and Mr. Heath on are in 6B. The first one is associated with the economic effects outlined in paragraph 5, but utilising both empirical evidence and their knowledge of New Plymouth district environment. So I'd like to start, when we get to that discussion, with the second point, the knowledge of the the New Plymouth district environment. So that's number 1, which we want to ask questions about. And to do that, I've asked the hearings administrators to put up on the screen the sort of the main central area of New Plymouth planning map for that area. Secondly, I'd like to discuss empirical evidence that has been presented and ask questions of both economists regarding the empirical evidence. And thirdly, the third point will be about related objectives and associated economic outcomes in other relevant jurisdictions. So I want to be quite structured and deal with things in those orders. So is that okay? Just give you a heads up of how we're going to proceed. All right, any questions from here? All right, so I'll kick off with Mr. York. Just really wanted to get related to that last point, particularly about the Hamilton base example that you've given us as background evidence. I'd like some evidence from you about how the base evolved in amongst the planning instruments at Hamilton City Council in terms of the chronology of the zoning when the base was acquired, Hamilton City Council's process of consenting, and I seem to recall there might have been a plan change being promoted very soon afterwards, which went through a process, and I think that plan change didn't actually get off the ground for some reason. So can you please tell us, again, the zoning at the start, the response from Hamilton City when the base was proposed, that plan change process, which I recall from some years ago being promoted, and where the council's at with its centre's objectives at Hamilton City. So I think you're the best one to answer those specific questions.
Okay, and thank you all and good morning. You are asking me to draw on my depths of memory, so I'll do my best. You may be aware, but the original site was acquired as part of the Waikato Tainui settlement.
Yes.
And then it was always envisaged for commercial development over some time. The site itself had 2 large distinct areas of a total of 29 hectares. The southern part was largely commercial and the northern part industrial in nature. It took Tainui all the way through to the High Court, which had a number of appellants, to get the relevant zoning and ultimately the consent application approved. So I'm not sure on the exact dates, but ultimately the development started in earnest in 2004, and the operation itself didn't commence until 2005, 2006, late 2005, 2006. The plan change you're talking about specifically was variation 21, and that was rejected as a result of the High Court process. But following that sort of process, ultimately the Hamilton City Council identified the base as a sub-regional centre through its planning process. it is quite interesting. So like, you know, if we start with the 2006 kind of operational date, that's when, in essence, the development started to occur. And it occurred over stages. There's a number of stages. There's a number of what I'd call open air stages, which is generally the larger format development. And then there was the Te Awa Mall, which was more of a internalized retail environment, which occurred in 2010 from memory. So that gives you some chronology of what happened. Does that sort of help or hinder?
It helps to an extent. I'd like to know the zoning of the base land when it was transferred to Tainui Holdings.
I'll have to come back to you on that. Sorry, I don't have that information at hand.
Okay, and the purpose of variation 21 that was lodged about the same time from Hamilton City, what was that trying to achieve?
In my mind, it was trying to restrict the development of the base and protect the interests of the CBD.
Okay, and that variation failed on a High Court referral.
Yes.
On what basis? Mr.
Ultimately, I think it was through a lack of consultation and analysis, depth of analysis.
Okay, so it failed on its merits around the consultation.
I think that was definitely part of it, yes.
Yeah, and my recollection was that Hamilton City to race that variation through on the basis of, you know, trying to protect its CBD, for the want of a better word. Is that your recollection too?
That is correct.
Right. So we've got evidence relating to from Mr. Thompson, Mr. York, relating to the Blue Haven sort of process about, and certainly from the planning team, about the reasons why they're favouring a centres CBD hierarchy as opposed to a network of centres.
Yep.
Now, what do you know the current Hamilton City objectives in their planning regime? Is that something you could answer, or maybe Ms. Barry Pacino or anyone else that might be able to help?
Not in terms of its current planning framework, sorry.
Okay, we can look that up. So look, that's the questions I have. I think Commissioner Littlejohn might have some questions about your current activities and your current consent. Is that something you can?
Yeah. Look, I do apologise. I hadn't realised the resource consent had been put up, so I was just ferreting my way through it. I'm interested to know, Mr. York, what is the difference between the various activity provisions within the resource consent that's been granted and what is actually sought under the sub-regional zone rules that you've put into the plan? Now, I appreciate we've got the council saying, don't worry about that until we get to the industrial zone. But for my part, I'm quite interested to know what that zoning would give you in a commercial enterprise that is over and above what the resource consent you've obtained presently allows.
Sure. The key aspect, and I've covered it off in my evidence, is that, and I'm just trying to find the relevant clause. It's just in reference to that the retail sector is a fast evolving dynamic sector. There's been a lot of challenges, particularly more recent times with COVID and online retailing. And I've also mentioned other aspects like the visitor accommodation and cinema operations are sectors in New Zealand that are particularly struggling. So the rigidity of a resource consent and vis-a-vis the ability to adapt the underlying or the land uses associated with the commercial activities is where there is a major difference in my mind.
All right.
So if we have to go back and say, look, we need to change the cinema to something else, there's potential for the processing plant to reject that as a result of, well, it's not part of considered as part of the land use consent, therefore it's not required or it's not permissible.
Still not really getting to where I want to get, unfortunately. If I look at the submission that your consultants put in on the new Plymouth District Plan, we get down to your proposed new zone, there's a series of objectives and policies, and then there's a set of rules which on one page look very much like something we got produced to us yesterday, simply have retail activities, business service activities, integrated retail activities, large format retail, commercial service activities, visitor accommodation, medical and health services, sport and recreation activities, all permitted, with no effects standards proposed to accompany them. So my question is, what would that sort of rule structure provide for you in terms of those differing types of activities that are different to what your current resource consent entitles you to? And look, it may be that you need to go away and prepare me a little bit of a table or analysis, because I guess I'm a bit of a realist in saying, well, if you've got resource consent, then the world should recognise that. But the other side of me is that you're asking for a zone that on the face of it gives you much more than that. And it may be that it's the much more than that, which is the real issue here. And that's where I want to get a bit of a handle on it.
Yeah, and I'm a pragmatist too, so I will go away and have a further thought of think about what you're suggesting or asking, if I understand it correctly. But take for example, again, the cinema operation. And for whatever reason, we decide we can't continue with that given the market dynamics. We then go and ask New Plymouth District Council for an alternate use. And then with this hierarchy scenario that's been put in front of us, they'll go, no, well, that operation can go in the CBD. So therefore that variation to consent is rejected, which is inconsistent with us trying to create an integrated commercial centre with a number of mixed-use tenancies that allow for a sub-regional centre as we contemplate. So that, I'm looking at sort of the practical aspects of trying to achieve something, particularly when the rule book might define how we get there or not.
So the nub of the issue then is that midway through your proposal, the frame of the district plan process has changed from effects-based to activities-led.
Well, that is part of it, yes.
Because looking at the reasons you needed resource consent for, they were very much only related to earthworks and a few traffic-related matters. All of it, because no activities were actually controlled. It was only just the buildings and all of those sorts of things. So I mean, and that's only just from a very quick reading of it. But of course, what's happened is that when you move from an effects-based to an activities-led, whereas previously you had, under your resource consent, the ability to create buildings and then put within them whatever sort of took your fancy based on the market, with an effects-driven and activities-led one, you're now constrained to some extent. And I do understand the essence of the concern then about a higher order policy framework that shuns a change in activity at your property, which has had a considerable investment in it.
Particularly given the fact that we purchased it or acquired it on that basis, the former basis.
Mm.
And sort of like, the pattern of how we've tried to achieve the consent has been troubling, which gives us a slightly cautious approach to how we ultimately will get consent or seek to get consent, because of the behaviours that have been demonstrated by council in the past, quite frankly. And I note in the right of reply from the council officers, they are at pains to note that the proposed district plan discussion around hierarchies occurred in October 2016. It was just a discussion. Yet they're also at pains to note that the consent wasn't issued until April 2020, after the proposed district plan was notified. Yet the application had been in play for quite some time, and notwithstanding, it took 3.5 years to get. So there's this cautious mindset we've taken as a result of where we end up here today.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, and I did note those comments and response.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. York.
Commissioner Coffin, do you have any questions?
I was just wanting to get your view. This is something I'm certainly going to ask the economist, and it's related to your paragraph 29, which we were just at just before, just in regards to flexibility, adaptive uses, and uncertainty of COVID. And you would have seen the council's right of reply in regards to the economic situation and the focus on COVID-19. And I just wanted, things do change. And I suppose the optimist in me is saying there's going to be a post-COVID environment. And I just wondered if you had a particular view in regards to a post-COVID-19 environment and the new normal and what that might look like in terms of the commercial retail opportunities. Because it's often make a decision in the here and now, and it might be doom and gloom, but in just a few years, certainly within the horizon of you're looking at your developments, it'll be a different situation. And you've had experience in Hamilton and other places where you look at the long term. So I just wondered if you had any further views on that.
Oh, look, ultimately, we need to consider the potential negative downstream effects of COVID. Our initial focus is on securing relevant and suitable tenants that could obviously trade and grow post-COVID. And we will rely initially on some anchor tenants that are strong and that can perform. And some of those people don't exist in New Plymouth at this point in time. And ultimately, with retail development, it's a very active sector. So at any one time, good or bad, you can expect churn because some things won't work, whether it's the operator, the brand, people's trends change and all those kind of things. So we are continually evolving and changing our tenants to suit that dynamic environment. COVID has just amplified that situation even more. Our job as developers is to ensure that selection process of tenants is strong and robust so that the effects of that churn is somewhat managed going forward. But that's a tough question because ultimately some of that COVID-related responses depending on what I'll call it our central government policy is on how to address it. And I don't think any of us know where that's going to land yet.
Thank you, that's helpful.
I did want to comment on Mr. Heath's report, if that's possible.
We happy for that?
Just a couple of things.
In what capacity, as an expert or as?
Well, there's a couple of things.
Just hold, Mr. York. We'll just check with the panel about that process, about whether we're comfortable.
There are observations that Mr. Heath has made of a factual matter that Mr. York wants to take issue or amplify, then I don't have an issue with that. But if he wants to give us another theory on economics, then I'm interested.
So maybe you could perhaps, I agree with you, maybe you just explain that to the room, Commissioner Littlejohn. I think that's the opposition.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Did anyone hear that? Yeah. I was just saying, I think we're happy for you to make comments on any factual matters that Mr. Heath may have raised, but we sort of warn you about straying into the field of expert analysis, and that's what Mr. York. I mean, we do appreciate your experience in these matters, but if you just keep it factual and commentary.
Okay, cool. Okay, very good. I want to talk about particularly initially, sorry, to start with points 5.15 and 5.16 of Mr. Heath's report.
Report or evidence?
Is evidence, sorry.
Okay, this is the first brief he provided, or the second?
The second. The supplementary statement of evidence.
5.15
and 5.16.
Yeah.
So the point I want to make is the operation of the base, in essence, started late 2005, 2006, and it was a staged development over time. The suggestion by Mr. Heath that it's been 20 years of operation is factually incorrect. In fact, if it was 2005, 2006, and we're not even through 2021, this point is incorrect. It hasn't been 20 years or almost 20 years since its operation. It didn't start operating until late 2005 and really in earnest in 2006.
So your position is it's 15 years of operation?
Oh, yes, and it's not 15 years in totality from the get-go. It's incrementally grown over time. So his point about a 20-year period is incorrect. The other point I want to raise is I'm not going to contest, or as you've quite rightly warned me, about the retail distribution spend. But what I wanted to acknowledge, it's failed to acknowledge the nominal growth of retail in Hamilton. All it's done is considered the percentage changes. It has not considered two things. One is the nominal growth of retail spend in Hamilton, nor has it included the sub-regional, inter-regional growth attributed to all those areas from outside of Hamilton City into the retail spend in Hamilton. Hasn't considered that. So that the analysis is a little bit shallow in that regard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Walker. I'll stop there. I think you're starting to do the job. And I'm presuming that your expert, Mr. Thompson, can address us further on those.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So, Mr. Thompson, again, a heads up. We will be asking you to follow up as an expert from Mr. Heath on those aspects. Thank you. Mr. McMahon.
Good morning, Mr. York. Just two questions. The first, because you've raised it and I've read it also in the officer's report, paragraphs 82 and 83, just about the timing of the draft district plan and the promotion of the draft centres hierarchy. I presume you're not disputing the facts in 82 and 83? No,
I'm not.
That the concept of a centre hierarchy was introduced before Blue Haven bought the site in December 2016?
That may be the case. Whether we were aware of it or not, I'm not sure. And also the fact is that whilst the property was purchased in December 2016, the due diligence occurred well before that date.
Can I just ask a consequential or no? So I'm presuming with a purchase of that magnitude, the company would have taken planning and legal advice on the plans at the time?
There was advice taken in terms of the acquisition, absolutely.
Can you tell us who that advice came from?
I'll have to come back to you, sorry. I just need to get all that information together rather than give you a sort of a casual response. I'm
just wondering whether the current advisors were advising that time, or was it someone else?
Well, it certainly wasn't Miss Barry Pacino's.
And Mr. Brophy?
I'll have to double check who the specific persons were.
It's not that important. I just want to understand as a follow-up to Commissioner McMahon's question about the knowledge base at the time of purchase. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. York, my second question relates to paragraph 103 of the officer's report. Really the nub of the issue that we've been discussing this morning. You're saying that there may be a case in implementing the consent or developing the site that where you want to change the arrangement, the hotel may not be viable or the cinema may not be viable, and you may want to slice and dice what's being offered. And the officers have said that that would enable, what you're desiring would enable greater flexibility, and it could see the cinema or the hotel being developed into small-scale specialty retail stores, which would provide more opportunity to replicate what's supposed to happen in the city centre and therefore undermine the city centre that's the nub of the issue that is, as the panel sees it anyway. Is that, do you have a different view on that?
It is a key concern of ours.
And a key concern of councils?
Yes, obviously.
Yes, yes. In the absence of a suburban, regional suburban zone, as you're requesting, have you considered other opportunities to slice and dice the existing consent through, for example, a variation to the existing consent?
No, we haven't, and it's been particularly hard, as noted in my evidence, to engage with council on any capacity with respect to the proposed district plan.
Yes, but, and I appreciate you're not a planner, but you have a pretty good knowledge of the planning process.
Sure.
You understand that that there are provisions in the Resource Management Act that allow applicants to change conditions and revisit applications through section 127 of the Act.
No, not specifically, but I take your word on it. Yes, I hear what you're saying.
Yes.
Sorry.
And if that opportunity was available, would that go some way to providing the flexibility or a process to enable flexibility to be at least applied for?
Well, I wouldn't provide the comfort. Can I come back to the 2 points that I've raised earlier? Is the arduous process to get a land use consent via a commissioner, 3.5 years, and the fact that the council is unwilling to engage with us on the proposed district plan.
Okay. I'm not sure that answers my question, but
it does reinforce our concern.
Yes, you acknowledge
around the suitability of that process.
Yes, okay. So I guess the most we can agree is that there's a process in place. Whether it be successful and how suitable it be is a moot point. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the ability for us to work collaboratively and willingly with council has been problematic, both in terms of the land use consent and the proposed district plan. To then suggest another process will be suitable, in my mind, would be, I'd be cautious at best because of the two prior processes and the lack of engagement to get through those processes. That's my point.
Yeah, Mr. York, I think it's important to establish that Commissioner McMahon suggesting that you do that. He was asking you, were you aware that there's another consenting process through the RMA quite outside the district plan process, which is available to you to vary the activities and the master plan, structure plan of your current consent? That was his question. So you said that you weren't, my paraphrase is that you weren't aware of that, but you'll take his word for it.
Yeah.
I'm wondering whether Ms. Barry Pacino has any other comments about that in terms of that opportunity, just to confirm that.
So I did refer to section 127 and that process, but as I noted in my legal submissions, the issues with that for any consent holder is that where you apply for a change or cancellation to any consent conditions, the reference to that is it's treated as a discretionary activity. And in that regard, where it refers back to section 88 through to 121, then the operative district plan will then come into play in terms of objectives and policies. So the problem being that where you have a council...
I just stop you there. Do you mean to say the proposed district plan in terms of objectives?
Yes, but if it goes through as it currently is.
You operative district plan.
So the proposed district plan, and in the future, it will, if it's operative in its current state, yes.
That's useful, thank you. And just finally, back to Mr. York, my final question. Mr. York, I know it's difficult to predict, but and you've discussed it in an earlier hearing and in the evidence, but what's your latest thinking on the rollout of the consent? Now that you're close to finishing the remediation, when do you think some of the activities, what's the program for establishing the activities? When will you get to a stage where you think that maybe the hotel or the cinema aren't viable? I appreciate there's a bit of global all sort of prediction there, but what's your take on it?
Ideally, we'd like to see some build activity occur in 2022.
And would that be around the large format offering, or?
Yeah, typically with any commercial development, you'll focus on the anchor tenants first.
Yes. And just out of interest, I mean, is that what's the time frame for that sort of construction?
Depending on the complexity, but most of those large format boxes will be in the order of 18 to 2 years, depending on the level of infrastructure, roading, and other services that need to be developed, as well as the building itself.
So we could see something on the site in late 2023, 24. Operational
wise, yes.
Yes. What would be the circumstances that would necessitate you to then start implementing the subsequent smaller scale activities?
There'll be obviously the global and market factors that we just need to consider at the time.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. York. I have one final question just as a roundup. I think you would have heard me ask questions of Mr. Brophy and Mr. Thompson in the first hearing about the residential opportunities. I just wanted to test you about whether that's realistic. My first question is about the National Policy Statement UD and the well-functioning urban environments requirement and centres being evolving as something perhaps people living in them, walking around, not using cars so much. That seems to be a pretty strong direction. My question is that a possibility if you are really a centre to have more residential either around about or within the process or the project? And the second question is, can you actually achieve that with the relief that you've sought in your submission on the special purpose zone you're requesting?
It's possible. Particularly, I would suggest more so in and around the centre is where you would typically could see some intensification of residential occur, and that's not an uncommon urban design outcome where you have that level of intensification. Is it possible as part of the sub-regional centre zone? Well, ultimately the answer is yes.
I'm asking about the scope of your submission, what you've asked for. Have you actually asked for residential activities as part of your, and again, I don't have at hand your submission. Maybe, so that's not on your list, Commissioner Littlejohn's just visitor accommodation. Yeah, visitor accommodation is probably as far as you get. Right, and look, I will come back to that with the reporting staff and ask some more questions about the zoning and get a better handle about the land uses in and around the Blue Haven site, which I'm not familiar with. So I'll come back and ask some questions and remind me maybe if I forget. So Commissioner McMahon,
yes, it's not a question for you, Mr. York, but I just want to signal it's something for Mr. Brophy to consider. And it's again paragraph 107 of the officer's report, which basically says that the proposed policy that's been recommended for the sub-regional zone would actually discourage residential development from establishing in regional centres. So it seems that on the face of it, that one of the policies as part of the package that you're asking the council to implement would actually discourage residential. So that's seen as a bit of a flag by the council. So, and in light of your earlier answer to the chair that you would want to see some residential, seems to fly in the face of that. So maybe that's something that Mr. Brophy could cover off.
When could we do that? do that now. Is Mr. Brophy's online, isn't he? So Mr. Brophy, maybe in the spirit of good discussion and debate, if you could perhaps respond to that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Apologies, I've got a bit of a cold at the moment, so hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, I guess the key thing for me, and just reviewing the original Blue Haven submission, I do note the point where residential and industrial wording was in there around being discouraged. I think since that submission was drafted, there have been some changes with the MPS for urban development, and there is a slightly different set of policy settings that has come from central government. And what I would intend to do is look to cover that off and perhaps a bit more detail in the rezoning hearings, and would be looking for a little bit of advice from Ms. Barry Pacino around scope of that, and whether we can kind of provide more in that space. But I do note that point raised by the council planners.
Thank you, Mr. Brophy, that's useful.
Yes, and could I perhaps bring that forward? I would like from yourself and Ms. Barry Pacino a statement about scope in that regard, so we can consider that as part of our deliberations on the strategic directions, because it's a live issue and is weighed. So if you could put that together and provide it to the hearing administrators by the end of this week, which I think is the 21st of July, my 23rd might be, 23rd of July. That would be, are you able to do that, Mr. Brophy?
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Thank you very much. All right, I think we've finished, Mr. York. Thank you for your assistance. And we'll now move to the discussion with the two economists. So welcome, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Heath. Thank you, Mr. Heath and Mr. Thompson, both for your supplementary evidence and your attendance today. While I think the Zoom process works okay to an extent, I think having a face-to-face and a nuance of this sort of process is really good. So first I'll kick off. Have you ever been in this hot tub process before?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I have not.
Okay. So the way it works is that you've both issued statements of evidence on the same time frame. So you haven't had a chance to do written rebuttal, but I take it you've both read each other's statements of evidence. Yes. Have you read Mr. York's evidence? Yes. Have you read the council's reply on the urban growth development strategic directions? No, not me. You haven't read that?
I've read the section 42 reply.
Okay, this is the section 42 reply.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to do that. So.
All right, so we might have to perhaps refer you both back to some points which have already perhaps been raised in terms of the staff's position. And the other sort of precursor is that we will be asking questions and seeking advice from each of you on the same question. And I'm very happy for it's a three-way debate to occur, that in terms of responses, say from you, Mr. Heath, Mr. Thompson, would be welcome on your interaction on those. So it's a triangle, if that makes sense. Okay, we'll get underway. I signalled that I was interested in sort of topic one about really the knowledge of the New Plymouth district environment. And I know, Mr. Thompson, to start, you've been here before, but some time ago, is that right?
That's correct, 2 or 3 years ago. I was in New Plymouth, doing some work for Stratford District Council. We had a visit to the CBD and spent some time in the CBD.
Okay.
And subsequent to that, I've had a walk around the CBD, so I'm familiar with the CBD as it currently stands. And in terms of my knowledge of the CBD, I've had discussions with 3 top commercial agents, which is quite helpful for getting a cold face understanding of the market. As they work day in, day out, dealing with the market. So I've done that. And I've also reviewed the council's analysis of the retail and commercial markets that Mr. Heath has produced, which includes some useful information as well. And more recently, I've undertaken an analysis of the CBD deployment to look at how that's formed over time compared to other CBDs.
Yeah. Mr. Heath, you know New Plymouth well.
Yes.
You've been working for the council for quite a while.
Yeah, since 2016, I think it was when it first kicked off. We did the reports and have been back frequently since.
Okay. So would you say you're intimately familiar with New Plymouth?
I'm very familiar with some of the core economic drivers and what's happening on the ground. The CBD in particular.
Spatially and physically.
Physically, yes, be comfortable with that.
Right. So, Ms. Straker, I wonder whether we could bring up that zoning map of the central area. Okay. So just looking at that zoning plan, that is just confirming, I suppose for the record, that this is the central area of New Plymouth District Plan as currently zoned in the proposed district plan. And we have 3 main colours. And I think I'll let Ms. Edwards just give me the exact zones that the colours relate to.
So the yellow that you can see, that is the medium density residential zone. The more pinky colour is the mixed use zone, and the more wine colour is the CBD, or the central city centre zone.
Okay, thank you. For your analysis, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Heath, how have you defined the CBD? Is it both the wine and the purple, or just the wine?
Yes, the CBD and the mixed use zone is what I have assessed as the geographic extent of the CBD, for the reason that that is the total commercial area that functions as the CBD, notwithstanding the differences that you would expect across the CBD of that scale.
Mr. Heath?
Yeah, same with me.
Right, that's good to confirm. And the yellow zone, which is the high density provision. So remind me, Ms. Edwards, what the general cluster that is higher heights and
So that's, sorry, you mean the yellow?
the yellow.
The yellow, so yellow's residential, that's the medium density zone.
Medium density.
The medium density
Okay.
zone.
Yes.
So retailing is not
So
anticipated in
the-
that zone.
But all sorts of other activities are already enabled in both the wine and the purple.
Correct, yes, they are. The central city zone is the most flexible, and that almost all activities are permitted. Within the medium density zone, again, it is quite enabling, but there are some different levels of consent in terms of that it may require restricted discretion or discretionary consent for different types of activities. So that's where that has restrictions on just referring to the vision. So So permitted activities are sorry, no, I was talking about the mixed use zone.
Oh, apologies, sorry.
Yes.
So the city centre zone is very flexible, so most activities are. So I'm just going to, yes, all permitted. So I'm just going to the medium density zone, so.
Medium density or mixed use.
Oh, so mixed use, sorry, getting closer. So the pink colour around there that hugs the central city, within there we've got permitted activities, our commercial service activities, we've got supermarkets, community facilities and sport and recreation, and they're permitted. Then when we go to potentially compatible activities, so this is where you need a resource consent, and this is things like healthcare, medical, industrial activities, those sorts of things, and then needing the full resource consent, the retail activities, business service activities, and primary production and rural industry.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. And just again, for the record, I'm just establishing some facts here. So, and it's useful for the council.
Can I just have a couple of further facts, just in terms of built form?
Yes.
What's the key difference in terms of, say, building height between those two zones? I think you've covered part of that off in your 42A about the 10, 14, 17 and 20.
So on in that area, that's the pink area, so the medium density zone, typically the buildings.
Mixed use zone.
Sorry, mixed use zone. Typically those sites are 1 to 2 stories. They tend to be larger footprint sizes. They essentially functions as a light industrial zone, so you get a lot of car repair shops. There's lots of things like there's a Bunnings in there, for example, all sorts of light industry type activities. So the footprint of those buildings is larger,
yes,
of 1 to 2 stories. When you move into the CBD proper, the closer you get to the CBD, the taller the buildings actually become.
Yes.
So the heights vary between. So in the CBD at the moment, the building heights are around about 10 metres. They can go up to, but typically the buildings you'll find, because they are finer grain, will be anything from 1 to 2 stories, and they can go up to around about 6 stories in height. As you move out, the buildings actually do become smaller and tend to be 1 to 2 story, but we've done work to enable greater heights on those edges, so it steps out. It's like a basin effect, so from the CBD, as you get higher out, you can actually go higher, and the city centre provisions allow for that increased height.
And that's the reference to the 17 and 20 metres into which are they permitted, are they fixed standards, or are they a low level consent?
I think they're a fixed standard, we just think it's cheap.
Sorry, just factual.
Yes. While you're doing that, Ms. Barker, could you just reduce it up a bit so we can see the extent of the purple? Okay, maybe a bit. No, not quite. Okay, so the purple does. That's great. That's a great view. So the purple does extend along. That's one-way systems to Fitzroy. And further down, is that down the hill, one to the north, the polygon there, maybe just no, to the north, no. Yeah, just round, got to make sure that the south and north's right. So it's sort of to the right of us as we see it.
So we're getting upstream. That's upstream.
Yeah, there and further on.
That's
And that one there. So what's that area there?
So that area there is the valley. So that's where the geographical location is Waikaiho. And that there, so what you've got is all of that area under the operative plan is zoned industrial. and over the years, as the area has changed, with the introduction of the proposed district plan, we have assigned the zoning to suit what's on the ground at the moment. So you'll see that that purple, that pink area there is mixed use. The lighter pink is the valley, and that's the large format retail zone.
Yes.
And then the darker purple is industry land, and that is the Blue Haven site. That includes the Blue Haven site that we're talking about.
So that's Devon's Smart Road intersection.
Correct, yes.
Okay, this is very helpful. Can we go a bit further that way? Right. Again, we might as well deal with this now as a factual position. It's around the Blue Haven area that's been requested to be a special purpose zone, regional suburban sub-regional centre. It's a question about, again, walkability, nearby residential areas. Ms. Edwards, could you just help us with that as well? We're talking about the yellow, I presume.
Sure. So that area is known as Glenavon, and that in Mr. Brophy's evidence, he described he estimated would be within a 5 to 10 minute walk from the Blue Haven site. So that is a sort of a suburb within itself. I couldn't tell you the age of the houses, but at a guess they probably range from maybe 1920s through to 1960s, somewhere around there. So it is somewhat disconnected from New Plymouth New Plymouth Centre town because of the geographical constraint of the Waiwakaiho River going through there.
Yes.
But in any case, it still accommodates a fairly decent sized suburb, and people live within there. If you see directly below that yellow area, we've got the grey zoned area. So that's the Smart Road future urban zone through there. And that directly adjoins the Blue Haven site, and that goes right up into the country there. And that's in the long-term growth planning. So that's got a 10 to 30 year horizon on it.
And is that Smart Road that goes all the way down?
Correct.
From it?
Yes, it does. So you can see that that road is quite distinctive going up through there.
So can we just go off from that and just see how far that goes?
As far as the eye can see.
Yes, right. So that's not currently zoned in the PDP.
No, it's not.
It's a future urban. Does it have any protections under the PDP?
It does. So it has got some constraints on the type of activities that can go in there. So it does, for example, things like chicken farms, for example, oil and gas sites would need a full discretionary consent to go on there. And there's also got some policy direction on the placement of housing and things like that, making sure that it doesn't potentially compromise the development of that zone in the future. Things like residential housing are permitted so long as it's associated with the predominantly rural, continued rural use of the land until such time that it is rezoned. Just above that grey zone next to the Blue Haven site are some more, I guess, heavier industrial sites. Within there, we've got our refuge centre as well. So in Plymouth District Refuge Centre, as well as some old rail yards, and of course, extending back going up towards the north, we've got quite a lot of industry going through there, including the new Ravensdown building that was built when they relocated from the Blue Haven site.
Can we zoom in a little bit more?
And perhaps just with your cursor, whether you can do this, Ms. Straker, will be directed. So is it that area where the cursor is?
Yeah, so that there is the rail, some rail yards. I think
Yes.
that is owned by Kiwi Rail. I have to confirm that with you, but we've got right next to it is the council refuge centre as well. And then,
Where's the courier depot?
so that's actually on the main road, which is State Highway 3, so going more towards the north.
So did you say refuse or refuge?
Refuse.
Refuse.
I don't think you want to.
I might have said
Right, thank you, that is very helpful.
Yes, so just on the factual thing, a couple of other things, and some of them you might want to come back to us on, just in terms of having a record. I just wanted to, we're talking about the CBD and mixed use zone essentially. You've given me an outline of the different activities and the different heights. Are there any floor space controls on retail in either of those zones?
So no, there isn't any constraints on the size of retailing within the those retail zones. The only constraint is in the large format retail zone where there's a 450 there's a minimum requirement that the building has to be 450 square metres in size in the large format retail zone.
Yes, that may well pass my next question, and that was between the zones that make up the current hierarchy, central city, town centre zone, accompanies what the other two were in your overview, and then the large format zone. What I'm interested to know is what is the, I'd like to see a table, obviously not now, that has those zones down the left-hand column, and the rows being the activities that are permitted, the building heights, and any floor space restrictions on retail, just so that at a glance we can get a key difference between what's being proposed. And maybe that we can then superimpose the sub-regional centre on that, just to see how it appears in terms of what Mr. Brophy's put forward.
Okay, so can I just confirm, so you want the zone, the heights, as well as...
So the activities,
yes,
the heights,
yeah,
and any restrictions on floor space. I think that was just to get a feel for the difference in the functionality. And if there's no difference in terms of retail floor space, that's fine. Just
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Ms. Edwards, if you could supply that with the other reply we've asked for, your further reply associated with the legal matters, and I think we've asked for that by Monday next week, was my memory. I think that's in, I'll just check, number 6. Oh no, it's due on Friday the 30th of July. If you can put that together with your responses on the legal submissions of the legal issues, that table, that would be helpful.
Just for completeness, so those zones are central city, the mixed use zone, the zones that make up the current centre zones, plus the large format zone. Oh yeah, for completeness, industrial. Yes. Just a layman's guide, layperson's guide, sorry.
Commissioner Coffin has some more factual questions he'd like to ask.
It's just in regards to the south, there's the future growth area that's been identified in grey. And an assumption I always make about future urban growth is it's mostly residential, but I just want to check that my assumption's right. Is that area been identified as residential? It's residential and industrial commercial land.
There's been no planning whatsoever, and
no sort of yield or population numbers.
No planning. And this question does come up because of its location and what do we envision will happen in it, particularly because it is located directly next to those, what I, in my words, recently heavy industrial sites at the moment, and we would have to consider what the use would be, and factored it into our planning as to how the old and the new could merge, and that we could manage those effects that may come out of it, or whether there'd be changes that would need to factor in, but there's been no planning done.
Oh, okay. So all my other questions might have come in like just medium to long-term growth, where they serviced in terms of retail and those types of things. No, of that.
No, I think.
Thank you.
Any other questions for zebras in terms of the factual position? Appreciate that help, and I think that gives us quite a good overview too. These questions. I do have two further questions about the knowledge of New Plymouth district. One of them is around public transport and transport generally. And this comes to the fact again around the MPSUD and the directions around centres near hubs, transport hubs. So are you aware, either you perhaps answer one at a time, of the public transport network and the way New Plymouth functions in terms of, I presume, all of the transport modes, walking, cycling, buses, trains. Is that something you're knowledgeable about at all? Can you help?
It's not something I've looked into. It's really to a large extent outside the scope of my expertise to understand how that fits together. The only thing I would look at whether this proposal that I've been engaged to assess has suitable access, and it has obviously a good location for vehicular access. I'm not aware of what the public transport access would be, and as evident on the zoning map, it has an immediate catchment which would service, which the proposed centre would service the day-to-day retailing needs of those residents, supermarkets, cafes, restaurants, etc. So pedestrian access in that regard for that immediate market is there for it, so it's good in that regard, but I haven't looked at public transport.
Okay, but would you accept that the MPSUD, well, firstly, are you familiar with the MPSUD?
Very familiar, yes.
So I can't take your call.
Someone's phone conversation, so we'll block our ears. Sorry about that. We'll just.
Yes, back to your question. I was the main advocate for doing the capacity analysis for the Auckland Unitary Plan, and I did that work myself with one other person, Patrick Fontaine.
Yes.
500 hours at no cost.
Yes.
And the Ministry for the Environment followed that quite closely, and I subsequently provided some advice to the Ministry to assist with their development of the National Policy Statement. So it's something that I've been very familiar with.
All right. Would you accept that looking at economic effects of centres would rely on information around public transport in the directions of the EPSUD?
I would say that's outside my area of expertise. Public transport is a specific area of expertise, and it's not something that I claim to have expertise in.
I didn't answer that question. Would an assessment of economic effects ordinarily draw on transport matters and the matters in the EPSUD around centres and focusing around main transport nodes?
The economic assessments as part of new centre proposals generally don't go into much or any detail on transportation matters. There may be traffic experts that prepare their own assessments, but it's not something that I've included in my assessments previously for new centres.
In your opinion, it doesn't fall within the gambit of how an economist would assess the viability, vitality of centres, given with reference back to the EPSUD directions?
Well, the EPSUD covers a wide range of things now, particularly since it's been revised from the EPSUDC. So it essentially enables a full cost benefit analysis, including the matters that you're focusing on there. So it could come into that assessment. It would be most often, if not always, undertaken by the traffic engineer.
The cost benefit analysis for the centres or
For the traffic assessment and how that would support a centre with regard to vehicular and public transport.
but is that looking at traffic and transportation effects rather than economic effects?
Well, the economic effects usually focus on access to the local market, which is a benefit, and impact on existing centres, which is something to be considered, of course. And the extent that traffic comes into that is quite minimal. Just doing those assessments themselves are reasonably difficult. If you start layering in vehicular versus public transport to those catchments and shopping patterns and so forth, it will get probably to the point where there are too many variables to really get a clear picture on what may happen as a result of that new centre. But certainly it would be something that's pointed subjectively as a benefit if there is access to public transport for a new centre.
And so if there was public transport, bus nodes, railway stations, biking paths, leading to accessibility, that would weigh as an economic, matter generally.
Well, you can quantify that. You can quantify anything, and it can become an economic matter in that regard. It's certainly a benefit that could be quantified, but typically it's qualified, and the traffic engineer would do the quantification, but not from the economic perspective, more from the travel perspective, the transport perspective.
But would you accept that given the government's national statement on transportation, it's not just traffic, it's the whole multimodal way people get around, that's the reference point?
That's not something that's in my area of expertise. I don't feel comfortable commenting on that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Heath, I'll take you through these questions as well. So your knowledge of public transport network, can you enlighten us on how it currently works?
In terms of routes, I'm not very familiar at all, but in terms of, I know there's a main transport exchange in the CBD, but in terms of the frequency of those routes and things that I'm not familiar with.
Yes.
In terms of some of your follow-up questions on whether it's an economic cost to be considered, I'd say yes, it is. We're having this discussion at the moment, the jury, with the new train station location being moved and its effects on the proposed centre there. There are certainly economic synergies and agglomeration benefits where you have multimodal options within a centre versus different locations distinct from the centre. And the loss of use or frequency of that public transport to that centre comes at an economic cost. As Mr. Thompson said, quantifying that down to a specific figure can create some difficulties, but it's certainly a consideration we need to factor into the point of when you're looking at a centres plus approach that we are looking at here in the new Plymouth.
Okay. And my second question was about the directions from the EPSUD around what structured urban areas might look like. Is that something you would think about as an economist?
Correct. Very clear direction that the public transport influence has certainly grown in stature as a result of the EPSUD and its consideration and where to locate commercial activity and integration of public transport. That could be train, rail, or mobility.
And you're not, are you, and this is outside your area of expertise, I'll ask it anyway,
yeah,
and the planners might come back. The train line that goes past Blue Haven,
Yes.
Does that come into the CBD as well?
I don't think so.
Factual.
Right across the
Oh, the front, right across the front, yeah. Unfortunately, it goes across the.
Yeah.
Across the waterfront.
And are you aware of any ideas now or in the past or in the future about train connection, Watra, through and further afield? Has there been any your knowledge in terms of?
I've had no discussion. I've suggested a few times it's an asset that could be made better use of in terms of the rail line, but in terms of discussions on what their plans are, no further plans.
All right, thank you. Just on any other follow-up? I think I've got questions about the answers from you about, yes, you think the multimodal transport situation at nodes and transportation to centres is relevant in your opinion, and also that the MPSUD direction to something as an economist you would weigh in on your advice to us, I suppose, it's your job, about thinking about centres going forward in the PDP.
Yes,
Absolutely. Quite clear on that.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to add
at this stage?
Yeah. Any questions about those?
Just one, it's a little bit off topic, but you used a term that I've heard used in Christchurch and Nelson, but I haven't heard it until today here, and that's Centres Plus.
Yes.
What is that, and how does it differ from Centres approach?
Basically, Centres Plus approach, the way I interpret it and use it, is it allows for growth of new centres as the market grows. It's not trying to, and I know Mr. Thompson's evidence has couched it, our approach is restrict. That's not at all what the approach is. The approach is to manage growth, not restrict.
Still using the hierarchy?
Still using the hierarchy. Yeah. I'm firm that a hierarchy is the appropriate phraseology, because it clearly distincts different roles and functions of centres in a wider network, but a hierarchy is important to actually identify.
We're getting into some substance here. I just wanted to know what the essential difference from your point of view between a Centres approach and a Centres Plus approach. And if I understand you're saying that the difference is that under a Centres Plus approach is some allowance for new centres to establish themselves.
Correct. Yes, whereas a Centres approach tends to more focus on what they've got and maintain it. I'm saying the Centres Plus approach allows the flexibility for growth of new centres in the market where appropriate.
I'm just going to make an observation that that's not what I'm hearing from council planners, right, in terms of discussion on the hierarchy, but I'm just going to park that.
Just you should sort of before we carry on. Can you put that question?
I am just going to. So you want me to repeat the question?
Oh no, I recall the question. That is possibly one of the more important questions, and it tends to come up with all district plan reviews. You typically have a centres first based strategy supported by economists. You'll see in my evidence I reference a document from the Auckland Unitary Plan review process where all of the participating economists and some well-regarded economists agreed unanimously that the centres first approach is the optimal economic approach. What that approach enables is you first, as a retailer, should establish your store or operation in a centre zone. If you can identify that there's no capacity in that existing centre zone, you then can apply as a discretionary activity to have your retail activity consented in another business zone, so-called out-of-centre zone. The reason why economists support that is because it, first of all, supports centres, which is the objective. You get various benefits, which Mr. Heath and I agree on, of having centres. If there's no capacity in the centre and it can be demonstrated, then you're not restricting that retail store or centre from establishing in the district. So you're not actually constraining supply. You're not affecting the competitive function of the retail market. And there's obviously benefits from having an efficient retail market. This approach to retail distribution or retail land use policy has its origins in the UK, starting in the 1970s and 80s. They have many central government documents over the decades that outline how this works, and many supporting technical documents that explain why this approach is considered optimal. And most districts in New Zealand adopt this approach, centres first, out of centre if there's no space second, for those reasons. I was involved in an appeal on the Auckland Unitary Plan on that exact matter. It was accepted. The regional policy statement was changed to enable that process. And I can give a reference if required to that policy. In my view, what's been proposed in New Plymouth is contrary to that generally adopted approach and generally accepted approach, and that's the concern for me. And I think the term hierarchy versus network provides the frame for that alternate approach.
Getting a little bit of substance there, but just you used another term, centres first based approach, centres first. Is that centres or is that centres plus? Something different.
Centres first is what the UK land use policy and economic analysis uses as its phrase to describe the approach. Centres is your first place for a retailer to go. If there's no space and you can demonstrate it, then you can go outside of that centre, typically the edge of the centre first. If it was the CBD, it would be the mixed use zone first. If you couldn't find space in there, you would go somewhere else. That would be the industrial land. Centres Plus has essentially the same characteristics as Centres First.
Planners get caught up in tags and labels, but what I'm hearing is that the Centres First and Centres Plus are roughly equivalent. Is it?
Oh, that's my view, and that's essentially what was established with this joint witness statement for the Auckland case. Exactly that principle.
Yes. If you don't mind, you agree? Yeah. Centres First and Centres Plus. So
That's been described as very simple.
Different semantics. Can I start?
Of course. Let's just remember we're talking about the transportation.
Oh,
yes, thing at the moment.
Yes, sorry. Yeah. I'll hold those questions. Thank you, sir.
Oh, I'm not going to go there. I think we're going to get a rabbit warren very quick.
Okay, right. So thank you about the transportation and the MPSUD feeding into economic analysis. There's clear differences there that we have established. The second question I have about, or the second theme about New Plymouth specifically, is around the ability for LFR and retail to be on more than one floor. And we've already heard evidence that that's obviously perhaps more costly because of the land cost issue. And I've just spent the weekend, didn't intend to, the weekend in Auckland, got stranded there over the weekend due to weather. And certainly I'm thinking about Newmarket, Commercial Bay, these sorts of facilities. They are certainly on more than one floor. So I'd like to ask, perhaps starting with you, Mr. Heath, this time, a question about New Plymouth. You've heard the height facts of these wine and purple zones. So, and you've also heard that there's no limitation on gross floor area for retail. So what's your position on the, knowing New Plymouth as you do, the ability for sites to be found that may go over more than one floor?
The potential to go up in New Plymouth CBD is extensive. CBD is, I'd call it fairly flat. It's just grown outwards, as most townships and CBDs have grown over the last century. It's spread out rather than gone up. In terms of the extent of the CBD, it's, I think the main road in Devon Street, east and west, is about 2.5 kilometres long, one end to the other from the CBD. That's longer than Queen Street in Auckland. It is far too big. The CBD is far too big for the market size it's got. It needs to be consolidated so you can actually get some impetus to go up. So the potential to go up is significant. In terms of retail, I'd suggest most of the retail provision would and should be at grade and at ground level. But for some of those bigger tenancies, there is potential to go to a second level if they've got I'd say the pulling power or the grant to drag them up to a second level. But majority, I'd suggest, would be at ground level with the upper levels for commercial activity and residential.
So are you familiar with Commercial Bay?
Yes. Yeah.
So and even Sylvia Park, I think they have things like the big. I'll ask you a question. They have things like a whole group of Macpacks and Kathmandu and up on another floor.
Yeah.
Bigger space up there, you go up an elevator. That's something you could perceive of in New Plymouth.
Yeah, well, I think the plans at Blue Haven have a two-level anchor store within the design. I've seen Mr. York's evidence. Just comparing New Plymouth to Auckland in terms of what the potential is a little bit stretched for me. But if they had a sloping slide that could, take car parking up to a second level and enter a store at that level, absolutely there's potential for it.
Okay.
There.
Thank you. Thompson?
I think I agree with Mr. Heath, multiple level retail is the exception rather than the norm, and the reason for that is the cost of building a multiple level retail building is very high compared to an at grade building, for obvious reasons. If you're building a warehouse or a farmer's 1-2 levels up, that costs a lot more than building a standard commercial building. So that's essentially why you don't see it very often. You will sometimes see multiple level large format buildings in central locations of bigger cities because the market potential is greater, so it can support that kind of turnover that would justify the rent and the extra cost of construction. So you will get multiple level department stores and supermarkets in some CBDs, for example, for that reason. But essentially you need a bigger market to get that to work, because you'll need to pay a higher rent to justify the higher construction costs, and that's the reason it's the exception. Typically within a CBD like New Plymouth, the majority of multiple level construction will be office space. And that's something that comes through in my supplementary statement quite clearly, that office is the foundation of CBDs more than anything else. 70–80% of economic output in the CBD is from office, and that really is the main structural element for the CBD, the office activity. When you walk around, you see the retail, so that gives you a little bit of a feeling that retail is a significant component, but it's actually a minor component of what makes up the CBD's economic output.
Okay.
Yeah. I think those considerations are relevant under the national policy statement, because you have to consider costs and revenues for something to be considered supply or capacity. And these cost revenues for large format in the CBD, as I've assessed, are quite a big hurdle, and I don't think it's likely to be feasible, and therefore I don't think it can be considered capacity or supply.
All right, I've got a follow-up question, and Mr. Heath wants to reply. So, Ms. Straker, can you just do the blow up again of the zone, which is our light purple? So just go out so we can see the extent. It goes down. There we go. And I think it goes even further there. Goes further, I think. There we go. So then you'll walk. This is a New Plymouth knowledge question. I take it you've been here 2 or 3 years ago and you've had a walk around in the last day or two, or drive around. Has your drive around sort of looked at the whole CBD as depicted by the wine colour and the purple colour on the plan?
Not every street, but I've had a broad drive around, and it's a very standard structure for an older CBD, and it benefits from having the industrial the ex-industrial land around the initial commercial area. Yes, that provides the ability to expand over time, which is one of the, you know, the challenges that centres often run into.
Yeah, and I think one of you has referred to 2 current large format retail already being established. One's a warehouse, is that right?
Yes, there's a warehouse,
Yeah. And that's on 2 floors?
That's 1 level up, yes.
Okay. And I'm also aware, with a lot of Napier where I live, Farmers is on 2 levels right in the middle of the CBD. So you accept that some LFR companies are building 2 more stories in centres?
Oh, I can only reiterate what I've said previously, which is that there will be some situations where a large format retailer does work in a multiple level building. That's the exception rather than the rule, and that's because it's significantly more expensive to build multiple level large format retail stores. If you did a survey in New Zealand, it would be less than 5% at a guess that are multiple level, and possibly closer to 1 or 2%.
Okay, that's useful, Mr. Heath.
Yeah, there's also farms and roads, 2 levels as well. So the reality is we're seeing more and more of it, because as sites become harder to find, the reality is for some of these larger retailers, they have to go up to a second level on a more consolidated site, become more economically efficient rather than buying a site double the size and that. So that's just the reality. They want to enter the market, they're going to have to go potentially go up to 2 levels, and they seem more willing and more open to do that now. The other point Mr. Thompson made was he indicated that the commercial office market is the bulk of the CBD and the retail is not that important. Well, I completely disagree with that. The retail is the glue at the bottom of every town centre, and it is a good business location because of the retail there and the amenity it provides. There wouldn't be the level of commercial activity in the CBD if that wasn't that amenity wasn't provided. The retail component is critical to make it a functioning business environment and business location. So to dismiss the retail activity, to say it's a small proportion of the CBD, actually, in my view, diminishes its actual value and contribution to the CBD as a business location.
Are you talking New Plymouth specific here? This is we're focusing
both New Plymouth specific and wider CBDs in general. So the retail component of the CBD and its health and state and performance and offer is all critical to actually helping a CBD fulfill its role and function properly and become a better business location.
And what about a centre as opposed to a CBD? Is offices around non-CBD centres important in your?
Well, if they continue to bleed out of the CBD or at the expense of the CBD, it's important because it's a problem.
Yes.
And I think that's one of the issues we've had here in New Plymouth identified in my report, is that because of what I'd argue, the slow degradation of the CBD over time, its attractiveness to businesses to locate there has been diminished. So the continued undermining of the retail offer in the CBD actually fuels that problem.
We'll come back to Mr. Thompson on this because I think that it is worth a reply. But just while you do that reply, the list of activities that have been requested by Blue Haven for special purpose zone, does that include offices as well? I can't share. John, was offices on the list? There was. Okay. So yeah, one last reply on this, and I think we'll move on.
So just 2 quick things. I didn't say retail wasn't important, as Mr. Heath claimed. I said it's a smaller proportion of what makes up a CBD. I think when you understand CBD, to understand CBDs, you need to understand the office market. That's actually the reason the CBD is there. It's what generates the economic output. And office parks, for example, that are not in the CBD are more concerning, or should be equally concerning to the council as any competing retail development. So managing the distribution of office is more important than the distribution of retail with regard to how CBDs work, in my view. And then just with regard to multiple level large format retail
Just
buildings.
pause there, Mr. Thompson, what do you say to Mr. Heath's comment that it's the glue that's critical to making a CBD function? I mean, I take the difference. You said it was a small proportion as a total, and Mr. Heath interpreted it as you saying that means it's not important. You've said I didn't say that, but do you agree with his assessment of it?
I don't particularly like to use emotive terms like glue and bleed and so forth. I think it's important to be there, but it's really helpful. Retail is to a large extent there to service the people that are working there and that live around the CBD. Historically, they've been a destination, less so now, and that's primarily because of large format retail coming in and structurally changing the retail market fundamentally from 20% of retail being large format in terms of floor space in 1990 to 70% today. That's the main thing that's happening with retail, and everything falls off that. Online obviously coming along is another wave, possibly equally as important as that. So glue, it's important, but I think CBDs are fundamentally an employment centre, and the retail's there to service those employees.
Symbiotic, that all of these different uses have a symbiosis that makes them all work together.
Yeah, that's one way to conceptualise it. But the retail is there to service the employees that work there and the residents that live around the CBD. It's two primary markets, not the only markets.
Right.
There was another point you were
There was another point
about
where you were
two-level retail.
Yes. Mr. Heath's view is that more retailers will move to this format. That would be the case if you constrain the market substantially, and that was the only option. But for some retailers, they just simply wouldn't be able to afford the rents that are required to build that building. And in that circumstance, they would not operate in that town or city.
This wouldn't come here as your argument.
Well, the big retailers pay certain amounts of rent per square metre, and as soon as you start saying, well, you're not paying $300, you're paying $500 a metre rent per square metre to put your Kmart into New Plymouth, they can't get it to work commercially. And this is where the NPSUD is relevant, because you have to consider costs and revenues, and the cost is rent.
Okay, so you are agreeing now that the NPSUD is a relevant economic matter.
Well, I don't believe I've said or inferred otherwise. I think it's critical. I mean, as I said, I was a main advocate for the technical analysis that the EPS requires now.
Yeah. But just to finish it off, I think at the start when I asked you about, as an economist, the economic effects, whether the implications and directions of the NPSUD was a factor in considering economic effects issues, and you said you didn't think so. So,
with regard to public transport,
no, I asked you about the two questions. Firstly, about multimodal public transport, and secondly, about the implications of the NPSUD in relation to economic effects and beauty. So, if you've changed your mind, let's just make that clear now.
Yes, well, I think the NPSUD has moved on from the NPSUDC to include a much broader range of things to consider. It's essentially a section 32 under the RMA now that's required by it, so it encompasses everything. So yes, I think those matters that come up for a new retail centre fall within the scope of the NPSUD.
Yes, but as an economist, your expertise, you would be guided by economic assessment and economic evidence to panels like us by directions, focus of the NPSUD. Is that your position?
Well, it requires assessment of capacity, development capacity. That's the primary economic part of the NPSUD. But beyond that, it has a very wide scope that you can put onto the table to consider, and those sorts of matters could come onto the table for an assessment under that. But that would equally come onto the table under section 32.
Okay, but you still haven't asked me a question. As an economist doing an economic effects assessment, remember remember your role is to help the panel make decisions. That's your role as an expert witness. Firstly, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, it's independent expertise to help us make an effective decision.
Yes.
Yes. So when you're looking at economic evidence and your advice to us, the economist, should we be considering that MPSUD and you and your advice to us in relation to the economic matters we're talking about?
I believe it would be within that scope. The MPSUD is like section 32, considering costs and benefits rather than effects. So I'll just make that distinction.
Yes, okay. Costs and benefits. Okay, that's fine. I think, do anyone have any other questions on New Plymouth based matters?
One,
One.
and it's not to these two witnesses, it's just a clarification to proceed with. In terms of the chart and based on what we've just heard, in terms of the activities column, what I'm particularly interested in is provision for offices, retail and residential in those zones down the left-hand side. And in particular, if there are any restrictions like for residential, does it have to be above ground in certain centres?
All right, any other questions?
Yeah, you've both done an assessment of what you perceive to be the current retail vacancy within the CBD. I know you've used different sources, but I just want to clarify two things. One, have you both been talking about the same geographical area? And two, how far apart are you actually? Geographical area, where you've done your vacancy assessments, do they include just the town centre zone, or do you get out into the mixed use zone?
Mine does, the CBD and its use.
Yep, I've done both, and I physically walked and counted.
Yep.
Whereas Mr. Thompson's rung up some people and asked them to guess. So I've got a real concern with that sort of thing.
Okay, well, please.
Okay, so you both looked at the same area.
Yep.
And I mean, how far apart are you though in terms of a percentage? And I guess the follow-on question, the one that precedes that is, are you both counting the same thing in terms of what you define as retail vacancy? That's I guess the another question.
Yeah, well, what I've done is looked at what vacancies are currently listed on TradeMe and other commercial websites.
For retail?
For lease, for rent. There may be a small number of additional stores that are not listed on those websites for rent. Some of the existing vacancies in the CBD may not have a tenant in them, but they may have been tenanted. So a tenant may be either ready to move in, or they may be undergoing a fit out or construction to prepare for that occupation. And then there may be some tenancies that are just being refurbished by the owner and are not put onto the market until that refurbishment is completed. So just with regard to your question, that's one of the potential differences between Mr. Heath and my assessment is, if I understand correctly, he includes buildings that are under construction in his vacancy. Obviously, he can clarify that. I've suggested in my evidence that it would be helpful to have the stores that are under construction split out from the stores that are vacant with a full lease sign on and ready to go.
Moving into topic 2, which is the empirical evidence
all right, okay.
around New Plymouth numbers.
All right, established that's done in the same area, so that's the main.
Okay, so can I suggest we take a break? So the next topic will be empirical evidence you've provided in writing and other empirical evidence that might assist us associated with New Plymouth. Third topic is the other jurisdictions and the information about comparisons with other towns and things. We'll take a break and come back at 11:10. Thank you. empirical information or evidence we have associated with economic issues around the centres question. And I think I'll let Commissioner Littlejohn lead off with some of those, following on from those initial questions.
I think I sort of strayed into the key. The real focus of both your analyses to us is very much around the retail activity, as I understand. Is that right?
Well, I can speak for myself. I've looked at CBD composition in terms of employment and economic output to provide an understanding of what makes up the CBD, which is demonstrating that it's a range of other things other than just retail.
Okay, but in undertaking and providing that advice, is that focused, that it's been solely focused on data you've been able to glean for New Plymouth?
Well, I can take you through the analysis in the supplementary statement. I've looked at employment data from 2020 to 2000 to 2020 for the main CBDs across the country, which shows essentially how they've performed over time in the presence of this competition.
Steve?
No, I've looked at the commercial office market as well. Okay. As part of my original report. So retail and office in that main report. Both CBD and industry.
Whether I do have some questions for Mr. Well, for both economists about the tables that have been prepared. They do cover all those other ones, but there is one here for New Plymouth. Can we focus on that? Which is page 9. And table 14, I think, of your supplementary evidence. Yeah. I have an initial question about the sort of the COVID effect. We're up to, this is data up to 2020. Is there a month? Is it May, June? What's the data set?
Oh, I'd have to check that actually, but it wouldn't go into 2021, obviously.
No. Okay. So we're not seeing the COVID effect on the end.
No, it's this year ending the business frame. I shouldn't got it from the business frame data, and that's year ending February.
Yeah, February 20. Okay.
So the effects from COVID wouldn't have filtered through the numbers yet.
So on the hypothetical that we had data up to February 21, what would be your expectation on these graphs?
My expectation, on the graph.
For New Plymouth.
Yeah, I'd expect to see, based on what I'm seeing with the retail vacancy numbers, I'd expect to see retail numbers fall, and I'd also expect to see some office activity employment fall. To what extent, I'm not too sure.
I think certain sectors will be affected more than others. Cafe and restaurants, hotels being the obvious examples, will be quite affected. People probably eat out less when they're concerned about COVID, given the amount of information that's out in the media about it. So that may have resulted in some vacancies through the CBD. But yeah, without the data, it's hard to know.
Yeah. What would be your gut feel?
Well, there'll be some decline across the sectors potentially. I mean, what you can see across all these CBDs is a huge decline after 2008 GFCs. Whether COVID comes anywhere near that, I would doubt. There may be some specific sectors such as hotels and cafes and restaurants as some examples, but how much of a decline, I really can't speculate on. I think it would be hard to know.
Which of the colours is food and beverage included in? Is it in retail or other?
Yes, it's in retail, so the pink colour.
Just the follow-up question from that, just your comment that these centres are showing a lot of decline post 2018 GFC, sorry, 2008 GFC. That's not evident really here in Plymouth, is it?
Well, it plateaus or drops a bit and plateaus and seems to bounce back by 2014 or so, and then sort of gets back on its upward trend.
That's not what the graph's showing me. I'm looking at office and retail. It's been pretty stable through that GFC.
Oh, for office and retail. Yeah, so office seems to have continued very well in the CBD, which is good.
The retail employment base hasn't got back to the pre-GFC level yet.
No.
Okay.
Despite the growth in the market since.
So you're saying that if you look at the right-hand side of the graph on the purple.
No, so I'm just looking at the numbers. If you look at the table,
Oh, okay.
2007 retail employment 3310.
Okay, I'll look at graphs rather than colours rather than numbers. So take us to this again. So retail.
So if you look at the 2007 employment base for retail,
Okay.
it's 3310.
Yes.
Currently in 220, the retail employment base in the CBD is 3260, so it's still less.
Yeah. Okay. We'll look at the graph with the numbers. We're looking at a pretty flat. Oh yeah, line, aren't we?
That's actually not too bad for relative to other areas I've assessed in terms of isn't it a big deal?
Yeah. I mean, the other areas have had a similar trend with retail. They have plateaued after 2008 or declined slightly.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So the other question I have with this table and this graph is, I think as with the other ones, which we'll look at later on, you're showing us that the valley came along in 2005-ish, is that right?
Yes,
2006?
that's 2006. Yes.
Yeah. And we saw a bit of a dip after that.
But perhaps a slight dip there, yes, which
Yeah.
may or may not be attributable to the valley, but
Yeah.
certainly showing up in the data.
Yeah. And I suppose your evidence to us, Mr. Thompson, was that with the eventuality of sub-regional LFR type malls, centres, whatever you want to call them, malls, there's other terms you use, I think, lifestyle centres, the CBD just has to regroup and carry on. Is that the evidence that you're giving us on this graph?
That, I believe, is the clear trend across all the CBDs, including Plymouth, and I've looked at other CBDs because it gives you a sample to understand whether it's consistent as a trend and something that you can have some comfort making a decision on. But I think when you look through those graphs and you see where the new centres come into the market, you don't get any impact on the CBDs from them that's noticeable or notable. And there are two reasons for that. One is the new centre typically brings in only a small proportional increase to the retail market in a regional sense. And the other is that CBDs are much more than retail. They're primarily office employment and tourism and leisure and culture and so forth, with retail being part of that. So because the CBD is a much bigger economic entity than a large format retail centre, which is a one-dimensional economic entity, the impact of those large format centres or shopping malls and CBDs in terms of its overall economic output is very little, or it's not even measurable. It's not there. And I don't mean to give the panel the impression that there isn't an effect from retail competition on the CBDs, because there's certainly something to consider. I'm just trying to provide a way of understanding what a CBD is in terms of how it functions economically.
And just confirming these graphs include both the key zones we're dealing with?
Yes, that's correct. They're based on the zones that make up the CBD, including the CBD or town centre and the mixed use.
Yeah, this is data on all employees by sector, regardless of where they are, isn't it?
No, this is for CBDs. So each one of these graphs and tables is just for CBDs.
So it only relates to for New Plymouth, that area there.
Yeah, in the pink and purple. So it's just quite interesting. It's not an exercise I've done before.
The pink and wine.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Sorry, the pink and
About wine all the time.
Yeah, I do.
I would have tried
I quite like the description. Yeah. So this doesn't include the industrial stuff, does it?
Well, it includes the industrial activity that's in the mixed use zone.
Okay, so not the industrial.
Not outside purple.
No, just the CBDs. And, then I provided a breakdown of what level of employment within each region is within the CBD, and it's in the 20 to 30% range. So it's not as high as I would have estimated.
Okay. So for me, I have another question, a follow-up question about population growth. So this is employment, and I was testing a crystal ball about post February 2020, what's happening in the market and or in the economies, let's use that term. One of you has provided evidence that we're seeing in that recent period quite a high level of population growth, much more, maybe 2 or 3 times more than what stats were projecting.
Yep. It's not, sorry.
Yeah, so my question is, do you see that as a blip in the economy, the local economy, or do you see that around COVID? Or do you see that trend continuing, including economics, sort of thinking about the directions that MP National Policy Statement UD is having on centres and driving the whole urban fabric?
Yep.
So that's another crystal ball question. So Mr. Heath, if you could.
Yeah, so the original projections for New Plymouth and across the country were based off, were done in 2013. And they were, the early ones were done off the 2006 census results. Then of course we had the Christchurch earthquakes and pushed the census back to 2013. Then they did a projection of the 2013. Now the 2006 to 2013 period was a bit ho-hum in terms of growth across the country. So the forward projections from Stats New Zealand were a bit ho-hum across the country. What expired was the recovery of the GFC, high immigration and population growth, not only in New Plymouth, but most areas across the country, was higher than anticipated by Stats New Zealand for a lot of TAs, and that was because of immigration levels. So for the period 2013 to 2020, the growth was higher than anticipated. It's a good news story. However, the new projections of 2018 base have just recently been released, the census results. They've been released at a TA level, and they have been upgraded from the original projection series. Great, good news story. However, they don't factor in the now, I suppose, the responses at a national level to COVID. So obviously the immigration levels into the country have fallen off the wagon a bit. That will affect, obviously, long-term growth prospects, or short-term and potentially growing long-term growth prospects for the country. And a lot of the growth projections will rely on natural birth or migration to a particular area. So the likelihood of realising some of those higher growth projections that were earlier projected pre-COVID may not be as reliable, or as unlikely to be realised at the level that was originally projected in the updated 2018 projections. So the effect of closing borders hasn't filtered through in the projections yet.
What about the people moving from, like when you talked about Auckland, and that's been quite marked in the last couple of years.
Yes.
I'm interested in the effect of this new national policy statement.
Yep.
In economic terms. It's quite very directive.
Yep.
It requires cities, centres, urban areas to be planned for in a much different way. Combination of all those factors.
Yes.
I think you made a comment that, correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, I think you said to me just now that you see the higher 2018 census upgrades not actually being too ambitious. Is that right?
Probably not likely to be realised.
It's not likely to be realised at those levels.
Yeah. And
Even given the MPS UD directions and the
correct. Why I say that is the MPS UD, the whole genesis of it was about for regions to better look after and accommodate their future growth projections. Auckland's been terrible at that for the last 20 years. So they've now been directed from a government level to actually have a closer look at supply,
yes.
provide increased capacity as an obligation under the MPS UD, and a range of typologies and price points. So a lot of the flight from Auckland in particular was due to just the inability to service the mortgage required to buy a home in Auckland. And you've seen that flow over halo effect into the Poconos and the Tikawatas, and Taurang's benefited from that, Hamilton. So, and New Plymouth to a certain degree as well. So I expect the flight from Auckland to perhaps be a little bit reduced because it can and will in the future be able to accommodate some of those that growth that possibly couldn't be accommodated beforehand or wasn't being accommodated beforehand. The increase in supply through going up rather than just out will provide a great opportunity for buyers to have and a range of topologies to buy and purchase homes in Auckland.
Okay. Mr. Thompson?
I have quite a different view on all of that to Mr. Heath. I think one of the most notable demographic trends that New Zealand will see over the next decade or two will be the exodus from Auckland to the regions. That has been occurring for 6 or 7 years. At present, Auckland is reducing or losing a net 10,000 New Zealand-born Aucklanders annually to the regions and overseas. So it's actually declining in terms of its New Zealand population. Its growth is purely on international immigration. The main reason for people leaving Auckland to go to the regions is because housing is so unaffordable. It's just not an attractive option for first home buyers and retirees. Retirees sell their house, clear their mortgage, move to places like New Plymouth. First home buyers can buy a large 3 or 4 bedroom family home for a price they can actually afford. Infill housing is very expensive. Terrace housing and apartments cost more than standalone houses. And therefore, if you have a family, you need 3 or 4 bedrooms, the numbers don't work for you. So that's what's driving the exodus from Auckland. I've done a survey of 1,000 Aucklanders, and 60% of first home buyers are considering leaving Auckland to go somewhere else just for the reason of house prices. This is similar to surveys in places like San Francisco, Vancouver, which also have high house prices. And the question becomes, is that going away? And I don't believe Auckland can fix its housing shortage quickly, and I don't believe it can see lower prices in the short to medium term. Perhaps in the long term it can resolve it, but 20 years of under investment in infrastructure can't be undone quickly, and that's the challenge that faces. So for that reason, I believe this will be the most notable demographic trend that New Zealand will see over the next decade. Statistics New Zealand recently provided their 2018 base projections, which is from the 2018 census. I've discussed the projections with the team at Statistics New Zealand from time to time. They take a 2-decade history and project that forward. They've done that for 30 or 40 years in order to understand the housing market in New Zealand. Really only able to consider the last 3 to 5 years, in my opinion, because that's what's driving the house prices in Auckland are driving these changes. So in my view, Statistics New Zealand have lock themselves into a methodology which doesn't allow them to account for these relatively short-term trends. The implication for places like New Plymouth and all other medium and small regional centres across New Zealand is they'll have approximately twice the growth is what Statistics New Zealand projects. This is consistent across all these districts. I've actually undertaken a report on population trends in New Plymouth for Blue Haven, which is for their internal use, which may be available to the panel if they are able to make it available to help understand some of those trends. The implication is that the national policy statement requires a response to demand. So the question becomes, what is the demand? Is it 550 people per annum, or is it 1,400 people per annum that needs to be accommodated within the concept of demand under the national policy statement? And that's a very interesting question to grapple with. In my view, it should be the 1,400 per annum, because that trend is a national trend, and it's been happening for many years in New Plymouth. It's not just a couple of years, it's more than that. And I think when you consider the reasons that people are coming to places like New Plymouth, that gives you a basis for understanding what their future growth could be. So I think Mr. Osborne's evidence with regard to supply and demand for residential is particularly important. I note he says in 2.7 of his evidence that he thinks greenfield development comes at a significant cost to the community. That was quite eye-opening for me to see an economist of Mr. Osborne's background say that. I think that could potentially, if accepted as the basis for policy, be one of the biggest land use policy mistakes in the history of the district. If it does not provide enough greenfield land to accommodate this growth that's coming in, what will happen is the rush at the door from Aucklanders in particular will push the house prices up. All your local residents won't be able to afford to purchase or rent housing. Their social and economic circumstances will get eroded, particularly those at the lower end of the socio-economic status for rent. They'll barely be able to pay for food. So it's a reality. I think it's hugely concerning to me. I think
you were keen on these emotive terms, but I was going to say, yeah. So look, I appreciate your evidence here. It is important. And do you want to carry on with that?
No, that's really all I wanted to say. But it is the biggest land use issue facing the country. I mean, we have 100,000 houses fewer than we need. And the question is, how do you provide them at the right price? And greenfield land provides standalone family houses at a lower price. Terrace houses and apartments are more expensive. That hurdle needs to be cleared to meet the demand side of the national policy statement requirements. And I don't think that's something that Mr. Osborne has grappled with. My view is you need 5 to 10 greenfield developments, and you enable infill and say, go for it. If you want to build terrace and apartments, go for it. But you don't constrain the market to ratchet prices up deliberately.
Ms. Barry-Pacino, your witness has volunteered a report. Mr. York, are you comfortable to provide that to us, which will obviously be coming as some information and evidence that will advise us and certainly the staff when they're looking at this discussion?
If I could just jump in, this is still in draft form, they haven't reviewed it yet, so perhaps they would like to review it before they commit.
Yes, well, I'll take your advice on this, Ms. Barry-Pacino.
So I think Mr. York is putting a thumbs up to the commissioners, or to me, I'm not sure who, or to Mr. Thompson, but on that basis, I think that report can be submitted.
Subject to the review.
Yes, so how long would the review take to do you think, Mr. York?
A day, 2 max. Do you mean you want it this afternoon?
No, I'm just thinking that the 42A reporters are going to come back to us based on the discussion here. I think that might be quite useful for them to see. So if we could have that over the next 2 2 or 3 days by the end of this week, I think that would be very helpful.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Yeah,
Sorry, that's all. Just a supplementary question on it. You answered my main question about trying to understand both population growth through migration and then on the other side demand. Obviously, we haven't seen the report. Is it also going to cover off, do you have a view in regards to the regional population outside of Plymouth?
The report does cover the regional population, and it looks at what is driving demand, whether it's natural growth, internal migration, which is from other places in New Zealand, and international migration. So it breaks it down to those 3 types of growth. Statistics New Zealand has just recently provided the internal migration factor in its growth estimates. So it's particularly helpful to show where people are coming and going. For example, there's quite an exodus from New Plymouth to places like Wellington, and quite an inflow from places like Auckland.
So what's the net? What's the net situation?
What's the net? Well, your population is growing by 1,400 people. That's around. A lot of that is from Auckland.
It's interesting that scenario that you description of what's happening in Auckland, high house prices and exodus, could equally, and infrastructure underspend, could equally apply to Wellington. So
it can apply to, and well, one of the issues that places like New Plymouth face is a small percentage of Aucklanders moving to New Plymouth is a large percentage of growth in New Plymouth. So it does not take much to swamp the market. And for that reason, if I was advising a district such as New Plymouth, I would be very much focused on making sure there was sufficient greenfield land to buffer any spikes in demand and avoid house price increases, which is
the reason I asked that question is that I was interested to see that you said there's an exodus from New Plymouth to Wellington. But if Wellington's in a similar situation.
So the reason for that is you always have people moving to bigger cities when they're educated, to get education, to get better jobs, more specialised jobs, I should say. The growth coming to places like New Plymouth is first home buyers, because the overall package they can get in a place like New Plymouth, affordable housing, but still a good wage, a comparable wage. If you're a building, you get paid similar in New Plymouth to Auckland, but house prices are cheaper, so the package is better. So it's the first home buyers at one end of the market, and then it's retirees, and a lot of people are selling up to either clear their mortgage or access cash that they've managed to accumulate in their property price. And most people will be aware of friends and family doing that. Sure.
What of the plus 1,400 for Plymouth, is that per annum?
Per annum, yes.
And is that, in light of your earlier comment, is that double the predictions that Statistics New Zealand?
Double Stats New Zealand, double the district council's projections that they've engaged a consultancy to prepare, and it's good that the district has that growth. I mean that's one of the ways of increasing demand for retail and commercial space. So additional growth will certainly support more retail.
Okay, so sorry, I just want to cut you off.
That's all.
Yes. So this population growth is why I wanted to focus on EPSUD outcomes. We're also seeing the COVID having an effect and the change of work types with people more at home. So I'll ask you one more question, then I'll refer to Mr. Heath about, as an economist, what you're seeing in the data about people, and it comes to the office element, people. Do you see it being more acceptable by employers to have people at home? Is this myth about you can move to Golden Bay and work for a multinational in Auckland? Is that actually happening?
There's some good anecdotal information that's happening. I haven't looked at the hard data from overseas or in New Zealand on that, There's two trends that are occurring. One is people are moving from the more expensive central suburbs in big cities to the outer suburbs and lifestyle blocks, because if you don't need to sit in traffic to go to work, then what's the point in having a really expensive house in the middle of town? So it's flattening cities in that way. So the demand for peripheral and small town locations around places like Auckland will be increased as a result of COVID and companies being forced to work out how to work more online and work from home and so forth. And then beyond that, more people are able to work remotely from the regions, because working over Skype and so forth is now more acceptable, and people have their systems up to speed. So it's it's certainly an interesting change.
Yeah. And sorry, Mr. Heath, there's one little follow on. Back to transportation, which I know you're not keen to engage in, but the frequency of flights from places like New Plymouth to Auckland, is that a factor in the achievability of living here and working for somewhere that's based in Auckland, for example?
Is that in regard to the ability to travel for work in this capacity?
Yeah, basically the links between New Plymouth and Auckland by air, is that a factor?
Well, I would imagine it would be if you were wanting to work remotely and travel for an in-person meeting once a week or once a month, then having access to transportation, air transportation is necessary.
So Mr. Heath, I think it's, clearly you've given us evidence that you think we're going to undershoot stats, the district, 2018 projections. We've heard the opposite from Mr. Thompson. So having listened to that, you still stand by that position?
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing before us to suggest it's going to be double the growth rate. I'd like to see, this is new evidence I haven't seen before, so I'd like to see how it's done, what methodologies applied to get to a growth rate double the high projection of Stats New Zealanders, but concerning, quite frankly.
No, I think this is a matter of evidence, and we've set up a process to bring the two experts together.
They've had a chance to review it.
Yes, but just let me finish. We've provided an opportunity for the staff, and you're advising the staff team in terms of 42A to look at their report, consider it, and they're reporting back on the 30th of July. So you'll have the opportunity to consider that information and input to that on the reply. So this is an iterative process. We were starting from the first hearing when you provided evidence sort of on the fly, and we were going, well, and we've had to structure things around that. So again, I'll reiterate the fact that you're providing some really critical evidence to us, both of you, around this key strategic direction in the Plymouth district. And we haven't formed a view yet. This is like an inquiry. We're just trying to find out the best answers, and we always know that experts have different experiences, different knowledge, different backgrounds, and we just want to get it all on the table. And that opportunity for you to look at the report that Mr. Thompson's referred is there. Okay, cool. So on that basis, is there anything else you'd like to say in the meantime on the population projection?
No, thanks.
Any other questions about population? I have a question about another numbers factor, and it is the vacancies that you've given us about New Plymouth, retail and office. Is that right? Just retail?
I've just assessed the retail vacancy. Yeah, I'm not sure what the office vacancy would be.
Okay, so maybe Mr. Heath, you could start with this. You've got evidence about vacancies derived from information you have.
Yes.
So perhaps can you tell the panel, summarise for us where you're at with vacancies in the CBD as mapped in, let's say, wine and magenta.
Yes, in March, I came down and did a walk around of the city centre, and counted the vacant, literally just counted the vacant stores, and the quality of the occupied stores. And so that my number is based on actually just walking around counting the stores firsthand. I also observed that a lot of the stores that are occupied or tenanted, a high proportion of them weren't actually trading well or weren't of a good standard. So that sort of was another little red flag to me that the centre is not as possibly as healthy as it ought to be. So yeah, my assessment of vacancy is just by going around counting the stores in the centre.
In both the wine and the magenta areas?
Correct.
And all the way out to
Yep.
the right-hand side there?
Correct. Oh, of the CBD.
Okay, so this is where
The CBD vacant store.
your definition of the centre is,
There's the pink and the wine.
okay, but not the rest of the mixed use zone, is that right? Which is, we've heard, I think, is what we call calling the centre.
Yeah, no, the pink on the outside of the core, if you want to call it, that's part of my assessed area, but not the areas that fits within the
Okay.
system.
So you're here, this is back to the clarity I was after. We're talking about two key zones,
Yes,
city centre zone, mixed use zone,
mixed use zone, correct.
and the centre we're talking about, in terms of the centre's hierarchy,
Yes,
is that the subset you've referred to, or is that the whole two zones together?
two zones together.
Okay,
So mixed use and
so when you say you haven't assessed vacancies for the right-hand side or the area,
let me show you.
show me. I'm just trying to work out
That's good. That's fine.
what is the centre hierarchy and the centre base?
So my assessment includes all these zones here, that little bit, but not out here. Yeah.
Okay,
Those two people.
and the centre's hierarchy, yours, the top hierarchy.
Yep.
In your view, covers that subset, not the other areas.
For the city centre.
Yes, the city centres.
Yeah, so the city centre is made up in the hierarchy of two zones. We've got the core,
Yes,
wine coloured, and then you've got the mixed use zone on the extremity on the outside.
but that excludes the other mixed use zones to the
Correct.
north.
Correct.
Okay, I thought we'd established before that. Yeah, maybe I'm just confused. Mr. Thompson, what's your?
We did the same thing. So it's- But
Yes, it's just the mixed use zone surrounding the CBD.
Okay, so you haven't assessed the mixed use opportunities in terms of, you haven't defined the centre. Well, we've got the CBD in the centre, so the CBD is the CBD zone. And the centre for our discussion is the mixed use zone surrounding the centre, but excluding the mixed use zone north of that part.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. My view is that the CBD is comprised of the CBD and the mixed use zone.
Okay, no, that's good. Okay, so you walked around those areas and counted vacancies. Correct. Mr. Thompson, how have you achieved this?
So I've looked at current listings for lease and for sale in the CBD. And I've discussed, and I've found 23 listings currently available. I've spoken with 3 commercial agents, one estimated 20 to 40, one estimated 30 to 40, and one estimated 20 to 30 vacancies. So again, in the 20 to 40 range, which is roughly where Mr. Heath and I have at the low and high end. So where there may be some difference between Mr. Heath and my numbers is there may be some stores that are vacant that are not listed for lease. So I may undercount in that regard. And Mr. Heath includes stores that are under construction. So that may be stores that are new, that are being built, or stores that are being refurbished, and both of which may have a tenant already, or therefore have not been put to the market for a tenant yet, so are responding to demand growth. So for that reason, Mr. Heath may have slightly overcounted.
Are you using the same denominator to get your percentage? You've said 7%, Mr. Heath said 12%, but I mean, presumably that comes back to you agreeing on what's the denominator for your, what's the total stock of retail stores that you are looking at?
Yeah, that's a good question. The number of stores has increased from 248 to 335 over the last 5 years, so there has been.
Where do I find that?
That's in Mr. Heath's 2021 report and in 10C of my primary.
Who would reference to that store? What was Mr. Heath's reference?
Table 6, page 38 of my report.
Yeah, so I've looked at 23 vacancies over 335 stores to get 7%, and that's Mr. Heath.
35, and your 12% is, what's the, have you got that?
How's my vacancy of 41 over the same number?
Okay, all right. So the answer to the question is yes, you're using the same vacancy, 335. All right, that's good. Thank you.
Right, so any other questions about variable information that can assist us in relation to New Plymouth, either from the commissioners or volunteered?
I'll just make one brief comment. Mr. Heath has provided an analysis in his supplementary, which Mr. York referred to, which looks at the distribution of retail spend across.
Can I go to the paragraph?
5.3, page 14. Yes. And that shows the base in purple, starting off with 5% of regional sales in 2002, increasing to 27% of Hamilton sales in 2012 to 13, and that CBD has declined from 52% to 31% over that 2002 to 2013 period.
Okay. So sorry, so we moved to topic 3. Yeah, sorry.
I didn't really move off vacancy. I just had one thing.
Oh, okay. So to the New Plymouth empirical information, yeah.
Yeah, the point I was going to make was it's not clear from Mr. Thompson's assessment of vacancy who he spoke with, the experience of the people he spoke with, where they're from, and also what their interpretation of the extent of the CBD is.
So those are questions you'd like me to ask?
Well, yeah, that'd be fine, but it seems to me there's a lot of mystery around what they have used as a basis for determining their guesses of vacant stores. That's not clear to me, and they've been useful, I think, to actually understand.
Well, I think the criticism is applying both ways here. You've both given us a different method, and your method of looking at, you know, the newsprint that's up in storefronts has also been equally criticised for a variety of reasons. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's not a criticism of either of you. You're trying to give us the best information you have, and in reality, that the real question is there a significant difference in impact if it's a 12% vacancy or a 7% vacancy? Now, Mr. Thompson accepts in his further evidence that a high retail vacancy, e.g. over 10%, can have negative externalities, so needs to be carefully considered. So from our perspective, that's really that's an agreed line. You say the CBD is currently on the red flag side of it, whereas Mr. Thompson is saying it's probably just still on the orange side of it. And I guess we're going to have to take each of the methods you use to determine vacancy at face value and see whether, it's that, critical, frankly. I mean, is that how you see it, Mr. Chair?
Certainly.
Yeah.
And if I may just add one thing,
Yeah.
just further in that paragraph you refer to, there are other practical considerations such as
Yeah,
the age of the building and seismic issues. And this could be a major contributor to vacancy if the building's just not up to scratch for a tenant.
Yeah.
Or cost a lot to bring it up to the required standards. So it may be an issue that's not related to retail supply and demand, but the building itself.
Do you accept that, Mr. Head?
Yeah, but my point is, so how's the justification then? How does the distribution of retail beyond the CBD help facilitate the recovery, the investment required to bring that building stock up to standard?
Well, that's a different issue. Just getting back down to the bits of the puzzle we're trying to put into place here. Do you agree that a figure over 10%? What did you just say, Mr. Thompson? That there are other factors that potentially would contribute that might not be related to vacancy per se.
That may be driving that vacancy. So that vacancy, 10% is an arbitrary number. You won't find any academic research that says exactly that is the issue. It's just a judgment, but 10% is starting to get quite high. It's 1 in 10, so just practically it's starting to get quite high. The lowest you'll ever get is 3 or 4% because there'll always be some churn. So as you come up to the 8 to 10% mark or 10 to 12% mark, you're starting to get above that sort of lower rate. And many centres will have a vacancy of 5 to 7% just as a normal sort of rate. So that's sort of how I gauge those figures, just from understanding that sort of trend that you see in other centres with regard to the lowest possible vacancy and the higher.
Do you have any long-term data around that, either of you, for the new Plymouth CBD? Or is this really just snapshot data based on what we're doing?
Yeah, it's snapshot or point in time.
Yeah.
I don't know how to look at it. Sorry, I was going to say in my original report it was significantly less. So we've seen at that time a significant increase, which is the first sort of signal of some of the post-COVID effects. Because I did it earlier this year, so after COVID first hit and shutdowns. So that's the first little sign of what the effects of COVID potentially had been on the CBD, was just a significant increase in the vacant stores, which of course are not all just retail vacancies. It's like a lot of travel agents have disappeared and things like that.
So is that, what period is the difference? Is it over a year? What's the time period?
From, I think it was 2016 when I first did the audit.
Yes.
To March this year. So the difference between my original assessment and
So 2016, what were the numbers then?
vacancy was 12 stores at that time.
12.
That's reflected in the table 6 on page 38 in my report. So 2016 had 12 vacant.
Yes.
And the 2021 had an increase to 41.
Using your methodology.
Yeah, just going around counting.
Okay.
And there has been an additional 80 retail stores
Over that time,
so
nominated.
And what I will say on that though, when I did my audit, there was a lot of larger retail tenancies that weren't being leased. So the owners were actually subdividing the tenancy to create 2, maybe even 3 tenancies. So that's partly why there was an increase in the number of retail stores in the CBD. It's not a new retail stores suddenly occurred. It's a lot of the existing or the older provision being chopped up to provide smaller tenancies for the market.
I've certainly seen that well as well.
Yeah.
It's another retail unit.
Correct.
Well, any other questions?
I don't know if I'm going to get told off for moving into the next topic, but I'm going to ask it anyway, and the chair can beat me, because it really comes down to what it all means, really. Because you mentioned in response to an answer earlier, Mr. Heath, and I think it's been your thesis all along, that there's been a slow degradation of the CBD over time.
Yes.
And I mean, those are some pretty chilling words. And you know, I'm loath to refer back to my youth when I wandered up and down Devon Street all the time, and never paid any attention to all of this because I was a youth. But I am interested in this because if your data is correct and we've had, you know, a variation in retail vacancy, albeit in the context of more retail units evolving over your analysis, what's this other degradation that you're talking about? What's the malaise that's affecting the CBD? And when we know that the only activity that's sort of changed in terms of more retail outside of the CBD is the Valley, which was some decades ago. What's the degradation that we're trying to develop policy settings to turn around here?
Well, I think what the I've got as a general, I've got real concerns about the state and the quality of the CBD, and we're
state and quality. Okay, so
that just
unpack those.
State, in other words, maybe the health of the CBD.
What do you mean by that?
Which is the level of amenity afforded the community as a result of its retail provision, its commercial provision, the quality of the shopping environment, and the quality of the tenant to retail provision mentioned earlier is not of a high standard or meet modern day retail shopping standards, in my view, be some of the other centres around the country.
What do you mean in terms of the flashness of the shop
atmosphere,
the
health of the environment, the amenity it affords, the shopping experience it provides, the shopper or the consumer.
Yeah.
And it's suffered from motivability of activity, both office activity and retail activity, from the CBD, let's call it the core area, the wine, to both mixed use zone and further afield over a number of years. And it's that issue that I think the district plan is trying to rectify.
What led to that?
The ability for people to locate outside the CBD in perhaps with jumping pretty low hurdle from a planning point of view. And it's what we've seen.
Would it be as much the planning either constraint or enabling as much as behaviours of people wanting to move to more secure, safer, higher amenity, cheaper, more accessible premises, all of those other things that make the shopping or consuming experience better?
The CBD can, in my view, the CBD can meet all those things. It's very central, it's very accessible, it's just low quality at the moment.
When your reference to CBD there though, you're talking about the wine, not the pink.
Correct, second core.
Okay, so you're saying that.
So it's bled.
Yeah, but it hasn't bled outside of there, has it?
Well, there's both to the, let's call it the mixed use zone there, and beyond.
Whereabouts beyond? Where has there been significant increase in retail activity outside of that zone in New Plymouth?
In other centres, the Valley, when that kicked off, but apart from that, not a significant amount. The majority of it has been in and around the mixed use zone.
That is very New Plymouth centric, so these are appropriate questions, Commissioner Littlejohn.
Just another maybe appropriate question. You haven't mentioned the investment of the owners.
Sorry?
You haven't mentioned the investment of the owners of the CBD. Yes. You've talked about the quality, so it says to you, other than perhaps the road and the immediate outside of a shop, those are choices that the owners make in terms of the investment in their property and the attractiveness that is to tenants. Did you have any comments in that regard?
Yeah, I think there's a lack of investment from the owners in their existing built form, and that's part of the problem. You need, for a CBD, you need both private and public sector investment. I mean, the council can do stuff in the public realm, but that needs to be balanced and complemented by private sector investment in existing building stock. And I think the extent of the CBD is part of the problem.
Is it too big?
Yes, in my view, it's too big.
Can I just?
So I think it's
Yeah,
so the why, I think the question is the why.
Yeah,
Why
just
is
to
it?
Mr. Littlejohn's question as to what's causing the CBD to have a few vacancies. It's the structural change to large format. Large format in 1991 was 20 or 30% of all floor space. As of today, it's 80% of all floor space in the country. Massive structural change.
What was that first date in fact?
1991, that's when the warehouse was first opened in Wairau Valley in
Maybe
Shore. Yeah.
So
Probably
what was it?
from that. So that structural change is it's meant that your smaller shops now have to compete with this new type of bigger shop that's very efficient and can provide goods much cheaper and bring goods in much cheaper than a mum and dad operation. So that's a major change that's happened over 2 or 3 decades.
So 1991 LFR was what percentage of retail? Did you say?
About 20 to 30%, and that was supermarkets and department stores.
And now?
Now 70 to 80% of GFA.
that's New Zealand wide.
Yeah.
What about New Plymouth?
I don't know, but it will be similar. Most places have gone through this structural change where the main large format brands have come in. I mean, you think about Bunnings as an example. It wasn't that long ago that there was hardware stores, small ones, and now it's Bunnings and 1 to 10. So that changes the nature of that part of the retail sector. So that's changing. It's that addition to the market that's creating competition and making CBDs and town centres have to compete a bit more. So it's quite a complex issue that the retail sector is facing. And I think you can't just say, okay, well, let's restrict all competition, because you can't restrict large format retail. That'd be contrary to the national policy statement, which requires competitive land markets and that all business needs to be. If you're a large format retailer, you have a requirement to, the local authority should provide suitable land for you. That's the exact term that the national policy
I
statement
suppose
uses.
it leads to a question about where's the balance between what's been described as management, and I had in my notes, council intervention, as letting the market and the competitive forces go. Do you see there as a line there, or is it a fuzzy grey space you enter and you try to work it out as you go?
Well, I don't think you can avoid the competitive impact of large format retail and online retail, which is the next wave. The management question, as I say in my supplementary, I think the local authority has a role to play in coordinating investment in the CBD, revitalisation, supporting more office development, parking buildings, things like that.
But what's being suggested us here, using the RMA as this big blunt hammer with this plan, is simply don't make it possible for similarly mixed, potentially competitive centres to locate at some distance from the existing one. That's the tool we're being asked to use here to try and incentivise a greater centralisation and vitality back into the CBD. Isn't that it in a nutshell? Don't zone out here to enable something that's going to potentially compete in terms of a mixed use offering for the community at this location.
Yeah, in a nutshell, that probably summarises it. But large format retail is not even considered to be a centre in the strategic directions.
Oh, I get that.
So that's an issue in itself. The consented sub-regional centre will go ahead. It's under construction. So not to account for that raises obvious issues. I understand your concerns about the impact on the CBD of a new sub-regional centre. If it does increase in size well beyond the resource consent, then we need to consider the effects of that.
And I'm going to get Mr. Heath to talk about that. You did mention before when we were talking, and you pointed to the little A on your graph about when the valley went in, and that you said you didn't want to diminish that there was potentially some competition caused because of that, but you said it was fairly small because the valley offering is one-dimensional. And I'm just wondering, is it therefore possible to theorise that the effect of an out of centre proposition is very much going to be proportional to its scale and the mix of the offering that it provides. So that if you could control those two variables, you're going to minimize the potential impact at scale on your primary centre.
Well, that's exactly how district plans across the country approach sub-regional centres. If you look at Christchurch, for example, there's a cap on the amount of retail space and office space that the key activity centres have as a permitted activity, and beyond that's discretionary. And as I say, if you are zoning a sub-regional centre, you need to think through the effect on the existing centres.
In terms of the mix of the offering that's going to be there?
Yes, the mix of the offering. Exactly that, yeah.
Do you have anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, the LFR was first established about big bulky goods. They were called bulk retail centres. Fridges, yeah, whiteware and stuff like that.
Beds.
Exactly, and now it's morphed into retail centre drag with LFR. We're now seeing clothing stores there, like in my local one's Cotton On, outlet malls. So the level of competition that LFR creates to more typical or standard retail centres is increasing day by day. So no longer is it just whiteware and furniture, it's now just clothing. I go into my local warehouse, probably 60% of the store is clothing. Going on the left, it's now perfumes and cosmetics and stuff like that. And the very fringe on the outside is some of the more traditional large format products. So, excuse me, they're very clearly morphing into just retail centres. And
yeah,
and then also we need to be, when we talk LFR, we're not just talking the plus 2,000, the big stores. We're actually, the bulk of LFR stores are less than 800 square metres in the country. So they can comfortably fit, typically, in existing centres.
But no, just coming back to the point that we were talking about with Mr. Thompson, in terms of some basic ideas around trying to minimise the impact that out-of-centre activity, business activity might have on a primary centre, because I don't think anyone's arguing here that we should just let the new Plymouth CBD continue to decentralise or degrade.
Yeah.
It's just a question of, is this tool necessary to try and reverse that trend? And I've got some more questions about that, but I'm interested in looking, well, if we are going to allow an out-of-centre proposition, do you agree that controlling its scale and the mix of activities there are some good targets for us to look at in terms of ensuring we minimise any potential business agglomeration impact?
Yes, without doubt.
And the common practice, if I may say, is to have a permitted quantity of different uses, and then beyond that, we have a discretionary activity status for additional space. So centres not fixed at that size indefinitely, and any effects can be considered at that point in the future if and when they propose more space.
I'll interpose one supplementary question. So to do that, district plan would have to have numbers, limits around each type of activity for those lifestyle centres, malls.
Yes, it's prescriptive, but it's a good option. The other option is just to rely on the quantity of land and the location, and then it inherently can only provide so much space as a result of those two factors. And saying that you can do multiple level shopping malls, so for that reason you'd be leaning more towards a floor space cap typically, for that kind of centre.
So that goes on to the earlier questions of Mr. York, Ms. Barry Pacino around scope of the Blue Haven submission, which hasn't filled out the planning regime. It's asked for a list of activities to be located there. So that's another, it's not an economic issue, but your understanding of planning regimes and how they manage those things outside of centres, outside of CBDs and new centres, is based around caps on different types of activities.
That's an option. It's a reasonably common option that can be assessed at the business zone hearings, and is probably appropriate appropriate to do at that point. The issue I have, and possibly why I'm sitting here, is the strategic directions aims to take that option off the table with very prescriptive specification of what are centres and notes them, which is more something that you would find typically in a commercial zone rather than strategic directions. Yes, part of the district.
This is more of a legal, you can ask for all, but to look at the business zone outcome, we have to work within the scope of what's been requested in any submissions or further submissions. That's your understanding?
That's something I'd defer to a planner or a lawyer. I mean, that's my lay understanding, but I don't know if that's going to be to you.
So we've got a chicken and egg sort of thing. We've got we have indicated that we will be issuing interim guidance on strategic directions. And clearly, this is one of there are strategic direction objectives at the core of this issue.
Yeah. Yes, and as I stated in my supplementary, I think the strategic objectives 16 and 18 is sufficient, and 17 is covering the specific centres, and that can be a topic that's addressed later on. Okay.
Can I, Steve, I want to come down and just pursue another topic if I can. Your comment before about your concern of the health of the New Plymouth CBD, and I sort of badgered you a little bit around that, and you accepted that it came down to its current state, yeah, and its quality in terms of, I guess you said its amenity, vitality, and the nature of the, I guess the upkeep of the buildings and those sorts of things. And I did note in your evidence a real, and something I guess we all miss, is that it's people that make these. You can have the prettiest shops in the world, but if there's no people, that's not, and which just again goes to prove the the aphorism that people vote with their feet. They make a place vital by being there to some extent. So I just wanted to explore that a little bit with you, because we are sometimes, you feel when you're dealing with district plans that you're trying to solve the problems of the universe with just a couple of pencils, when you really just need a whole other bunch. There's a whole lot of other tricks you need to be able to fix these sorts of things. So if we just focus down on what a district plan can do in terms of providing incentives and disincentives to achieve outcomes, the sticks and the carrots. I mean, we've clearly been looking at some of the sticks here to make it harder for agglomerations of business activity that might go out of the CBD and then potentially compete with them. Looking at the other side of it, the incentives to increase that vitality in the CBD. Apart from making all of the activities that you might want to see there permitted, are there any other sorts of enabling planning propositions that could actually work to create incentives for revitalisation of a CBD, or are we all just reliant on public and private investment to do it?
Well, I think that latter point is a critical point. The regulation or the planning framework needs to be set up to make it more difficult to invest in some of those commercial, whether it's retail office, out of centre, make that hurdle higher. By virtue of that, you're actually incentivising the private sector to invest in the centres, because that investment has a lot more certainty to it. It's not going to be undermined 2 days later by an application or a new development out, a new office park or what have you, out of centre. So the framework is provided as much as you can, if you know what I mean, to make it more difficult to channel where you want that activity to go, but it doesn't physically do it.
But are there any other planning techniques that you've come across in your long history of dealing with district plans that sort of don't take such a let's build a wall approach, that accept that the community might like actually a range of opportunities and activities for outside of the CBD, because that's where people live. But other techniques that when the investor is saying, right, well, do I go out there or do I go into here? Let me look at the planning rules. Are there any other sorts of incentives that they can provide that sort of cause that decision to go, well, I'm going to go into the centre because, for example, I get greater FAR, or council's got a subsidy on seismic improvement, or those sorts of things.
Yes, development, rates relief, development contributions.
Rates relief contributions.
Things like that. I'm not trying to promote the Berlin Wall here, and you can't go outside. They're a major fixed space. You can apply for anything.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to, I suppose, through the district plan, encourage and facilitate activity in the locations where it's going to provide most economic benefit to the community. In this particular district, it's the CBD and the existing centres. And then test anything that goes beyond that.
Are there successful New Zealand examples of where planning constraints have been used on other centres to then have a direct benefit in a CBD or city centre? I'm not aware of any, but I'll look to you as experts.
I can probably
You could look at your basic ones like building height.
Yep.
The amount of the GFA you can provide. Those sorts of metrics.
Also, I was looking at more like examples of towns or cities in New Zealand where planning constraints have been put on other centres to try and get a direct benefit back to the CBD as a result of the planning constraint, as opposed to other things.
The most obvious one, in my experience, is Christchurch post-recovery. It's been pretty firm, pretty directive on where they want activity to go, particularly over the following decade. That's the CBD, and it's making it quite difficult in the way they're interpreting the plan. It's quite rigid. Rigid, but they're interpreting the plan quite firm, where they want to get the recovery of the CBD before really looking at other opportunities in the market.
Perhaps we should give a response first.
I'm not aware of any studies that have been done on that question. The analysis of the CBDs I have in my supplementary statement shows the opposite to your question, which is that the CBDs seem to have fared quite well with this new competition. So I can answer it in that way.
Yeah, it's on the other side of it. You talk about the competitiveness, but on the other side of the interventions, has there been successful cases?
I'm not aware of a study that's been done on that question.
Mr. McMahon, body language is telling me he's
Well,
from Christchurch.
feeling a little bit frustrated, I'm not keeping up very well. So I'm about 2 or 3 questions behind on this.
We're talking about,
So I want to go back to CAPS. I didn't get an opportunity earlier to ask about that. I wasn't sure whether you were talking about CAPS solely, and this is both of you, and in the central city zone, that once are reached, then force you to go to either the hierarchy of centres or outside to another zone. And you referred to the key activity centres approach in Christchurch, which I'm very familiar with, or whether you were referring to CAPS within each individual centre.
My reference to CAPS was with regard to sub-regional centres, so that's shopping malls and lifestyle centres typically. And it's common to have a cap on the quantity of retail.
Yes.
It's not the only option, but it is an option.
The key activity centre, one of the sub-regional ones in Christchurch, does have a cap.
Yeah, several of them do have.
Brighton, etc.
I'm not aware about the Brighton, but particularly the new centres, they have caps, and that is to support the CBD, as Mr. Heath is well informed about. As he's advised the council on those caps for that reason.
That's a bottom-up approach, isn't it? As opposed to a top-down approach where Mr. Heath, in responding to an earlier question about what Census Plus is, indicated that if you reach capacity in the CBD, then you can go to an out-of-zone area as a discretionary activity, but the criteria is that your capacity has been exceeded and there's no room for the new activity in the CBD, therefore other zones are fair game. But that's be a very colloquial expression of what you've said, Steve, but that's more of a top-down approach. You're talking about a cap that might be a bottom-up approach.
Well, the former is if a retailer can't find a suitable site or premise and wants to establish in a city or a part of the city.
Yes.
And from an economic perspective, you wouldn't want to restrict that opportunity because you reduce competition and so forth. The latter is with regard typically to new centres, and the cap is to give some basis to understand or regulate for any potential distributional effects on other centres.
So caps can apply at the central city, or can apply in individual centres, or they could apply just to one centre like the sub-regional.
I certainly wouldn't recommend a cap for a CBD or an old town centre. It's typically just applied for new centres, being LFR centres or sub-regional centres typically.
Yes.
And the practical reason for it is you need to have some comfort as to what a consent or a zone may be enabling. And it's able to be quantified in terms of the size of the centre and the associated effects that centre may have.
Yes. And in terms of the proposed sub-regional zone, I'm taking that you would expect that to contain a cap.
Not necessarily. I mean, at least it would allow the amount of retail that is consented, because that's occurring one way or another. If there is some potential for it to increase in size, say double in size, based on an analysis of the site, then that may warrant consideration of effects in a cap. If it's unlikely to increase substantially beyond the consented quantities, a cap is less necessary. But generally,
that's the unknown, though, isn't it? Coming back from Mr. York earlier, that he can't give us any confidence. He knows that he wants to kick off with the LFR in 2022. It might take 2 to 3 years. Then they might consideration to the other retail offerings that are consented.
Yes, so for example, there's a quantity of retail floor space that's consented, circa 25 to 30,000 square metres. It may be able to support 40,000 square metres, and the effects of that may be acceptable, not significant or beneficial in terms of a Section 32, to bring more retail space into the district. And if that's the case, then you may put a cap at that level with regard to the retail component.
Would you expect this process to, if it was to conclude that a suburban regional zone was warranted, to include a cap?
I think that's probably the best regulatory tool available to the council.
I have another question.
Just something in the spirit of the hot tubbing, is Mr. Heath.
I mean, I understand your opposition to the suburban regional zone, Mr. Heath, but in the event that it is adopted, would you expect it to have a cap?
I would recommend a cap.
Yes. And is there an ability for this process to determine what that cap should be?
Probably in the zoning hearings, I think there would be an ability for it to assess.
Zoning hearings. Slightly different topic, and it's just drawing on Commissioner Littlejohn's earlier questions about vitality of the CBD. And I mean, I just have to remind myself we're dealing with a strategic objective here, and the UFD 17 in particular, the hierarchy of centres, and the district is maintained in accordance with the following hierarchy. Number one, that the city centre is a principal centre that provides a wide range of retail, business, service activities, living, community, visitor accommodation, serves the district and Taranaki region, coupled with the urban form objectives about compact, well-structured, and I'm wondering.
Perhaps I've had too much water and I need a break. And I can sense it's quite an important topic. The options are, we have a 5-minute comfort stop and just finish you off. sorry. Finish the questioning. Will we carry on? I'm thinking we've got a few other questions about the out of zone stuff. So what do we think? Take a break. 5 minutes and carry on. Okay, thank you. Others are welcome to avail themselves too. For that break. Very good.
Thank you, sir. That's probably given me a bit of time to help define my question. So I quoted you UFD 17 and UFD 13 about different parts of the central city and its vibrancy and urban compact urban form. Mitch, Little John asked both, are there in both a carrot and sticks way, are there district plan methods that could achieve that objective, and presumably the policies that sit under that objective in an efficient and economic way? I've recorded the answer you gave. I'm also wondering whether you both think that there are some non-district plan methods, non-RMA regulatory methods that can help ultimately achieve those objectives also, and if so, what they might be.
Well, I think the two things that you can do through the district plan is enable more development in general in the CBD, office and residential. In terms of supporting the total market, the total retail market, supporting more residential growth and increasing the number of people in the district is really one of the most notable opportunities for the district plan to assist with increasing demand for retail space. Back to your question. I thought that's worth noting. The options are obviously subsidies in the form of assisting renovation, strengthening, streetscaping, parking, coordination of investment, all of the things that revitalisation agencies do in town centres and CBDs. So that's a well-established set of responses to make CBD more competitive.
And something you agree?
Yeah, I think the worst thing council could do was get this proposed plan through and then sit back in the lazy boy and go, right, done. That's not the way it works. They need to roll their sleeves up and probably develop a specific city centre strategy development plan and work out on a raft of initiatives on how to facilitate development of the CBD, how to cover all that sort of stuff.
Question for both of you arising from how important are those non-district plan techniques, methods, because other methods that we need to consider. How important are they alongside the district plan methods of achieving city centre vitality? Are they companion matters, or are they take on a greater importance or lesser importance? Given Thompson.
I think that would be less effective in a district plan that supports a more development in the city, more high-rise office, more high-rise residential, and more residential for the district overall. More growth and demand is what will resolve this issue more than restricting competitive environments. The Hamilton area has seen substantial population growth, and following the base entry market, the CBD continued to show year-on-year increases in its retail spend. I've seen council documents on that. And that is really driven by the population growth. So it's the population growth in the district that can help address some of these issues that some CBDs and town centres face. So in my view, those are most important, and the revitalisation program is worthwhile, but I think it would be less effective.
So what springs to mind is the saying, if you build it, people will come, but that doesn't always prove to be the case, does it?
If the council's fundamental role is providing infrastructure, so putting roading and parking and streetscaping infrastructure in place is obviously your first port of call. The revitalisation approaches tend to involve subsidies, which they're a bit hit and miss for obvious reasons, but where they can be quite helpful is coordinating multiple owners of multiple buildings to work together. And that's one of the challenges that CBDs and town centres face, is they have, you know, a number of owners and they don't coordinate their investment.
Yes. So before I come to you, what I'm hearing is there is a need to have these methods, regulatory and non-regulatory, district plan and non-district, working in tandem, not in opposition.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I just got a couple of questions about the use of terms that have been used for the amendment. I just need to clarify with the Mr. Thompson said, I think it's quite right, that the large format design is not a centre in the hierarchy that's proposed. Two things. Can you, I know you did this in the first, can you just remind me what the zones are in the centres hierarchy, starting with central cities, in town centre, local centre, and neighbourhood centre?
So it starts with the city centre,
Yes,
and then we go to the town centres, which are Waitara and Inglewood,
yes,
and then local centres, which are made up of rural service centres, village centres, and suburban shopping centres and neighbourhood shops.
that's the extent of it, is it? Thank you. What is the mixed use zone?
The mixed use zone is essentially that pink area around the edge there, and
Yes, but what is it? Is it business?
it is business, and it's got a mix of all sorts of businesses in there. So you will see fine grain retailing, as well as light industry, car yards, supermarkets, all sorts.
Is it part of the central city zone, or is it separate?
It's a separate zone.
So it's a separate business zone?
It's a separate commercial zone.
Commercial zone, sorry.
Comes under that umbrella. So using that national planning.
Yes, yeah,
Standard.
yes. Familiar with that, having done some work in Wellington on that. Okay, that's useful. Thank you. I'm caught up now, sir.
Yeah, sorry. There's been quite an interesting session, certainly for us, as you can tell. Can I just have one follow on? In terms of the centres hierarchy, is the city the top of the hierarchy? Is that mapped or described?
It's described.
So, Mike, you heard a discussion about the wine agenda, and does it include the rest of the mixed use? Is that described as the CBD zone plus the mixed use around it? Is that the way it's described?
No, it's described as the description of the zone. So that's what it's limited to. So it says the city centre zone.
Okay.
Being the wine area.
Yes,
Yep.
correct.
Okay.
I wasn't aware, that's why they asked those questions. And also the cap questions, that's why I wanted to get an idea of the heading floor space restrictions on each of the zones. And I suspect there's no overall cap, even if there is individual thresholds for individual sites, there's no overall cap in any of the zones.
No.
Sorry to labour this, but I am confused now. When we asked about the economists and what they were looking at in terms of the CBD, it was the wine colour plus the area around it. That's what you think about as the centre, as the CBD.
Yep.
You've said the centre in your hierarchy is only the wine colour.
Correct.
Okay.
So when I did the original assessment back in 2016, there was no separation between the wine colour and the pink colour. One of my recommendations was to actually reduce the extent of the city centre because it was so large, so extensive. And they did that through putting the fringes into the mixed use zone under the National Planning Scheme.
So the periphery of the CBD, it's not part of the centre's hierarchy?
No.
Okay, gotcha.
I've just got, it won't say one line, so I've got questions in your supplementary, Mr. Thompson. This is actually paragraph 52, and it's one of the concluding comments, and this is regarding that there's expenditure currently leaving the district. It's estimated to be 15% in 2021 property economics report. And I was wondering if you both had a view. I've made an assumption that of that 50%, it'd be very difficult to be able to retain it, because there might be very valid reasons for that expenditure leaving the district for a particular good or services can be found elsewhere. But I wondered, in the context of what we're talking about here, and particularly in the proposal for a sub-regional centre, what would be the realistic amount of that percentage you'd be looking to retain?
That would be quite a complex analytical question to answer.
There's a comment that's in paragraph 51. Here's a big number.
Yes,
it is, but it doesn't have any particular qualifiers.
You'll always have some spend moving from the smaller centres to the bigger centres within a district, a city, and within a country. I'd say that the objective really is to enable as much competition as possible, so all stores can find suitable land to retain as much spend as possible, and instead of chasing a particular level of retention as the objective. I don't think there's a magic number in terms of the.
This is an opportunity rather than here's a strategy and a plan and a target.
Yes, that's how I think about it. Yeah.
Did you have any comments?
Yeah, I think the play on leakage has probably been overstated when you look at the proportional amount that's actually leaving the district. I think under the verbal evidence Mr. Thompson gave previously, and I think in his supplementary here, it's not a significant amount. It's really on the fringes. We really need to address the core issue of the spend within in and around the district. That's where you're going to make most impact. But he's right, you're always going to be people who decide to go shopping in Auckland or wherever they go to be, but it's not, we're not talking large numbers here.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're trying to say is that the Blue Haven development isn't going to cause this massive restructure of spend that's going to be internalised in the district that's not currently spent in the district.
It's an observation. My wife sees shopping as entertainment. She'll go on holiday somewhere where there's really cool shops.
Yep.
And that's one of the reasons she'll choose where to go to. So
that's why Auckland's 4%.
Okay. So look, third topic was information from other jurisdictions, so other cities, either New Zealand or offshore, that might help us in terms of evidence. And Mr. Thompson, I cut you off when you're on 5.3 of Mr. Heath's evidence on the basis that, that was a Hamilton discussion. So can we just start there and go from that, and we'll actually have some discussion about that.
Yeah, so as I was outlining, 2002, the base was 5%, and by 2012, 10 years later, it was 27%, and most of that growth, most of that proportional shift has come from the CBD. I've had a look at some of the council documents that Hamilton City has produced, and they've shown that over the 2009 to 2019 period, the Hamilton CBD has had an increase in retail expenditure from 559 to $648 million. So despite having a lower share of the region's proportion of retail spend, it's having an ongoing increase year on year of nominal spend. So I think it's important to consider both of those metrics, and that's what Mr. York was referring to.
Yes.
So the Hamilton
Numbers again, sorry, 559.
559 million in 2009, increasing year on year to 648 million in 2019. And there's another report that the council has done, which shows that the CBD is now at 50% of retail spend for the district. I have to provide those two reports to the panel if they want to review those. That's using retail spend data as well. I'd also say with regard to that, the distribution is not necessarily optimized by having the CBD as the highest percentage of retail spends. You wouldn't say that Wellington is optimized by having the CBD at 50% of all retail spend indefinitely, because as the city expands, you need new centres to provide local access. So what's implied by this figure in this piece supplementary is that the CBD should continue to have, or that it's optimal for CBDs to continue to have the lion's share of retail spend, but that's not necessarily the case, because it can be more efficient to have a second centre or third centre in the city as it grows, and that's indeed what happens.
Steve?
I'm not too sure what basis where I said CBD should have a lion's share. I'm just simply identifying the level of redistribution in Hamilton as a
Maybe take a break. I think Australia's sorting them out.
I'm surprised that people find economics funny. Yeah. So yeah, it shows the level of redistribution as a result of the base. Now that's what I'm trying to do with that is, and that's actual market view data. That's trying to show the potential level of effect that the Blue Haven development, which is very similar-esque in terms of scale relative to the new Plymouth market, is like what the effect is likely to be on the new Plymouth CBD. At a broad level, Blue Haven, once fully developed, is going to draw circa 170, 190 million per annum. And the question is, where's that going to come from? You've got your local convenience centres and so forth. But the only real centre that can come from is CBD and the other part.
Isn't that course bolted?
Sorry?
Isn't that course bolted already?
Not yet, until it's developed. In terms of consent, yes, it's not great, but it's not developed yet. And Mr. Perry, in one of his answers, verbally indicated that they will only develop the next stage by stage based on demand, so that they still have to, I suppose, sign up the tenants and have that demand there before it gets fully developed. Yeah, it's not ideal, but this is what the CBD is facing.
So it's well, partially implemented consent, but you're not asking us to ignore that as part of the existing environment, are you?
No, not at all. I'm saying that's why it's more important to firm up the provisions in the plan to ensure another one of these doesn't occur, or another centre like this doesn't occur at the expense of the CBD.
That's not what Blue Haven's asking. They're asking for zoning over the existing land, albeit an extension onto the postal site,
yes.
The courier site.
Yeah. So the zoning is not necessarily linked to consent. I think my understanding was they sought permitted activities for a wide range of activities over and above the consent. And it's quite, I think.
But in that location.
That location, yeah.
Yes.
And I think it includes the New Zealand courier site.
Yes.
So there's obviously additional potential there as well. So, so I'm just trying to, I suppose, outline what the potential effects of a development of this type is likely to have in the new Plymouth market, which is significantly smaller scale than Hamilton or a lot of the other assessed markets.
Do we have to take into account, though, the population growth relative to time? Because presumably there's a correlation between regional GDP and regional population.
Yes.
So that you even though I take your point, if there's only one pot of money,
Yeah.
This is potentially going to take some from one pot and put it into another pot. But presumably the whole pot of money is getting bigger over time as regional GDP grows.
Yeah, the 180 odd million is more than the additional retail growth in the retail market over the next 10 years. See what I mean? So the pot at the end of the first 10-year period hasn't increased by the 180. It's very close to it, but it increases roughly similar to the estimated sales of Blue Label at 180 million.
I don't understand that entirely.
So in 10 years' time, the new Plymouth retail market will be in the order of 170 or 180 million more than it is today.
Okay. So another way of saying that is that if Blue Haven was developed today, assuming it was successful enough to effectively redistribute $180 million of GDP, it would take 10 years for the pot effectively to bring it back to today's date.
To the current baseline, yes.
10 years.
Yeah. Just given that context.
Well, I haven't assessed the spend that would be likely to occur at this proposed centre, and I haven't read any evidence on that. So I don't think we can answer that question until there's a bit more information.
Probably right. I mean, we do have a couple of off-the-cuff comments from Mr. Well, I wouldn't say they're off-the-cuff. Mr. Brogan fairly definitive about what he perceived would be the input to regional growth. Yeah,
Well, my point is I don't think there's been evidence presented on what the turnover of the proposed centre would be, and without that you won't know how many years of demand growth that would equate to, or what the distributional effects that may be. So I think that's something that you need to look at.
Mr. Heath, where does your number come from? 170 to 190 million?
My estimated sales,
Yes.
that's the proportion of LFR applying a productivity of 3,500 square metres, and I think it's 5,000 or 6,000 per square metre productivity for the specialty retail provision.
You've calculated what the consent allows.
Yes, so that's consent, not anything additional above that.
You come to a number of 170 to 190 million of sales.
Yeah, and that's not including the supermarket as part of it.
That's not including the supermarket.
If a supermarket. That's just currently, I think Mr. York's evidence provided as appendices, provided a breakdown of the plans.
Okay, but stage 3, my reading does allow for a supermarket off the Blue Haven consent. That's lower courts.
Oh, okay, then that potential sales would be higher than that. I wasn't sure if it was a supermarket or not, sorry.
It's just shown as two major tenancies.
Yeah.
3,900 and the other at 3,500.
The supermarkets trade at a much higher dollar per square metre productivity than other LFR.
And I'd note to the panel that if there's an increase in retail expenditure, you need an increase in floor space to meet that demand. I know Mr. Heath is quite interested in restricting supply because he thinks that some of the stores in the CBD are not of sufficient quality, and saying to those retailers you can't operate in this district anymore. But I think there's a need to have a response to that increase in demand, and that's the process where new centres enter the market. They will equate to a certain number of years worth of demand growth. It's a natural process.
It's helpful. So on the wider issues of other jurisdictions, does any commissioners have any questions on the evidence before us or no? I think the tables were useful, but that analysis you did. And certainly, you both provided fantastic set of evidence, given the fact that it's not the rebuttal, it's you've given your best shot at this, and we've come together. So if there's no further questions, there's one from.
So it's generated by the last comment from Mr. Thompson. If the demand increases, you need to increase the supply, you've said. And that new centres need new centres to enter the market. So my question is, why can't that increased supply be through intensification at existing centres, particularly the CBD, when there's been an allowance for an increase in building height to accommodate that?
Well, it can be if there's sufficient capacity, but I've assessed the CBD not to have any capacity for additional large format retail, and the council hasn't confirmed that there is capacity by identifying specific sites. Rather, it's put forth the hypothesis that retail can go up, and that doesn't meet the requirements of the national policy statement, in my opinion, in terms of understanding whether there is capacity to meet that demand. So for that reason, I think there is a need for...
Well, does the national policy statement differentiate between ground floor capacity and above grade?
It requires an assessment of development capacity that accounts for costs and revenues, and the revenue to cover the cost, i.e. the rent that a retailer would pay the developer for a multiple level large format retail, is insufficient to make that project viable.
So,
and that's evidenced by very rare occurrences of multiple level large format retail across the country.
so you're distinguishing between theoretical increased capacity through increased building height in the centre zone, versus the ability to actually provide that.
Yes, that's exactly that. You have theoretical plan enabled capacity, which is LFR can go to multiple level buildings, as Mr. Heath has put forward as an option, or you have commercially feasible capacity, which is the entire point of the national policy statement, which is to make sure that things can actually be provided to the market when you consider the cost of revenues and feasibility.
Sorry, you're talking quite fast. Can you just repeat that? We've got theoretical plan enabled capacity.
Yes, that
versus
commercially feasible capacity, which is what the national policy statement requires an assessment of, which accounts for costs and revenues.
Thank you.
So it's not just about, there are these parcels of land which can have buildings of this height on them. It's all about, is actually anyone going to do anything with them? Because a district plan can't make landowners agglomerate parcels of land and then make the return on investment low enough, well, high enough to encourage them to actually redevelop.
Yes, and that's why Auckland's house prices are so high, and that's why the country's house prices are so high, and that's why the national policy statement was drafted, because the Auckland plan was based on theoretical plan enabled capacity, and it was found to be insufficient to meet demand.
So when you move to a commercial feasibility model, I mean, yes, essentially what you're saying is that it doesn't matter that there's all of this wine coloured area. It's not going to meet the requirement under the NPS for all of these factors, these cost and development factors.
That's correct. Or I'll highlight to you that the national policy statement doesn't has a different standard for residential and business capacity. So you need to understand the difference between those two. And I don't mean to give the impression that costs and revenues must be considered under the NPS for business land, because it doesn't say that.
Okay.
But in my view, you should do that, because if you don't, you haven't fulfilled your obligations under Section 32 of the RMA, and also the RMA itself refers to development capacity, I think in Section 31 or 35. And I think under that, under those sections, you should consider commercial feasibility as it regards to business land.
So I think I got that. So you're saying that the commercial feasibility capacity applies to residential, only to residential?
Yes, the phrase that the national policy statement uses is suitable land, suitable sites for business. So it doesn't explicitly require commercial feasibility. But my view is that that's best practice to do that. It's potentially required under the RMA.
Right. I should know the answer, but either of those terms defined in the MPSUD?
The MPSUD defines development capacity with some detail.
Yes, what about commercial feasibility capacity and suitable sites?
Suitable sites are able to be defined by the local authority. The RMA doesn't have a definition of development capacity that refers to that phrase.
The term commercial feasibility capacity defined in the MPSUD?
Oh, it is, yes.
Mr. Heath,
Yeah.
would like to respond.
In my view, Mr. Thompson hasn't critiqued the capacity for LFR activity in the CBD at all. He's got a self-constructed 2,000 square metre land requirement. Well, we know most LFR retailers don't require a land requirement of 2,000 square metres because they're smaller than that. Most stores are less than 800 square metres. The other part that he's assumed is that it's the only development that can occur on the site is LFR activity. But as we've already discussed, there's a lot more potential to go up with other uses and have an LFR store below, or multiple LFR stores below. So in my assessment, for Mr. Thompson to conclude based on table 2 of the statement that there is no capacity in the CBD for LFR activity is not correct at all.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
Just, Mr. Heath, sort of came up what I was going to ask the other way around is do we actually have an assessment of the commercial feasibility of retail within the CBD generally for the purposes of the NPS? I mean, I think he's fairly acknowledged that this concept of commercial feasibility is only sort of enshrined in the context of looking at residential capacity. But he has thrown a rather large, lobbed a ball this way, which says, well, section 32, if you're going to go down this route and start to apply the same sort of construct for thinking about commercial and business land, then you should also enter into that commercial feasibility analysis. But we don't have any evidence about that, do we? No. I'm not sure if council has, but no. Your advice based on the evidence that you've gathered is that there's more than enough capacity for retail based on what you see by looking around the place.
Yes, yeah, within the wine coloured area.
Whereas I think Mr. Thompson's, admittedly, probably not well developed proposition is that, well, if you just take a basic example of LFR and what I perceive it might require, then you don't have those opportunities in the CBD anymore. And you've rightly criticised that for its limitations as well. But I think the simple point is that we don't have a level of feasibility assessment that sort of takes us across the whole CBD, do we?
No. And when you look at feasibility within the wine colour of the CBD now, you really should incorporate other activities. It's not LFR going up. It'll be LFR at the bottom with residential or commercial or medical, whatever, educational activities going above it. So you need to look at the feasibility of the site per se and its potential, not necessarily just with an LFR store at the bottom. But no one's.
There's not many developments that layer apartments above department stores, but it's not off the table.
Mr. and Mrs. Day can go and stay at Commercial Bay while his wife swaps in the bottom.
Or go to the rugby test. Whatever. So that's a recreational activity. It's defined in the plan. So look, I'm just trying to get a sense about whether we're finished here, because I do want to give both Mr. Thompson and Mr. Heath a final say in terms of what they'd like to leave us with in terms of their positions. But before we go there, are we exhausted in terms of our questions? We are exhausted. Right.
Well, actually, I mean, the impediment to substantial redevelopment in the CBD, one of them is simply land prices, which is a reflection of historic investment. That little anarchist in me is saying, well, isn't one way to drop the land prices is to introduce significant competition around the outside, so that landlords are faced to drop their prices to deal with a situation where there is not demand, so that then drives their land prices down, so then that opens up the opportunity for them to redevelop, or is that just way too radical?
That's the second round consideration. There was an interesting study done in Auckland on the effect of more intensification potential on existing residential land on the price of that land. So as you can go from a standalone to a terrace house development, it increases the price of that land, which is the opposite of what you're referring to. And that, in that case, reduced the amount of capacity that is possible under the district plan. So you do have the second round considerations, but I think at that point you're probably well beyond the extent of any analytical capability that we have.
I'll stop thinking with macro points.
So which would you like to start? It's really a punchline, couple of minutes of what you'd like to leave us with. Pick someone. Mr. Heath.
Okay. Well, from my view, there's no evidence that's been presented by Mr. Thompson that changes my view in any way about the appropriate way forward for New Plymouth in terms of retail and commercial. I'm comfortable with the analysis that I've done and stand by it. And I think that what the councillor doing with the strategic directions is a step in the right direction to helping solve some of the issues of the district that I've determined.
Okay. Could I ask you about you were involved in Mr. Osborne's work as well. You were all from the front of that page.
Yes.
Could I ask you about your response, your summary on when they were dealing with 1,400 people per annum new into New Plymouth, and that there's a major disconnect on the residential side?
No, I think it was Mr. Thompson put that forward as
Yes.
based on his new projections.
Yes. So if you want to say anything about that?
I'd have to look at that and see what are the implications for one residential capacity, the modelling that we've done, and have a look at the methodologies adopted to get to those figures and see how they compare to mine.
Yeah. So that was put so strongly by Mr. Thompson. I do think for Ms. Edwards and the team, you do need to take some further advice on that and include that in the final opportunity to reply.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Thompson.
Well, I think I've covered all the analytical evidence I've put forward in as much detail as I can, so I won't recover that. I would say that with regard to retail, the strategic directions, as mentioned, I believe UFD 16 and UFD 18 are in themselves sufficient as strategic directions, and UFD 17 is highly prescriptive and it appears to be looking to shut down the discussion about whether additional centres are beneficial in terms of a Section 32 analysis before that discussion is had. And I think I don't see how the strategic direction as outlined in UFD 17 can be supported prior to a Section 32 analysis assessing the options, because it's so prescriptive. And then it specifies centres that are considered to be optimal, but I believe that work to get to that decision has been done yet.
Whether we have to do this 32 AA analysis in terms of any decisions we come to, and we're always assisted by submitters and the council giving you advice on those matters. So you haven't done the work yourself in terms of Blue Haven, to do the Section 32 or Section 32 AA on that, on losing UFD 17?
No, I haven't, and I think that would be done, that should be done or could be done at the zone hearings, the business zone hearings, because at this point I haven't seen evidence that establishes that centres specified in UFD 17 optimises the retail market for the district. For me, it's unusual and potentially not good practice to have such a high level of specificity in a strategic direction, in the sense that you say these are the only centres that we perceive being zoned at the outset.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you very much. It's been a long session.
Appreciate it.
And I can't understate the importance this session is for us and quite a key issue for the district plan. And I certainly want to thank yourselves for having to write the additional evidence being here in front of us. It's had a lot of value. And certainly in terms of Mr. York and Ms. Barry Pacino and Blue Haven, again, thank you very much for supporting us in terms of this process. It's much appreciated.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Commissioners and staff.
Yes. And before we go, Commissioner McMahon does have a question for Mr. Brophy. If you're still there, Mr. Brophy.
No, he's gone.
Okay.
He's gone.
Got bored.
Mr. Brophy's on leave this week with his family, so we let him go.
Okay.
Pacino Barry.
Okay. He can ask you, Ms. Pacino Barry.
It's a straight administrative question, Ms. Pacino Barry, and I wasn't sure whether Mr. Brophy had taken up the request in the chair's minute regarding a red line track change version of the provisions.
I can answer that.
Yes.
There's been a request, it's been recognised, been a request to supply that in a couple of days, I think, Ms. Barry Pacino.
Yes, sir. Because Mr. Brophy's on leave, I will do that for him, just using the submission and work that out and get that to you. So.
Thank you. His paragraphs, sorry, his pages 4 and 5 and his evidence in chief cover it, but it would be nice to see it in colour and on a separate page for comparative purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we can go. You can go and have a well-earned lunch and safe travels back to where you're heading. And we'll come back, I think, about 1:45 for the staff. Is that long enough, or should we wait till 2 o'clock? It's been a long day.
Sorry, sir, I just have a question that's arisen from the evidence, and I'm not quite sure at what point to raise this, but I wonder with Mr. Heath and the Section 42A authors in the room, it would certainly be helpful for Blue Haven to understand the position of council prior to the zone hearing. But in both the Section 42A report and Mr. Heath's evidence, I have a sense that the evidence is reliant on a suggested approach that Blue Haven is not going to either give effect to its consent or that it's reliant on a position in terms of policy that they're weighing their bets, if you like, that it will not be fully given effect to. And I just wonder if that could be clarified, because I cannot get a clear sense of that in the written evidence of the Section 42A report. There is a one-sentence statement that says something along the lines of prior to the Section 42A report, the buildings hadn't been built. And then Mr. Heath has also referred to the evidence of Mr. York that said that some buildings may be delayed in terms of staging. And I just would like clarification that if the policy is being adopted based on a gambit, if you like, as to whether or not the consent is being given effect to, then that should actually be clearly set out in the evidence that that's the justification for the policy taken in terms of the sub-regional centre.
So I don't think you can ask a question like that of, in terms of the process we're running. Well, I think we've heard the question. If the council staff would like to respond to that in their final reply, that will be over to them. I'd rather not put them on the spot right now, and certainly it's departing from our process to have questions from legal counsel of witnesses or staff. So we'll leave it at that.
I do understand that, sir. It's just a question of clarification that I would like the commissioners to ask, because obviously for my clients, it's a significant expense to be involved in this hearing process. And for us to get certainty in terms of the council's position, it seems that it's an unspoken position that's obliquely referenced, but is not clear. And I would ask that the commissioners consider what I have put forward as a question. I realise it's not the normal course, but I would seek that as a matter of natural justice, that Blue Haven is entitled to understand what the Section 32 effectively analysis and justification for the position is, if it includes that type of gamble, if you like, in terms of facts.
I'll just pause and just get a view from the panel. Yes. So look, the commissioners agree with me. If you have problems with that supposition or that your interpretation, you've got the opportunity to perhaps raise that in legal submissions, or alternatively, you could send me a minute and ask for a direction on that. And then
I'll do that.
Thank you. Right, thank you very much, everyone. 2 o'clock, I think, back here. Thank you.
Still sunny outside.
Welcome back, everyone. Just checking, do we have anyone sitting on the Zoom?
I know, I understand one staff member who's looking to sit in. Might be coming on the last moment.
Perhaps as we go along, if people do pop on, let me know, because it's know who's in the room. Oh, wow, 6 against 4. Probably 7 was the heat. Is that the sum of it?
Supply and demand.
Sorry, there was someone on.
One staff member joining.
So who's that?
Wade. Yeah.
Yeah, so we just say hello. Yeah. Wade, if you can hear us, just wanted to acknowledge you there and say hello. And your speaker on.
He's shy.
Hi. Okay.
Jim's log.
Oh,
LOTV.
Okay. Right. We are now at the point of hearing back from the 42A officers on the strategic directions chapter. And I know we had a bit of a wobble in the middle about sort of the evidence, but the other evidence that applied to the staff's position on strategic direction. So dealt with that. And just for the timing of us deciding to issue interim guidance on this chapter, I thought the opportunity to speak to you in person today was a golden chance to have some dialogue about your final reply on this chapter. I was thinking that if we were going to have Blue Haven listening in, we might start with strategic directions, but we might want to have a change of topic as well. So it's over to you, which order you'd like to go in, Ms. Edwards.
So I was hoping to be led by you, but what I can do, if if it's acceptable to you, is probably make an opening statement about the Taranaki Regional Policy Statement, because that featured quite opening,
Yes.
and just observations about that. That's covered off in the informed development chapter. And I'll just paraphrase what's really said in there. And then if you're happy, then perhaps if we skip through the chapters in planned order. So that would start with historic and culture. I think that's the first chapter in that bundle. And then it goes tangata whenua and then natural environments, ending with urban form and development.
Perfect. Yep.
Knowing that there's probably going to, that's the biggest report, and there's lots of questions about that. And that's, of course, where we saw a high level of evidence presented on that particular chapter. So starting with the Taranaki Regional Policy Statement, we want to recognise that at the hearing, the commissioners asked questions of officers and the submitters about their views on the relevance of the RPS. As a response to the question raised, we have again gone back and looked at the RPS and reviewed it for a second time to see how it relates to those strategic objectives and whether it has been effective. We do note that in some instances there are overlaps between several policies from different parts of the RPS that apply to different parts of the chapter. Sometimes they can apply to both, to two different chapters at once. Officers consider that the proposed plan does give effect to the higher order document of the RPS by including provisions in the plan that address these issues highlighted in the strategic objectives. We consider there are some policy gaps where the RPS hasn't given effect to high order documents. So we talked about that in my presentation. So in particular, there is the MPS for urban development and the MPS for freshwater management. So if you have questions in that regards, they will probably be best directed to the relevant chapter on that. So for example, with freshwater management, it's probably best that those questions are directed through to the natural environments chapter. But where there is a conflict between the RPS and the MPS, officers are of the view that the MPS takes precedent as it is the most recent higher order document that plans are required to give effect to. Should the RPS be updated to give effect to the MPS, Council will be required to assess whether it still meets the requirements of the RPS, and if not, as I said at the first hearing, we will be required to do updated plans via a plan change required a reaction. So that's really just what I wanted to emphasise, is that we have gone and done some more analysis and we're still satisfied that we are meeting those requirements of the RPS.
Any questions on that?
Yeah, just one. I mean, there's a requirement for the RPS to give effect to the MPSQD. There's a requirement for the district plan to give effect.
Yes.
So, so does it really, in paragraph 28, does it really matter if your plan, if it's deemed that your plan gives effect to the MPSQD? Does it really matter what the RPS does? Because presumably it's going to give effect to it. It's just a timing issue.
That's right. No, it probably doesn't. No.
Yes, okay. There's some wider questions on the RPS that I asked about its relevance, its fit for purpose in terms of its longevity and timing. Did you cover that at all?
I think in the UFD report, we've touched on that a little bit, where it was in particular to certain submitters. No, I don't think, unless the particular chapter author has gone into that, I haven't probably got anything further to say on that.
So that would be the panel with the view that it is still fit for purpose, it still needs to give an effect to,
Yeah.
regardless of its relationship to UDF.
Yes, it is still fit. It is still fit for purpose, but noting that it is of some years old and it does have those policy gaps in it.
Might come back to that in relation later on in relation to post new strategic objective 23. That's what it is, 23 on infrastructure.
I think the key thing will be to get your advice on where you think there is any conflict in terms of policy direction between the RPS and the NPS. Because there are two ways you resolve a conflict. You simply you say that there is none and that we're happy on the evidence that there's an effect to and we don't raise it. But if there is one, then I think the legal pathway to resolve that is to go to the next higher document, which is part 2, and reason based on the analysis of part 2 and taking a contemporary view to policy development under the Act, that it would support us giving greater weight to the more contemporary statement of national policy. And I think that would be the legally sound way to do it.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea. Just on that, so the district plan has to give effect to both.
Yep.
You've made an assumption that the high level document has priority over the NPS,
So
even though they're both.
No, they're on the same level.
Yeah, well,
The statutory obligation is the same for both. Yeah.
that's right. So for example, with it hasn't given effect to the NPSUD. So in this case here, we've within the scope of the submissions, we've tried to give effect as much as we possibly can to them, and also through our obligations under the NPSUD. What we need to do anyway has been going on in the background too.
So it only become an issue if I can't contemplate why this might happen, if the RPS gave effect to the UD in a different way that was conflicting with the district plan giving effect. I couldn't imagine that happening because RPS is going to be a fairly generic level anyway.
Correct.
Yes. And if there was a case, then you'd initiate a plan change of irrigation to deal with that.
As you do step through in the original 42A report, how you're going to progressively deal with the NPS UD in terms of possible plan changes, and I think there's quite a section in the original 42A report about that. Yeah.
So I can appreciate it's probably somewhat confusing that you would deal with it. There was 4 authors to that. So if you'll probably through the questions get an idea who's going to answer what. But when there is a question particularly relating to the housing supply, that sort of side of it will be with Campbell and Louise and our obligations on the NPS UD. The centres hierarchy side of things, that sits with Lauren.
Yes.
And I finish on the back half of the report, which is to do with energy, infrastructure, social infrastructure, those things. So, so if I have to quickly look down the line, so we're the royal we, but we are individual authors and within there, so we wrote sections of that.
But please just butt in where some questions.
Sure.
We'd like to hear from you all, obviously. Yeah, but yeah, that's good.
Sorry, just by way of apology, I asked you a question about the hierarchies this morning. When I started reading the 42A reply, I started at page 5, thinking that was the real where it started, and I see at pages 3 and 4 you've clarified the zones included in the census hierarchy, paragraphs 15 and 16. So apologies, I missed that on my first read through it.
Yeah, and I suppose my confusion was I had a question here at 15.1. What is the CBD for the analysis from the economists? That's where I got a bit muddled up. they're assessing the CBD in terms of the imperial information, but that's not the city centre zone, which is the only zone that the strategic objectives has in its hierarchy. Yeah. So that's where I got to as well. Okay, so do you want to kick off? Is there any other questions? We go to the historical and cultural.
No, I've got, I think.
Right, Richard.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My Section 42A report initially covered 4 key issues, which were increasing the number of scheduled heritage buildings, use of the term protect, strategic objectives need to be clarified and strengthened, and or strategic objectives are not reflected through the rest of the plan. My right of reply report addresses the use of 2 of those and concern of the word protected and the role of qualifiers, and the addition of the word sites and areas and the use of and or in the 2 first historic and cultural objectives, HC1 and HC2, and a minor change to HC3. So essentially I've amended HC1 and HC2 to more clearly articulate the issues that we identified in the Section 32 report. And this has meant returning to the defined term historic heritage, which includes sites and areas, and have moved the word protected to be used in HC2 only. I've provided an alternative qualifier from the Section 6 suggested by some of the submitters at the end of HC2, which reads protected from inappropriate activities. I've also removed the or from the and or in HC2. In response to the evidence from Te Tahitanga Te Aotearoa Trust, I've removed the word practices from HC3 as they consider it as unnecessary, and I'm guided by their greater knowledge of Te Reo. Okay, questions?
Start with Commissioner McMahon. If you're ready, or anyone else has any questions, Commissioner Coughlin? Maybe I'll stop just the alternative qualifier you're more comfortable with. So this is again provided for instead of protected.
That's right, in HC1, yes. And then in HC2, protected from inappropriate activities.
Yes.
I understand the sentiment. I just wonder why you departed from the wording in Section 6. If
it wasn't so much that we departed from it, but that we wanted to stand with our original position that the overarching nature of the strategic objectives, needed to provide for something slightly different from the Section 6 wording.
Yes.
It's not a...
I understand that. I just I want to have a dialogue about that. Consent comes in at some stage for a subdivision activity. Subdivision, does it benefit from the term activity? I mean, the wording in Section 6 is an appropriate subdivision use and development, I think. Subdivision development, USD, yep.
Yeah.
The intent is clear. I think the intent, it just does the delivery make it certain that when a reporting officer for the council assesses and reports on that subdivision in relation to a heritage site, that it can get the benefit of HC2.
I think so, because it is close to the Section 6 wording. It refers to the word inappropriate. Yes. And the word activities. And there are other provisions in the historic heritage chapter that provide for that specific.
It's for the term activities. Does the plan define that term?
Yes, it does.
What's the definition?
Means land use activities building activities, subdivision and or development.
Okay, that's the answer. Thank you. We got there.
Any other questions?
Yes, just where's the and or delete alteration on
In the report,
on the track change on your appendix 1? Couldn't see it crossed out.
First,
yes, it's HC2, the cultural, spiritual.
Oh, sorry.
And
Yes, got it. Looking for the end. Okay. And the non-use of the word cultural values and the preference for historic heritage. Again, similar to my question about activities, is historic heritage defined in the?
it is, we've retained the RMA definition of historic heritage, which includes sites and areas.
Does it include the term cultural values?
It doesn't, as far as I'm aware.
It doesn't. So that's intentional.
Yes, I just thought there was an overlap and a bit of lack of clarity between the first two objectives, HC1 and HC2.
Okay.
Yeah, in respect to what we initially tried to do with, or referred to in our section 32 report.
Yes.
Sorry, your paragraph 17 outlines that discussion, doesn't it? Yes.
You're not worried about the use of the word historical values in HC2, given the focus that you said.
That's true. I've read it as historical values associated with historic heritage, and including sites and areas of significance to Māori. So I read it as a whole.
You don't think the word historical was redundant there? It's the three components: cultural, spiritual, historical values associated with historic heritage that you're seeking to capture.
I think there is a place for historical. There are other values, or what do they call them, qualities referred to in the definition of historic heritage that probably aren't cultural or spiritual. They refer to architectural as well, which could probably be covered by historical.
Okay, so given that these are objectives, these set up the basis for the policies and methods that follow to give effect to them. So HC1 would be presumably the basis for a policy and method that lists and schedules sites. Presumably in HC2 would be then the policies and rules that control development and are adjacent to those scheduled sites. Is that the way you see it?
Yes, and also HC1 is contemplated as recognition of the contribution of historic heritage to the district as well.
Yes, yeah, because it's interesting that despite the American spelling of recognise and provide is more like a listing and inventory type approach. And HC2 is about what do you do once you recognise them, you protect them from inappropriate activities through policies and laws. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
When we can debate these words all afternoon, and I just think the law of diminishing returns will catch up on us eventually. Yeah, no, I don't have any particular questions. Well, I do. In terms of what you've done to the tail end of HC1 and 2, I'm presuming you're accepting the Kangaora concern that if you just have a bold protection statement, you're sort of, that's all you can do thereafter. So you agree that some form of qualification is appropriate?
Yes, and so we try to provide an alternate.
Yeah.
Seems like we're at the end. I certainly appreciated the analysis you went through to get through this, get through to the final recommendation. And it's clear to me that, you have listened to and taken on board submissions and ideas from planners and other experts. So I thought that was very clear to me. So I don't have any questions either. Thank you. Next one is Tangata Whenua, is it she again, I think?
Natural environment.
Natural environments, was it, or Tangata Whenua?
Is it, the national policy statement says you've got to list these alphabetically, don't you? Isn't it? I'm sure it says that. That's why you've done it. I'm going to assume that's in that order because it's supposed to be, everything's got to be alphabetical.
It is natural.
Yeah,
environments.
yes.
Sorry, I put you wrong in my order, sorry about that.
And what the regional planning standard said.
We're required to ask questions of the order
Yep.
by requirement of the MPs.
Well, it doesn't bother me, I just wanted to know.
No, that's good.
So at the start of hearing one, I outlined the key issues in my section 42A report, and I take it you read the right of reply last week. So in the right of reply, I actually revisited objective NE4, which I didn't have much to say about in the original 42 at the start of the hearing, but that got quite a bit of airtime during the hearing about the place of the natural environment to the district's identity. So I have revisited that, we've thrown that around quite a lot as a team and landed back in the same place. So yeah, don't recommend any change to that.
So can I just stop you there though? Would you adopt the same approach that Joe's taken to her HC1 and got rid of the duplication of district?
Yes, I did think that didn't make the first use of that word could be removed, I thought, but I didn't really have.
Well, I mean, just thought if you were going to
raised,
do
so
one in the first
yeah.
one.
Nobody raised it, so I didn't, but I had looked at that a few times and thought that could drop.
So the first district would be the possibility.
Where you could just, the district's natural environment contributes to a sense of place and identity and is recognised and provided for, which is,
I think either could be dropped.
right, well, that's something to know. Sorry to interrupt.
And then the use of restore and objective NE5 also had a lot of debate and discussion through the hearing. So you know, some people wanted us to remove that word and instead of suggested adding two more. And yeah, and then further discussion about the inclusion of Te Mana o Te Wai, which yeah, I do consider that we have the scope to include that concept. I think that the implementation of that would come down through to the water bodies chapter, and I don't recommend any change to that objective in the new one. There's comments about the RPS relevance to the natural environment, though.
Yes.
I don't think there's anything in the RPS that we wouldn't need to give effect to, but I feel like the NPS UD and also the coastal policy statement would encourage us to go a bit further in respect of tangata whenua participation and just the detail in terms of the coastal policy statement.
I do have a few questions, but I might start again. Anyone else have questions to kick off?
No, well, the only one I'm sort of struggling with, and because it's got longer and longer, is NE5. And I can tell in your analysis of it in your report, you have really wrestled. And, you know, there's just a lot of concepts in here, and I mean, I don't have an answer, but I mean, I sort of get where you want it to be, but I'm just wondering whether it's actually by trying to be something to everyone, it's actually possibly something to no one. And I don't know. I think we need to think about it and have a reflection about it. I don't think you're going to get any argument that all the concepts and the outcome are appropriate. It's just how they're phrased in a way that has a real take home for what the rest of the plan wants to do. So, but I do appreciate the thinking you've done about it.
I feel that yeah, ultimately we're trying to achieve a well-functioning natural environment.
Yeah.
So those other matters are kind of the how-to. We could potentially remove is protected, restored, improved, or sustained bad. So it's just a well-functioning natural environment enables people to, etc. And then because it is identified that we do want to do more than the status quo, we could split it out and perhaps have a new objective around restoring and protecting.
I wondered if, whether that's perhaps what you've identified being the difference between an outcome statement as an objective and a policy then that finesses and fine tunes in a nuanced way those words where they are appropriate to the particular resource. So it would lead to a much simpler statement of a strategic objective, which gives a clear indication of what the outcome is, what the goal is, how that's achieved might be able to be picked up at the policy level in terms of protection, restore, and improvement. I don't want to use the word where appropriate, but in relation to the resources that are relevant in each of those circumstances, because there was some evidence that I must admit was interesting about not being able to restore in every case.
Yes.
And what baseline up would you be restoring from? And it may be that policy can spell that out more clearly than an objective, which is really stating a future goal or outcome. Would you accept that?
Yes, I actually think we could rely on the chapters, the natural environment chapters to do that anyway.
So that could potentially result in the deletion that you just verbally indicated. Yes.
Yeah, I've actually worked with quite a lot of interest your analysis on this one. As Commissioner Littlejohn said, there's a wrestling going on. There's certainly some good thoughts coming through in the evidence from the people that are looking at this objective. I have two questions about where you've ended up with NE5. So we have is protected, comma, restored, comma, improved, or sustained. So those all, they're not in any order, are they?
Well, yeah, I've thrown that around as well, because if you look at the TRTO area management plan, they follow a progression of, you know, the ultimate goal down to
yeah, well, that's exactly my question.
and
Are you looking at this with that or, which is the way I read it, in an avoid, remedy, or mitigate sense? Because these are all options, aren't they?
I think the or would depend on the current state and the scale of the effects, so the current state of the environment. So if it's degraded, you would seek some restoration, but if it's degraded, maybe sustaining isn't going far enough. So
Is that the way it's actually written at the moment, Joe?
No.
Right. Sorry.
That would make it.
It's just
It's written as a sort of a black and white statement at the moment, really, isn't it? That it's almost a must that it is protected, restored, improved, or sustained.
Except that it doesn't allow for degradation.
Yeah. But really, at the end of the day, you want a well-functioning and natural environment outcome, don't you?
Yes.
How that's achieved may differ depending on the resource you deal with, its current state of condition, and what's been proposed. But you know, if a developer comes along with a proposal to, I think the example used by Kangaroo was to pipe a natural stream, might come up against a brick wall on this objective.
Well, that's what I'm looking at this as a choice, a menu.
You are, I'm not.
You're not.
No.
This is the way the words are written in the commas, and I always think about avoid or mitigate. About whether. So
I guess it is a menu, and then the details in the chapters where we need to protect. You know, if it's a scheduled item that we've got a protective policy on, then that's when protect would come in, and then we've got restoration policies which aren't particularly strong, and perhaps this will strengthen it. But yeah, it does allow a suite depending on the.
Yes, so there's a suite of responses. So
and the details in the chapters.
Yes.
Can I ask another question? Could you achieve the outcome that you've just described, which is allowing the chapters to land this without the words protected, restored, improved, or sustained in the strategic objective, and let the chapters and the individual objectives and policies land it, but still in a way that would mean that the objective of a well-functioning natural environment that provides for the social economic is achieved as a simple outcome.
So your question is just, can we remove those words as provide?
Would that preclude the chapters at a chapter objective and policy level revisiting those issues and determining how the objective of a well-functioning and natural environment might be achieved in relation to the different chapter resources?
I think if you remove those words, the chapters could be relied on. It's not precluding.
Thank you.
My other wording question is about after the word sustained, you say that enables all people. Would a better conjunction be enabling all people? I think that enables, again, we're talking about sort of words, but when I read that sentence, which is a long sentence, that was another possibility that I saw after I read your analysis. Would that change anything? Change the enables to enabling?
If we kept protected, restored, improved and sustained in there, we need to
work.
keep enables, but if we remove those, then
But I'm saying that enables
Yeah.
could be replaced with enabling.
enabling doesn't.
Word grammatically,
Doesn't work grammatically.
no.
Okay. We have a grammatical
It changes.
experts down the seats, right?
You've got a lawyer, so the answer's yes.
Okay.
You asked for that.
Yeah, okay. Right, shall I go back to my questions? I did have a question about your paragraph 35. And this relates to the ability in 104, 1AB, I think it is, in 171, this new opportunity for proponents, applicants, requiring authorities to volunteer or include in their proposal offsets. So have you seen that type of approach applied successfully in the district?
Yes, with the biodiversity offsetting at the Mount Messenger bypass. So that was
Yes.
that you don't see proposals with that much detail very often, but I think that was very well done and some very good outcomes that
Yes.
in the Environment Court, the judges commented that they would never be able to impose that kind of level of
That was put forward before these changes on the basis that the courts had accepted offsetting as a reasonable approach. And certainly that Warren Authority was pushed to the limits of what might have been considered reasonable, but they volunteered it. They put it forward to me as a decision maker. So, well, the reason I'm asking you about that was with Beth is that does go, that provides another option up front where people seeking consent for complex matters that are directed by the objective, your MP NE5. In that there was a mixture of protection, restoration, improvement, and it sustained existing programs for kokako, those sorts of things too. So I quite like the way you've ended with those words personally. We will discuss it because it's a key matter. And again, I really appreciate the way you've quite a lot of detail gone through your thinking on that in the report.
Well, and I find it really interesting that the use of the word protection when we've got mechanisms like offsetting and compensation, because I think some people perhaps think protection is just don't touch it, but these parts of the act, there's a way through that you can still have a great outcome, but things aren't exactly as
you know, they're not untouched, but they're in this case improved. But it's not an outright don't touch. Therefore, you have to give more thought to that as we go into the biodiversity chapter and that sort of thing as well.
Yes. But because, well, would you agree that because of biodiversity chapter, you're dealing with some quite big issues and the need to adapt and respond? I'm thinking about coastal hazard effects. I'm thinking about how sort of SNAs are dealt with and rules and things about them.
Yeah.
You might look at a menu like this, which doesn't include degradation, does it?
No.
You said, and say there are ways of at least sustaining what we have. Or you might have a choice of protecting part of an area, maybe under a Kuitu covenant, or you might restore a particular stream environment that's particularly important, and as an offset, you wouldn't be restoring all of the stream environments in that huge area around Mount Messenger, but there were some streams that, as an offset, we're going to restore back to something which was quite natural because it's been seriously degraded over time.
Yes.
So I'm just getting your guidance about, you know, that example, and whether you yourself, and I think you got there with your analysis, was having all those words as opportunities to move from degradation to improve, at least sustain, or maybe protect in some cases,
Yeah.
provided a reason or quite clear direction about the opportunities.
That designation process was very insightful, and yeah, seeing what's possible if parties work together, and you know, in particular the role of tangata whenua and putting to the outcomes that can be achieved.
So
I'm not sure I haven't answered your question.
It's more of a discussion and debate, I think, because you had such a big role in that very substantial natural environments discussion. There was the historic heritage, obviously, and the cultural values. They were the two massive headlines for that project. But when I'm looking at your words, the outcomes that the requiring authority volunteered were a mix of those four elements in my mind. Would you agree with that?
Yes, particularly the restore. Yeah.
Okay. I did have this question about, are we dealing with the ore and the ordering to mitigate context?
Yes, it reflects it as a menu.
Yes, the menu. Okay, so that's your position about how you read it?
Yes, because there's different circumstances and different, depending on the state of the environment, what's called for.
Yes. Question about scope. Well, your paragraph 36, which I was interested in, where you're talking about restore under the new exposure draft for natural and built environments bill being released. While this is no legal status fund, it does provide some wording, I believe, is within scope. So it's not the new bill that's within scope, it's wording you already have that's within scope. Is that right?
The intent of what that objective is trying to achieve, and the submissions in particular from Te Aotearoa around the words that they use in their plan and that they were seeking for us to use. So they had a number of words. Improve wasn't one of them, but yeah, improving is really the gist of what I hope that objective achieves.
Okay.
Improvement, not degradation. Sustaining, I think we can cope with in some minor situations, but overall the goal should be improvement.
But an objective's not going to do that, is it? An objective, I mean, unless you've got methods that actually go beyond sustaining, all this is speaking to is the odd non-complying application that comes in that actually is going to do something the plan doesn't provide for, but just happens to have restorative or improvement value. So I mean, I'm thinking we've sort of got to leave my thing is we've got to sort of leave this open until we actually get into the weeds on what the plan is actually doing with its machinery around.
Yeah, except
seeing
that
these sorts of
I want to ask the witness though,
Yeah.
whether you do accept that these strategic levels should be a high level expression of an environmental outcome.
Yes.
Yeah.
The goal,
Yes.
not necessarily how you achieve the goal. Surely that's a responsibility for the lower level objectives and policies.
And,
Because,
and compared to the UFD chapter, I think the natural environments strategic direction is quite, you've got your individual chapters that are focused on biodiversity and, we'll deal with threatened species and things like that in that chapter, but we can, and then water bodies and the special things about them, but then we can lift it up to the strategic level and just say, for the natural resources of the district as a whole, this is what we want. This is the outcome we see.
Just put that in context, Mr. Keith, so you don't think I'm singling you out, because I'm not. You might recall that I asked the same question to Mr. Brophy in relation to the uniform objectives, particularly his very last objective that I suggested might be better recast as a policy. It was on the hearing 2 weeks ago. And I don't expect to remember that, but the wording of that objective that he was seeking, I don't have it in front of me, was a how you achieve as opposed to what's to be achieved. To be fair to Mr. Brophy, he disagreed with me and said no, he still thought it qualified as an objective, even though it didn't state an outcome, it stated a method of achieving an outcome. So that's the context for the questions that I'm asking you.
You could argue that the strategic intention, the strategic guidance to people is that you're going to consider protecting, you're going to consider restoring.
Yeah.
That's an outcome that users of the plan will
It's a
consider
method,
those.
it's a method of achieving.
It's a method of achieving it, but it's also
Put it this way, not having those words there don't preclude consideration of that,
No.
particularly if they're captured at the chapter. Yeah. Okay, because the designation example you gave, there's a situation where when the decision maker assesses the effects of the designation, must do it by having particular regard to the lens of provisions of the plan, alternatives, necessity of the work, and any other matter. So it's having regard through the lens of the provisions of the plan that the word in the plan, I suggest perhaps is less important than say in a section 104 situation where with the non-complying activity, you can't be contrary to objectives and policies. And so the wording of the strategic objective will become very, very crucial in a 104 resource consent situation compared to a designation situation. There's no question there, it's just an against statement.
Okay, sounds like we've got some food for thought in terms of the choices which you've heard. Do we keep in the menu or do we not? And my question is, if we don't take those words out, is the objective clear enough? It seems, if you read it without those words.
To remove those words, you'd simplify it and put more focus on that we want a well-functioning natural environment.
Yes.
I think that
And well-functioning natural environment, that's not defined, is it? That's the well-functioning.
It is in the freshwater management NTS.
Okay.
When you could,
and freshwater
Because
management.
I'm thinking about the not degrading, which to me is the objective.
Yeah.
Don't want it to be.
you could, depending on how blank the canvas is, you could sort of take the same approach as we've done with HC1 and maybe take these statements about how you want to treat the natural environment and put them up into NE4 so that NE5 is really just about a well-functioning natural environment. NE4 then has a couple of things. One is saying that the environment contributes to a sense of place and identity. It's recognised, it's provided for, it's also protected, restored and improved, so that these are all things about the natural environment that we really want to see happen. But I don't know, that's just possibly something for us to
I mean,
consider.
another consideration is the other test is what is the most effective and efficient way of doing this? Is it trying to have an objective that's all encompassing and perhaps it's not as simple a statement of outcome as it could be? Or can we rely on the structure of the plan to deliver that in a more effective and efficient way? It's not a question, it's something that the panel we're going to grapple with.
I know we don't use policies in the strategic direction, but the planning standards do allow for rules, but objectives and policies.
It wasn't suggesting, I was suggesting objectives in the chapters backed up by policies. I mean, clear impression I got from hearing one is that these are the first day, that these are high level strategic objectives that are meant to give clear statements of outcome, and they'll be followed. I mean, the red line addition that Francis added at the bottom of the table, and I forgot to ask you about it, about the relationship. The objectives, all objectives and policies in this chapter. In fact, there are no policies, are there? We read and achieved in a manner consistent with, oh, sorry, that's a manner to be consistent with the strategic objectives. So that's in addition to the other district plan chapters, isn't it? So, no questions.
Yeah, and we felt that what was in the chapters was doing what we needed to do in respect of part 2, and then lifting them into the strategic direction to say, hey, this is of strategic importance to our district. So it's already, we feel like the protective requirements are there, and then we're just saying it's also a strategic issue.
Okay, so instead of asking you, give me a statement, I'll ask you a question. Have you considered section 32 when you've made these recommendations? Have you considered whether this is the most effective and efficient way of achieving the relief sought and the higher direction of having an objective that tries to encompass all of those matters, or have you thought about other ways of achieving that might be more optimal or not?
Look at 44 to 46, where you do a 32AA for us.
The strategic direction is complementary.
Yes.
It's not creating an inefficiency. It's complementary to other chapters.
You're finished? Yeah. I would like, if you've got handy the definition of a well-functioning environment in the EPS FM.
References to the EPS regards functions.
Okay, no, sorry. We did, I remember we had a discussion around how using that term in the natural environment space, whether it might create some confusion with the well-functioning urban environment in the UD. So that's, so I was incorrect saying it's not in the freshwater management. But we felt that it wouldn't create confusion because we're specifying it's a well-functioning natural environment.
Okay. I interrupted you, Commissioner. Have you looked at 44 to 46?
Yeah.
Does that answer your question or not?
It's an answer.
It's an answer.
Yeah.
Okay. You can be sure that we'll be looking, as you have, as a team, closely to the 75, which and how it relates to the others. Any other questions for Ms. McKeon? Thank you. Thank you.
You covered off the matter that I raised around unintended consequences, and that would be just interesting when you get to those chapters about particular parts of the MPS that are outside regional councils. I understand there can be changes to the RPS at some date, slightly before December 2024. But then there's those matters that are 3.2, 3.4, 3.5, I think, of the MPS, the ones that they don't really direct the district council, but they just imply that there would be some consideration of Te Manawatū. So that's where I was coming from, about where it's not a directive, but it's implying it, how you might recognise Te Manawatū in that context of the district council and the district plan. When you read the submissions of the tangata whenua groups, they had very high expectations of what Te Manawatū mean in a district plan context, but I don't necessarily share that same view that all of the Te Manawatū framework would actually be able to be delivered through the district plan, just because of what the district plan covers is what the regional council does. So.
Section 30 and 31 functions, there's that overlap.
Yeah, that's right. So you've included that. That's fine. I didn't have any questions.
So I did.
Yes.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I still can't tell, and maybe some answer, whether the scope to include the new objective. Certainly, the new objective will give effect to the higher order documents and the RPS, but has a submitter requested that objective?
Not that objective, but recognition of Te Manawatū. So all of the iwi groups are viewed, but they were submissions made against the water bodies chapter, and then we lifted it here. So
that's 54 in your evidence, isn't it? Will you explain that?
at the start,
You also heard verbal evidence as well. I think I got quite a lot of interest in 54 scope.
so in section 3, that outlines all the submission point numbers. And then, yeah, I found it quite interesting that there wasn't much opposition to those iwi requests to include Te Manawatū. And I think the only submitter who has doubts at this stage is Federated Farmers, that it should be limited to the urban environment.
Scope.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to, I don't have an issue with this. I just wanted to differentiate between the verbal submissions that you found compelling in your paragraph 54 in favour of the concepts inclusion and the strategic objectives versus a notice of submission that requested that inclusion.
I found the written and verbal submissions compelling, but the written submissions were against the water bodies chapter, and then we made the call to lift it to the strategic direction, and I haven't felt there's any meaningful opposition to that, but support for it.
I don't think the issue is whether there's opposition to it, it's whether
the scope. Yeah.
And
so would the scope be limited to which chapter, where it sits?
depends on how I guess it depends on how the release was captured in the notice of submission, whether it was specifically asking for a submission.
So paragraph 5 of the evidence from last submitted Friday, paragraph 5, there's a quote there that was repeated in a number of iwi submissions.
I was certainly clear from the evidence that we received that this was the request of the new policy. I think what Mr. McMahon saying is the original submissions, have they provided the scope for that recommendation in their evidence?
So that quotes from the original submissions.
Okay.
And of course, Te Manawatū talks about water bodies, doesn't it? So you've made the call, or have you made the call that the such significance for the district should be in the strategic directions in terms of?
We've had iwi talk about this through Ngā Kaitiaki and over the years about that, this concept is clearly very important to them. So
have you taken any legal advice on that in formulating your recommendation?
we've had legal review of our reporting.
Have you taken any, is that included the scope issue? Yes, on this particular matter.
Well, just that the report's been reviewed and
There was an opportunity for further reply on this. Another final reply, if that's something that you.
just perhaps explain the so the subjective isn't just about Te Mana Otawaia, it's also in response to a number of other submissions from submitters such as Forest and Bird and DOC and Kāinga Ora that about intrinsic value and life supporting capacity of ecosystems. So I felt that an objective around protecting the environment for the environment's sake, which I feel that that's what Te Mana Otawaia is, the Māori kind of equivalent of that ecology worldview, that if I was going to respond to those submissions about strengthened protection for the natural environment, then that would sit in there nicely and in response to those original submissions from.
I must, because I don't have any problem with what you're saying in terms of the hydro water direction for this, the RPS, and what was said in evidence. I'm just raising the question of whether there's a direct link between your recommendation and the scope provided by not only iwi but those other submitters that you identified, and how that relief was summarised at the time of further submission request. Would the ordinary person know that relief could have ended up as a recommendation for a higher order strategic objective? That's the question, and it's not a question for you. I guess it's a question for legal counsel to provide some advice on.
I understand.
If there's simple scope, then that's the simple answer. I'm just not clear that there is or isn't.
The terms certainly included in the summary of submissions against the water bodies chapter.
Can you just go back to that point and perhaps get some specific legal advice? And that would be best included in the final right reply. Now I've got to be careful. The final right reply was to do with strategic directions, not the more broader. So I think this is the last say in this, just trying to keep order on the process. We certainly have a lawyer in our midst who could perhaps advise us, so maybe that's the.
With respect, I don't think we can do that. Certainly.
I think we can look at legal issues around
I think we need to receive evidence and advice, not create our own evidence and legal advice. That's not the role of the panel, in my view. Whether you're here to hear the evidence and what way.
So what's the process opportunity?
I think we should direct counsel in this room to provide a piece of advice on scope.
To us?
Yes.
All right.
We have a couple of options, please. One is we ask council to guide us. I don't think we should spell them in front of the children.
No. Question was that. Sorry. Wish of the right.
We'll let you know.
Right, could we please have some advice on this, the advice to the panel? Scope of not only Te Mana Otawaia, but I presume your question goes to the other.
Yes.
Intrinsic value of ecosystems, life supporting capacity to resources.
And it may be, the answer may be simply that Forest and Bird or some of those other submitters provide that scope.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Forest and Bird's submission, actually not that one. Department of Conservation asked for a new objective that said the intrinsic values of ecosystems and outstanding natural features and landscapes in the districts are protected and enhanced. Yeah, there's a few along those lines,
Yep.
which they are detailed in my section 42 report.
Yes, and how it was summarised in the, whether the summary indicated to people that might otherwise have a different view and may wanted to oppose or support that relief would have reasonably understood that it could end up as a strategic objective.
So we're clear on that. We don't need to issue any minutes or anything. That's just part of the process of feedback. Are we finished now?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Right, we now on to Tangata Whenua, which is T starts after S, so we'll come back to Ms. Ritchie. Thank you.
There again, so my section 42A report on Tangata Whenua strategic direction addressed 5 key issues. 2 of them were similar to the historic and cultural strategic objectives and not reflected through the rest of the plan or need to be clarified. Providing for the use and development of treaty settlement land as well as Māori land, duplication of objectives and insufficient reference to climate change. My right of reply report addresses 2 of those issues, the clarification and strengthening of one objective in particular, TW8, and providing for the use and development of treaty settlement land as well as Māori land. So essentially I have returned and reconsidered the wording suggested by iwi for TW8, and we've worked to develop objectives from that wording. This has led to rewording of TW8 and TW9, a new TW9, and consequential renumbering of the objectives. I've also discussed the evidence presented at the hearing in respect of the treaty settlement and Māori land issue. And I've recommended that we should think about considering the definition of papakainga housing at the definitions hearing as well as the definition of Māori land. I've not made any further changes at this stage, however, in relation to that issue.
That doesn't affect the frame of the strategic directions?
No.
We don't have to revisit those if we defer those definitions?
Yes.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. Is that all you want to say?
I could just say a little bit more. It's obviously pretty clear at the hearing that iwi did not accept my reframed objectives initially the first time around, and also in addition, the other corporate submitters appreciated the wording in it either. So I decided that it was time to go back to the original wording and try and work a bit more strongly with that. So we've tried to flip it into an objective framework essentially, and that's meant teasing out some of the wording and putting it in some of the other objectives, not including it all in one objective, but separating it out for ease of use and clarity. And that's particularly the case with the new TW9, which is the timely, effective and meaningful engagement with tangata whenua is encouraged and supported. So that's obviously a very high level aspiration and wish of tangata whenua to do that, to have that engagement reflected throughout the plan. And so I've addressed in my report at some length how I think I've covered all of the original wording. And there are a few aspects of the original wording that I've either not covered for reasons I've identified or have sort of subsumed into the wording that I have amended in TW10 in particular.
That's enough.
Yes, sorry.
That's all right. Looking for the visual cue.
Sorry.
I have just a question about your paragraph 6, Ms. Ritchie. And it's a list A to G. So are those your synthesis of the submissions and evidence presented to us, or are they a list from somewhere else?
They are the original list provided by iwi in their submission.
Okay.
That's word for word.
That's word for word. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, the formatting of H has gone a bit awry.
So I didn't have any other questions. I certainly followed the reasons why you've had a regroup, and certainly I understand why you have put the new TW9 there, which stands alone as a strategic objective in your view. Yes.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, but we'll hand over to perhaps Commissioner Coffin first.
Just really the sort of same regards, just it was problematic that everyone had different words that they wanted to use, and they were quite specific, and it was almost like policies and objectives and rules all together, because everyone wants that all up front. So yeah, just acknowledging that it's difficult to come up with. There was certainly no words in consensus, and there was no majority, and it was problematic how long it was getting. So this seems to strike a balance between being objective and strategic and not too wordy.
No questions?
Yeah, but just again in terms of the consequence of that, I suspect later on, as we go through the chapters, maybe picking up some of those quite specific matters that have been raised. So even though certainly in your section 42A, in your reply, you haven't accepted those and also your original, but certainly we would expect to see those come up again later on in more detail.
No questions, thanks.
Yes, sir. Francis, just a contextual question first. What subsequent parts of the plan will give effect to TW8 through to TW12? Will it be the Maori purpose zone and the sites of significance to Maori?
Definitely sites of significance to Māori, all of them, I would say. The kaitiaki also would be used through the natural environment chapters as well, because we do use that term there. I essentially am guided by the fact that the reasoning behind this wording initially was definitively to flow down into the lower order objectives, and just as you were saying before, so that the resource consent members of the team could use these as their final protocol in certain circumstances.
Okay. So natural environment zone, the size of areas of significance, which are and presumably the Maori purpose zone also.
Yes, yeah, yes, yeah. Sorry, for TW11 in particular. Yeah.
Second question, in relation to TW9, the question I have there is by whom timely, effective and immediate engagement with tangata whenua. Who's that aimed at? Is it aimed at all resource users, or was it the council, or is it developers, or that does it not matter? Is by being silent, does that encompass everyone?
I think it is meant to encompass everyone.
And my final question is TW10. Are the listings of A, B, and C meant to be conjunctive, and is that achieved without the word and after each listing.
They are meant to be conjunctive. I hadn't thought to put in the word and, but if you think that would be.
I'm asking you.
I think it stands as it is. It's effectively a list.
Answer the question, it's meant to be conjunctive.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Richie. Very much for your assistance. We move into informed development with, and I've got a note to talk about the footnotes at the bottom about how these apply through cross-referencing on the plan, as it was. Remember we had quite a discussion about those cross-referencing. I'm looking at the bottom of Hangana Whenua, and it's those notes at the bottom. Are we going to deal with those? Are they covered in your reply?
They're not covered in this reply. Covered in the report. It's about this here.
I have covered it.
You've covered it.
In initial section 42A, 42.
Yeah.
We heard a lot of evidence about
Yes, yeah.
people with different suggestions about
Yeah.
how to deal with that. Is that
Oh, so I see you wanting for me to provide a commentary on that today
Well,
about what we heard.
what we heard? Because there was this plan user discussion, wasn't there, Commissioner Martin?
Yep.
About should this be a chapter or should we use other words? Just thinking back to some of the submitters, the planners.
Yeah.
So there's a well-known quotation from a guy called David Byrne, and he says, "Why say it? Say it once? Why say it again?" And it's from a song called "Psycho Killer." And I just that he was probably talking about section 32 about reflective. But if you say it once, you say it right at the beginning. What is there really a need to say it again?
So this was in relation to I think in response to a submission from Forest and Bird, wasn't it? And I understand the point you're making because it's been said once. Why does it need to be said again? And that was the position we started out for when the plan was notified. So as notified, we'd said it once, and that was the end of the matter we heard. But obviously, we heard through that submission from Forest and Bird that it wasn't clear, and we thought that belts and braces approach, if people were so inclined to miss that, there were another set of objectives that the chapter objectives needed to be achieved in a manner that was consistent with those, that this was another notice or way of alerting those people to go up and have a look at those if they needed to.
And we heard from.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So in key issue 1 of the natural environments chapter, I just pointed out that most people would go to our e-plan, start with the property search. So going through and clicking into relevant chapters, so it wouldn't be before most users. Perhaps a planner who would know to go and look into all those other sections, it might be more clear. But
I was certainly being facetious when I quoted Mr. Byrne.
No, it's a great quote.
But, and in fact, we heard yesterday from Ms. Ragg, that, and I think you reflected on it, Mr. Edwards, that maybe you need to backfill through those cross references. And clearly, Mr. Byrne wasn't thinking of e-plans when he quoted that lyric.
So like I said, we thought when it was notified it was adequate, but look, we didn't see the harm in it coming through, and it's just a way of using things.
It helps the end user.
But there was also the discussion, I think, about the content of the words, which may be commented by the legal submitters. So it's just that those sort of legal matters and questions about actually, is that clear enough?
Yeah.
What that actually means.
The manner that this is a matter that the panel was seeking legal submissions on, and the position of the council is that we will be reliant on that submission when it comes through
Yeah,
to you.
we'll wait for that. Yeah.
But I can say as planning officers, we're comfortable with the words we think are clear. So, but of course, yeah, when the legal submissions come through, that's what we will be reliant on.
And we'll report back to us on that. Thank you. Right.
So with the UFD report, I thought perhaps we could just step through that in the order of the strategic objectives, starting with UFD 13, if that was acceptable. If you have another way of wanting to manage it, we're absolutely open to that.
No, so you'd step through your report, or you just want to focus on the table, because there's a lot of information in the report which you might want to cover off.
Yeah, and it does sort of loosely step through.
Yeah, oh, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
So in that case, I will hand over to Campbell, who's going to talk to you about compacted infill.
Thank you, Campbell.
Good afternoon, commissioners. So I'll take you to paragraph 30. So paragraph 30 to paragraph 78 is the part of the report that myself and Ms. White have focused on, and that is a response to some comments in Mr. Campbell's evidence on Plymouth law, and also some direction from Commissioner McMahon. So in that section of the report, we've covered off UFD 13, 14, 15 and 19 as a package, I suppose, and it directly relates to Mr. Campbell's very useful Appendix A of his evidence, where he's tracked all of his suggested changes. So the aim of that section has really just been to step the commissioners through in a lot more detail, yes, no, maybe, on the suggestions that Clay and Aurora have made to us, both of their submissions and further sort of emphasised in their written and oral evidence. So coming out of that are two recommended changes over and above the changes recommended in the 42A report. Those are covered off in paragraphs 37 and 75. So one being a change to UFD 13.1, where we supplement the word maintains or delivers. And again, in paragraph 75, where we've inserted the word planned into UFD 19.2. I guess I'd probably happy to take questions on any of those sort of aspects. I'd probably, from a personal standpoint, just go to paragraphs 44 to 48, where I have a little bit of a discussion about one of the suggestions from Kai and Aurora, which was to include the words high quality urban environments. And I know it was a point of focus of their submission. I believe there's a little bit of back and forth as well with the commissioners about what that meant. It is something I probably grappled with a little bit. On one hand, you've got you haven't got the words high quality urban environments mentioned anywhere else in the plan, but you do have the phrase high quality used in a number of lower level objectives and policies and rules as well, particularly in the residential area. So that's on one hand. I suppose you've also got the RPS policy, I think it's sub policy 1A, I'm getting into the weeds here, which also mentions the words high quality urban environments. But on the counter, you've got a pretty interesting commentary coming through in the decisions and recommendation report on the MPSUD, which makes it very clear that they wanted to move, the recommendations were to move away from the use of the word quality itself.
I'm sorry. I sat on the technical advisory group for the.
Everything already done.
And I was wondering whether kind of had insider information of the recommendations that we'd made to the minister in that regard. We used the word equality, which did not appear.
It sounds like the
National policy statement.
Yeah. So pretty deliberate change and focus from the MPS UDC towards the UD, replacing differences of quality with well-functioning. And the use of the word, or the term well-functioning was obviously one of the changes which we recommended as part of the 42A report itself. So that was, I guess, one point I wanted to emphasise. I think I've made the point in general in there, and it's not a criticism of Kaingora, but it was difficult to undertake a sort of merits-based comparison of the direct wording in a lot of instances because there was no comparison. There were some exceptions. The words maintains versus delivers in UFD 13.1 being an exception. The word planned in UFD 19.2 was another exception. But a lot of other instances that introduced new terms which we felt potentially added some further complexity, maybe undermined the legibility of some of the objectives. And I think I've outlined in paragraph 69, 70, a couple of knock-on effects where there might have been some misalignment if we had granted the relief, some misalignment with other parts of the plan. So again, that was just a point I wanted to emphasise. Do you want to say anything else?
I just would like to talk to the proposed 13 subpoint 12.
Yes.
Where they did give some reasoning here with what they wanted, their additional wording about council's our growth, everything should align with council's growth strategy. We agree with that, however, we don't agree with inclusion of it in UFD 13 or in any of the strategic objectives. There's a few reasonings. I'll quickly highlight a summary of it because it's in the report, paragraphs 53 to
53, yeah.
Yep, so 56. So essentially, they're referring to this growth strategy, and we use the words growth strategy in a very informal sense to refer to our policy direction. We don't actually have a document entitled Council's Growth Strategy. It's come from our land supply review, final framework for growth, and that these were our growth documents that then fed into the growth direction in the blueprint, and then that informed our growth direction of the proposed district plan. And our growth direction will be formalised into a document which will be the future development strategy which we need to develop, which is required under the MPS UD. They were also raising points around that we need to make sure growth was going to occur within existing limits, and we feel we don't need this in an objective. The proposed district plan defines the urban boundary, and then this is supported by the future urban zone, which is where the growth will occur, and that forms part of our urban boundary, so we don't feel that that needs to be defined. The other bit is when they are asking that we should indicate that the release of new urban land should be staged. We don't feel that this is necessary to be included in a strategic objective. Objective UFD 14 already outlines, in a sense, our staging. It details the short, medium, long term where we see growth will occur. There is also the long-term plan that will deal with our infrastructure requirements, and that's in itself has phasing. You know, it sets when the growth can come along in alignment with infrastructure. And also another key part is that our future urban zone already has an objective, FUZ 02, that purpose is to ensure that land is developed, before land is developed, that it's rezoned and a structure plan is in place. And this, the release of this land in the future urban zone will be reviewed every 3 years through the HBA. So there is an informal staging process that already exists. And one further point I just wanted to add that wasn't in the right of reply is their suggestion is more method rather than an outcome. So we don't feel it's appropriate to be included in the strategic objectives.
Any other clarifications from your sections, Mr. Robertson, Ms. Roy? I only have one question in this section, which I'll kick off with to get it out of the way. Paragraph 61.
Yeah.
This was about the issue of traffic corridors versus traffic nodes. You heard me ask some questions about this. So where are the main traffic nodes? Because transport corridors could mean any, every road just about there's a transport corridor. So I can see why you haven't picked that up, but key transport nodes for New Plymouth, urban areas?
I think that naturally be defined in the urban areas. The term itself, I know is not defined in the definition section of the plan.
Yes.
We generally thought that use of the word node was just a corridor because it would naturally be more likely that it would be the confluence of major transport routes.
Yes.
So whether that be the centre of town or town centres or in sort of outer suburban sort of locations which would have zoning which would support that, more likely to be within proximity of a range of amenities which would then support or make residential intensification more appropriate.
Good, thank you.
Be disappointed if I said no.
You've got no question?
No, I have. I said you would be disappointed.
Oh.
So you'd be glad to know if I get up to.
Good. Oh no, I'm happy to ask you to ask as many questions as you like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very clear recommendations, Mr. Robson, Ms. White. Thank you for that. I want to focus on two matters. The non-recommendation for 12 on UFD 13. I would have heard my questions to Mr. Campbell about whether that was better recast as a policy or a method later on in the plan. Seem to agree with that.
Yeah,
well,
and I think it's already covered under
yes.
phase 02. Yeah.
Yes. Just noticed on that, on page 11, on the right reply, that second bullet point at the top of the page, you say that officers consider it's not necessary to provide a more direct reference to the pro in the PDP as a whole. Second bullet point. That will be covered off in the reference that you just gave me in some way.
Sorry, what was the question?
The second bullet point says that the officers don't consider it's necessary to provide a more direct reference to the stage release of land in the PDP, and I read that as PDP as a whole, as opposed to the strategic.
Correct, that should be referring to the strategic objective.
Because it is covered in the more specific.
It is correct, yes.
Thank you. Give me that reference again.
Phase objective 2.
Thank you. Thank you. And Ms. McGrath, I owe you an apology. The reference that I gave you, reference I gave you earlier to Mr. Brophy was incorrect. In fact, the reference should have been to Mr. Campbell's additional policy of objective sub-point 12, where it was better recast as a policy or a method as opposed to an objective. Wasn't really giving an outcome statement. So apologies for any confusion here. question. It is on day 1, and that was with UFD 14 on your page 11, and so you've corrected the DEF in your final version at the end. But is there is it intended that that is the a priority order, or is that just listed as different ways in which land can be made available to people short, medium, and long-term housing? Is there an inherent order, or what was the intent there?
Some of it is, and some of it isn't. For example, this was reworded so that it aligned with the NPSUD in terms of what could be counted as short-term capacity and what could be counted as medium, because some of the wording in the original version didn't align with the new NPSUD requirements. However, it's not saying, for example, that infill can only occur in the short to medium term. So that's why in point 2 it says in addition to above. It's kind of an order in the fact we would like to see infill happening first.
In addition to the above.
In point 2. So it's not saying just in the long term is the future urban zone and you can't have infill and undeveloped, all these other types of growth occurring in the long term. However, it is saying that the future urban zone growth would only be in the long term.
Okay, so the objective is split into 2 parts, a short and medium term objective and a long term objective.
Correct.
But in terms of this short to medium term objective, is there an implied order?
Yes,
Yeah,
that infill and then undeveloped land and then residential intensification. Yes, the ABC.
Yes. So a little bit similar to what the discussion we heard this morning about caps and zones, and you know, you can go out of the idea of centres plus is that you can, I'm quoting Mr. Heath, is that you can go outside the centre if there's no available land in the city centre. You can go out of zone again. So if in the short to medium term, if there's no further capacity for infill, then the next cab off the rank is the undeveloped residential zones, and then the residential intensification. Is that the intention? Oh,
Yeah,
because
well,
that's one way of reading it.
Yeah.
And my question is, if that's one way of reading it, and that's not the way you intended, could there be some further clarification for the benefit of plain users down the track?
I think I agree with you. Maybe we do need to clarify that.
I won't put you on the spot now.
Yeah.
But,
Okay. Yeah, in the reply we can.
well, there was no.
I would kind of emphasise that it's more the opportunity which is set up by the plan. So the intention is of the plan to allow for infill on day 1. That the analysis which has been presented in Mr. Osborne's evidence is that essentially there's latent infill capacity sitting there ready to go. So that was the intention to I guess have that listed first up, was that there is, we believe there's a clear opportunity for that infill capacity to be realised.
I understand that. I just don't understand whether there is meant to be an inherent order. And if there isn't, that's fine. If there is, it should be, I think that might be beneficial for further use.
Yeah, I guess the distinction, in a sense, the infill and the undeveloped residential land are essentially one and the same.
Yeah.
The distinction is the measurement we put in place, which is, i.e. infill is anything less than 10,000 square metres, undeveloped residential is anything bigger.
Yes.
So essentially those are one and the same.
Yes, the implementation of that objective will happen in 2 stages. It happens now in the sense of the methods that are inherent in the notified plan, but it's also, this will have some relevance to resource consent applications down the track that may not be in zone, and it's that in particular that where resource users might find some particular guidance as to whether there is a priority sequence of how that's to occur.
I don't think we can really do that, can we? There's no staging of growth throughout the city. So if I'm just thinking about it, if someone comes along in one of your structure plan development areas and applies for a subdivision, council's not going to say, well, no, we're going to refuse that because there's still some infill capacity that no one's used up.
No.
So I don't know if you can, it's your point, David, about it speaking to the out of zone development. I mean, in that scenario, you're not going to find any favour in
If there was a private plan change request that came in for a greenfield development that wasn't contemplated by the plan. Of course, unless the narrow criteria of accepting the plan change for notification wasn't met and you went through and notified it, but when it came to recommending it, you might rely on policy such as this to say, we don't support that greenfield plan change request. I mean, I've been in that position as consultant in Christchurch, where development was outside the MUL. So I guess I take Mr. Stilljohn's point. All I'm asking is if you think there could be some clarity, and I'm reading it, that there could be some interpretation, then it might be useful to state that. Sure.
So
your first question.
I think you can come back to us in the reply on this chapter, because I agree with Matt. Look, I was thinking about the opportunity to develop is in the plan for residential intensification in and around the city centre. That's something that's being encouraged. I couldn't see that the council would say, okay, well, we can't allow that as a strategic direction for all infills. So I've noticed some sort of debate in the team here. So if you could just think about that and come back to us in the final reply, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, and just have a think about that. The delivery of this being delivered in two ways, through the current zoning and what might happen in the future. Very clear, using Mr. Foundation's example, that's actually delivered right now through the medium density development around the city centre. So that's referred to this one.
Questions?
No, that's good. Very clear.
Yeah, just UFD 13.8. Are you going to go for and, or are you going to go for or?
That's fine.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick.
Are you asking, if you're asking me to choose one? If you were asking me to choose one, let's say or, because it's either new existing or new infrastructure.
Correct.
Good answer.
The other one I just wanted to talk about, you may have heard when Kamara were giving evidence and I accused them of inserting number 2 and scratching my head as to what it meant, but I now understand that that was something that you recommended. So I went back to your report and I think you've sort of referred us back to objective 4 in the NPSUD about just a statement that it is an objective that New Zealand's urban environments, including their amenity values, develop and change over time in response to diverse and changing needs. And I'm still struggling with the syntax of 2 being in this, because the subject of this objective is the district and the verb is develops, and yet this is almost sort of like a human recognition. Districts don't recognise anything really. They are just what they are. So I was wondering, but I still think the concept's important, and perhaps you could reflect on whether you take the same sort of approach that Objective 4 does in the NVSUD and bring this concept up right into the chapeau, which would then say the district develops and changes in a cohesive, compact and structured way that. So you're really making a statement about what you're expecting the district to do over time, rather than the district recognising something. But that's less of a question and more of something for you to potentially reflect on, I think.
Sorry, I didn't get my first question.
Okay, go ahead.
I may well have missed it, but UDF 13, and I'm looking at the the Appendix 1 version. See that the submission from Quanger or asking for the word business to use instead of industrial hasn't been accepted. And can you just correct me as to where that's been dealt with in the rights of authority? It's obviously skipped over it.
Okay, so that's the Kaimora proposed UFD 13.7.
Oh, is that possible?
Yes.
Oh, so
50 to
paragraph 50.
50 total.
Paragraphs 50 to 52.
Is the intention to focus solely on housing and industrial, as opposed, because SUD uses the term business, doesn't it? Residential and business capacity.
Yes, that was intentional because residential and, sorry, what did we use? Industrial, sorry, residential and industrial are the two ones where we don't have enough capacity, where the rest of the words used in that business term, we do have enough capacity. So that was a very intentional choice of words.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson, Ms. Y. I'll just reflect on the other comments that we really did appreciate your analysis, your careful analysis. It was very thorough, obviously a lot of thought put through, and the way you wrote it out was great. So thank you very much. Right, we're moving on to the next topic, I think. Edwards.
So this is centres
hierarchy.
So this will be Lauren who will be summarising this for you.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. In the right of reply, I address two issues affecting UFD 16, 17 and 18. And those two issues are the centres hierarchy generally, and secondly, the zoning of specific areas affecting that centres hierarchy. So those two areas are Fitzroy and the Blue Haven site. So my right of reply is a bit different to everybody else's. I haven't really gotten into the mechanics of words. It's more an explanation as to why we are maintaining our stance. And I've also inserted quite a few matters of clarification because I noticed there was a little bit of confusion, misunderstanding amongst some of the submitters on the day of the hearing. So the first issue is the centres hierarchy generally, which starts on paragraph 79. So the council first introduced the centres hierarchy concept in October 2016 through our draft district plan, and this signalled that we would be moving to an effects-based planning framework.
Away from activities-based.
Oh, sorry, apologies. Glad you're onto that. Sorry, definitely moving to an activities-based planning framework away from the effects-based planning framework. And in that, we signalled that we wanted to implement a centres hierarchy. And the central city was identified at the top of that centres hierarchy as the principal centre. So this concept of a centres hierarchy was introduced before Blue Haven bought their site in December 2016. So we continue to support the concept of a centres hierarchy. We feel the district has sufficient commercial land and a new centre could replicate activities that already exist in the city centre. And to ensure that that city centre can remain vibrant and viable, that's why it's been placed at the top of that hierarchy as the principal centre. Because out of zone activity has occurred as a result of the effects-based operative district plan, there's a need to reinforce that our district's existing centres are the appropriate location for a whole host of activities. I wanted to clarify something that came up about the proposed district plan regulating other centres. We disagree with that. We consider the centre zones to be really enabling, and that's demonstrated by when you look at the actual provisions. We've got a traffic light system in there, and green basically means go. So there's a lot of green activities appearing in there, which is a deliberate signal to send to people that this is a place where you can do business. So we've got 4 height management areas in the proposed district plan in the city centre zone. So at the moment, you can only go to about 10 or 14, but in the proposed district plan, we're proposing a series of heights, 10, 14, 17, and 22. So that's going to allow people to build considerably higher than what they can at the moment. Paragraph 90, I've just clarified that the large format retail zone is not the only zone where large format retail activities are permitted. They're also permitted in the city centre zone and the town centre zone, and they're a discretionary activity in the local centre zone if the scale, design and layout is compatible with that local centre. Some clarification was put into the right of reply regarding the zoning of the Valley Mega Centre. So this centre was never envisaged by the operative district plan, and it established in 2016 and 2006. So it's been there for 15 years. So we felt it necessary to zone to reflect what's existing in the environment at the moment. So in respect to Blue Haven, their site, their commercial and retail complex, it wasn't even consented at that time, and construction hasn't even commenced. And the ultimate key point there is that we've got sufficient commercial zoning and our existing industrial land supply needs to be maintained. So moving on to the second issue, which was in respect to the 2 specific areas, which were Fitzroy and the Blue Haven site, stated on paragraph 97. So in our section 42A report, we said that we think it would be appropriate to defer rezoning requests until a relevant zone hearing. So this is still our recommendation.
And presumably, if we accepted that in the longer term, we wouldn't have settled these provisions, so we could effectively put Fitzroy back into UFD 17 if we reach the view that it ought to be recognised as a town centre.
Yep. So moving on to that point about Fitzroy, Mr. Campbell, on behalf of Kainga, he's said in his planning evidence that they will be submitting planning and economic evidence to support Fitzroy as a town centre at a subsequent hearing, and that it might be appropriate for the hearings panel to consider the evidence before making a decision on Fitzroy. So we're happy to receive that in due course. And so we recommend that Fitzroy is recognised, that it stays as local centre and that it's dealt with at a later stage. So in regards to the Blue Haven site, we acknowledge that it can be considered part of the existing environment. However, it remains to be seen whether this consent as granted will be fully implemented, particularly given the current economic climate, and Mr. York specifically referred to the cinema and the hotel. That may struggle to get off the ground. So given this uncertainty, we're not really sure whether a centre zoning is appropriate.
How much weight do you think we should give that statement? They've got a consent, it's a consented environment. And just put it to the side whether we think they're going to do the bits and pieces of it now sometime later or change those. Yeah, just stepping back from that and just looking at that particular statement and say, because there are lots of things that can change on lots of different properties. Did you have a view in regards to the consented environment visitors, what may or may not happen?
Well, I think it's such an important issue for our district. We need to get into the nitty-gritty of this. You know, we've deliberately put it into the strategic objectives, you know, what our centres hierarchy is, and our centres are struggling and the city centre is struggling. So I think we need to get into the nitty-gritty for the future of our district.
Thanks for asking that. And I think while on this topic is important, I know that Ms. Barry Pacino had some specific questions she would like to pose. And I think it was around paragraphs 90, 94 and 101. During the break, Commissioner McMahon mentioned that he actually had some questions about that himself. So I think it would be a good time to ask those. Is that correct, Commissioner McMahon?
Yeah. Forgot about the question.
Yes. Remember you noted to us, and I think through Mr. McMahon, Commissioner McMahon's questions, we can deal with the questions that sort of the theme that Ms. Barry Pacino covered off. So I think it's quite important that we do have a question and answer here, and Ms. Straka, that we do let Ms. Barry Pacino know that effectively those questions have been asked and provided a bit of a video that does it. Yes.
I think it was for paragraphs 87 and 100. So
87 and 100.
Yes.
Okay. Well, so I've got 87 flagged. Yes.
Yeah. So what I was, sorry.
What, before you start, what I understood was that there seemed to be a working assumption from Ms. Barry Pacino that there was a working assumption by the council team that they may not be implementing their consent, and that was the basis that all your work advice was based on. So can you respond to me around that?
Well, this, as I mentioned, we introduced the centres hierarchy back in October 2016. So this is well before Blue Haven was on the scene.
Yes, but I think the point that Ms. Barry Pacino was saying is that, notwithstanding that, she seemed to think that the position of the officers was predicated on the basis that the consent by Blue Haven was unimplemented and there was no guarantee that it would be implemented, and therefore that had influenced the officer's position on whether it should be zoned as a centre or not. That's as I understood her question, and that seems to be borne out in paragraphs 87, 94, 100, implicitly, not explicitly, of your report, where you say that at the time the PPP was publicly notified, Blue Haven's retail property is not consented, it's not yet commenced, and then at 101, 87, I think, about it's occurred out of zone.
100, I think, was the other 100. The second sentence.
Yes, it remains to be seen whether the consent is granted will be fully implemented, so given the climate and COVID, and whether a centre zoning is therefore appropriate. So I guess the question from the panel is, to what extent has the uncertainty as to whether the consent will be fully implemented or not influenced your recommendations on an alternative zone as requested by Blue Haven?
I don't think whether the development has been constructed or not is the only thing that we need to take into account here. The provisions that were put forward in Blue Haven's submission on the sub-regional centre zone don't really align with what I would expect to see in the centre zoning. So I think that is also part of our answer as well.
Is the uncertainty about it being implemented a factor at all in the officer's consideration?
Yes, I think it's fair to say so, yes. Yep, because we're concerned that, you know, they've got consent to do X, Y, Z. If it was zoned as a centre, that's a very, very enabling zone. So there's potential there for there to be a lot more small scale specialty stores than what it's actually been consented for. I think they've been consented for 30. So potentially the whole site could become small scale specialty stores.
Would you not agree that the consent itself is reasonably enabling? I'm just drawing attention to paragraph 103, the first sentence. We say we're concerned that the consent to develop and replicate activities that already exist in the central city, such as especially stores, development includes 30 small scale stores, that forms part of the existing environment and not, I won't call it an unimplemented consent, a partly implemented consent. Why would you not take into account the existing environment and considering optimal responses in terms of zoning?
I'm not quite sure I understand what you're getting at there. Okay, so I have considered some alternative zones that could go there. Is that where you'd like me to head?
I'm asking whether you accept that the Blue Haven consent forms part of the existing environment.
Yes, but my understanding is it does.
And you accept that?
Yes.
Yes. And to what extent has that influenced your recommendation of it as to not provide for a centre zone? Because given your first sentence in paragraph 103, that is a consequence of what is part of the existing environment. Aren't the panel entitled to assume that that will be implemented? Could be implemented?
Yes, yep, they're entitled to assume that. Yes.
Have you assumed that?
Yes, I have.
So I'm just trying to contrast that with the situation with the valley. Okay, putting aside the time difference, 2006 versus 2016, you seem to have said that, okay, the large format zone in the PDP reflects the nature of the activities that exist in the area now, which have existed for approximately 15 years, putting aside the time frame. How is that any different from the Blue Haven situation where there's an partially implemented consent, you've said forms part of the existing environment, you should take account of it. Why haven't you adopted the same approach for Blue Haven as has been adopted for the Valley? I don't mean that to be an aggressive question, I just need to test that out.
Yeah. I guess the obvious it's because it hasn't been constructed yet and there's still stages they're working on and they haven't yet completed stage 1. I mean, they've said that they're committed to the site. There is potential that stage 1 could be completed, which involves the clearing of the site. Potentially that could be on Sol. The consent could lapse. We might have a new developer come here in a few years' time and present a new consent application to us.
There's a lot of factors there, so I don't want to get into debate, but can we, for the moment, can we assume that lapsing is not an issue? Just put in that whether that's hypothetical or not, it's assumed that the consent has been implemented. I don't know the value of that advice note, but clearly Blue Haven are putting a lot of store on it.
Yeah.
It's assumed that there is a commitment to develop, it's just a matter of time. Why should that not be reflected in a zoning that reflects?
Well, I think we could reflect that in a zoning, but I don't know that it would be a centre zoning.
very conscious of not leading you on this. The valley development, was it a, how did you approach the zoning of the land? That's the most open question I can ask you.
Yeah.
How did you approach the zoning of the valley development? What led you to select the zone that appeared in the notified plan for that?
Well, we have zoned to reflect what's been in that environment for 15 years, which is predominantly large format retail. So that's how we arrived at that zoning.
So if the Blue Haven development was more advanced, I appreciate that's completely hypothetical to extent that it was a place largely, might that have led to a different approach? So it's really the uncertainty in your mind as to whether consent will finally be implemented. That's the difference between adopting the valley approach, where that's a different zone, and the relief sought by Blue Haven.
Yes.
As far as I can take that.
Thank you, Commissioner Mann. I interrupted you, but it was while you were dealing with that point.
So I think I was up to about paragraph 104, where I talked about the provisions that Blue Haven put forward in the submission for their proposed new zone, which was the sub-regional centre zone. So we don't consider that. We think that there's some aspects that are missing. We'd expect to see some provisions in there, things like the listing of land use activities, such as living activities, community facilities, educational facilities, multi-purpose activities. Would also expect to see some compliance with a design guide to ensure we've got high quality environments in a pleasant and attractive centre for people to be in. We would also expect to see the management of inactive frontages through some defined pedestrian frontage requirements. So we maintain in our right of reply that it's not appropriate to or necessary to recognise the Blue Haven site as a sub-regional centre zone in the UFD 17, because the district already has sufficient commercial land available to meet the requirements of the MPs. And introducing a new centre, a new sub-regional centre into that UFD strategic objective, we consider it will compromise the strategic intent of the centres hierarchy and provide an oversupply of centres land. We also feel that adding in the centre zone would lead to a further oversupply of business land that would intensify the inefficient use of land in the city centre.
When you say that, sorry, going back to the previous question, is the further oversupply the difference between what might be delivered through the consent and what might be delivered through the proposed zone? Is it the net difference between what's consented and what could be zoned that would contribute to the oversupply, or is it the total quantum of the Blue Haven offering that would contribute to the oversupply? Understand what I'm getting at?
Are you asking, was Blue Haven site included in Tim Heath's analysis?
No, I'm not, but that's another way of asking it. When you made that comment about adding the zoning would contribute to the oversupply, did you take, have you subtracted what could occur if they fully implemented their consent from what could occur if they got the zone that they requested? Because clearly you've said that there could be a whole lot of additional small scale specialty retail stores if the requested SRC zone gave greater flexibility over and above what the consent does. So I'm asking whether is that a gross oversupply or a net oversupply?
I'm talking about the oversupply in existing centres.
I'm asking you about the contribution from the Blue Haven site to the oversupply. I'm asking you whether it's are you talking about the contribution from the consented development or the contribution over and above the consented that would be delivered by their zone if they were successful in getting their zone? I can't make it any clearer than that. I could draw it on the whiteboard if you like.
I'm not good at maths, I apologize. Yeah.
But this is Blue Haven site, just in generic terms. Don't worry about the boundaries or anything. This is a quantum. At the moment, the Blue Haven site will give you X amount of supply through the resource consent. Through the rezoning, it'll give us X plus Y, being those additional activities that they can produce as of right, that going through section 127 process. So what I'm asking you is the contribution of Blue Haven to the oversupply that you referred to, is it X plus Y, or is it the difference between X and Y?
It's both of them.
Both of them, even though you've acknowledged that the existing consent is part of the existing environment that will deliver that oversupply, it will contribute to an oversupply if fully implemented. Sorry.
No, don't apologise. I'm just conscious that Commissioner, we've got one of our commissioners leave to catch a taxi for 5 minutes. So, Mr. Commissioner Coffin, do you have any questions?
I just had 2 questions on 106. This is just these, you've identified some matters that you'd expect to see in the centre zone, and there's 3 bullet points with a number of matters. The first question is, are those matters that already apply to other centre zones?
Yes, yes, all of our centre zones and the centre hierarchy have those matters catered for.
And if those were matters that were included in the proposal for the Blue Havens land, those include the things that you'd expect to be included in that zone. It's a bit of a rhetorical question, so I'm just turning it around. You said it hasn't got those, and if it did, that would be acceptable.
Well, aside from the fact
notwithstanding there's those other matters that you raised, but I'm just looking at that particular one.
Yes, that would be.
Okay.
Yes.
In your mind, is that a question of scope when we get to that?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it's very clear in what came in the submission that there was no intention to include residential activities in there.
In the scope of the zone provisions, are you going to struggle to, on the scope basis, to fill out that zone that Blue Haven's requested, or have they got a consequential type and provision in their relief? Could you look at that for me and maybe take some advice legally about scope on that one in the final reply? That would be helpful.
Yes, because I've got a question.
Yes. Commissioner Coffin, I don't think you should miss your plane, so
I prefer not to. Otherwise I'll have to go walk it.
And we've certainly got a call to go on. We'll see you.
I'd just like to reiterate other commissioners' thank you to the staff for providing. I know this feels a little bit adversarial, but it's our role to really ask the tough questions and really get to the number of things. So I really appreciate not only reporting, but how accessible you've been to us during this time. So thank you very much.
We'll just take a wee 5-minute break. Come to a stop, get a cup of tea, while Commissioner Coffin exits stage left.
I was wondering how I was going to do that. That was awkward.
Try and to phrase that question, Mr. Byrne. What prompted the question is I heard you say that you were worried about, or you're concerned about the contribution of the Blue Haven offering to the oversupply of retail out of zone. And I was trying to ascertain whether it was the Blue Haven consented offering, which is, you'd agree, is part of the existing environment, that was of concern, or whether it was the additional offering that might be facilitated through the zone that they're requesting. So the net difference between what they've consented and may or may not implement, and what they would be able to do if the zoning was put in place. And I was taking your paragraph 103 as a lead on that, where you said that the zoning would enable greater flexibility than what has been consented, meaning the whole site could be developed into small-scale specialty retail stores, providing even more opportunities to replicate activity that already exists, thereby contributing to the oversupply. So the question to you is, when you made that statement about the contribution, were you referring to the entire offering, or the difference between what is consented and what will be provided through the rezoning, the net increase, if you like?
I'm concerned about both, because the resource consent, as consented, will give us even more centres land.
Yes.
And then the zone that they're after will give us even more centres land as well. And we don't need any more centres land. We have got enough.
Yes. Understand that.
So I think that the Burns answered that question.
She has.
Is there a follow-up?
Well, speculative.
Okay.
I'm going over old ground, and only because, as Commissioner Coughlin said, we don't test it now, we're probably not going to get another opportunity. So, Mr. York couldn't give us a definitive answer today about the development, but he seemed to indicate that there was an intent to deliver on the consent. Matter of time. As to the final cut and thrust and mix of it, he wasn't certain either, but he gave the impression that they have every intention to deliver, whether it's and the consent would be transferable to, it's not personal to the applicant, as it could be transferred to another provider. So what is it about the evidence that you've heard today that leads you to think that there's a risk that the consent won't be implemented?
Primarily the reference to COVID-19, and then the fact that the cinema and the hotel, that's a bit in doubt.
Okay, okay, that's useful. It's just, okay. So if the hotel was out of the equation, they didn't implement it. They didn't have a zone to provide or other alternatives to the hotel as of right or through a low-level consent, and they didn't go through a 127 process to try and deliver an alternative, and they would still presumably deliver the specialty retail shops and the LF large format stuff, which would contribute, in your words, to the oversupply that you're concerned with. And that's part of the existing environment.
So has the horse bolted in terms of that element of the development, at least the LFR and the specialty zones? We've heard uncertainty about some of the elements, other elements, and what might happen to fill the gap of the space in the land around there would need some sort of variation. So it really touches to me on the question Commissioner McMahon was asking about, well, the valley, the horse in the valley is bolted. Is there an element of the Blue Haven consent, given that, or assuming that it is given effect to now, going to be a fact of life because it's sitting under consent? And you have clearly said, paragraph 100, that you acknowledge the consented development can be considered part of the existing environment. So you accept that the reality is likely or highly likely to be LFR and retail shops on that site.
Yes, I do.
And do you accept on that basis that the current industrial zoning would not be a reflection of that use anticipated by the existing environment?
No, that's not a current, would be a current projection, no.
No. That raises a number of other questions which we may come to. Well, just on that.
Yes, we might as well finish
might
the
be able to,
theme, yes.
If the panel decided not to implement the sub-regional zone over the site that would leave the industrial zone, how do you think that would fit in terms of reflecting music's environment and also reflecting what's on the ground in relation to the current? Would you have a quasi-centre, let's not call it a sub-regional one, but a centre of some sorts dressed up in industrial zoning?
Some bad visuals right now, but yes.
And is that an optimal outcome in a section 32 sense? Is that an honest and transparent reflection of what's happening? What would be the purpose of retaining the industrial zoning? Presumably, the likelihood of it reverting to an industrial zone, given the remediation that's concerned, is low. Would you accept that?
Sorry, what was the last bit?
Would you accept that the likelihood of the site reverting to an industrial use as being low? Given the amount of money that's been spent on remediation for a non.
Yes, given the amount of money spent, yeah, it's low.
So if it's not Blue Haven that takes up the exercise of the consent, it could be transferred to another.
Yes.
And they probably wouldn't be buying it for an industrial activity, would they?
No, I would imagine not.
So that, if we accept your recommendation, that leaves us with an industrial zoning that doesn't sit comfortably with what's on the ground and perhaps represents as a centres of some sort that's not recognised by the plan. Would you accept that?
Yes.
Okay. Just on that theme then, can I just take you to paragraph 86 and 87? Here you're talking about the centres hierarchy. There's a notified plan, there's a three structure hierarchy, central city, town centre, local. Then there's the two zones, the mixed use zone and the large format that sit out of that. Is there, and you've said at 87, you're not really enamoured by the change to the network of centres approach versus the hierarchy of centres. I wondered whether, this may well be a scope issue, but whether you've given any thought to whether any of the existing centres, the town centre or the local centre, might be better placed on the Blue Haven site than the sub-regional zone that they've requested. And I don't mind if you haven't, but I just wondered if you had exercised your mind to that, because that's part of the alternative consideration of Section 32. It may be short-circuited by the fact that Blue Haven haven't asked for that, but it's more of an academic question. So
I have given some thought to what I think it could be zoned as, given the commercial and mixed-use zone list that we have in our plan. I'm not comfortable with, for example, town centre zone or local centre zone, for those reasons that I've outlined in the report about the provisions that they put forward and how I feel there's some quite large gaps in there. If I was to zone it as something else, I'm aware that in the National Planning Standards there is a commercial zone that's provided for which
Yes.
deals with commercial activities and community activities. That's all the guidance that it gives. But that centre, that zoning is not in our commercial and mixed use zones.
No.
Perhaps large format retail might be appropriate. I know that people have commented that only part of the Blue Haven site is going to be large format retail, but the zone, the way it's written, the large format retail zone, it says predominantly large format retail. And if you look at the valley at the moment, it's not all large format retail. There are some small scale specialty stores in there. I'm also thinking of visual effects. So the Blue Haven site is going to be big box looking. So even though they say there's going to be small scale specialty stores, it's hard to tell from the plans, but it looks like they will be housed in big box, large format retail style buildings. So I'm sort of more leaning towards large format retail given the visual effects, and it will match on both sides as you come into the central city.
Yes.
That's where I'm at with my thinking at this stage, in the absence of.
So can I just recap what I think I heard you? You're not enamored to the town centre zone or the local centre zone. There might be elements of the large format zone or the mixed use zone.
No, the two I was thinking of is the commercial zone that's in the national planning standard, but that we don't have that provided for in our centres at the moment, or our commercial mixed use zones. And the other option possibly would be the large format retail zone.
Yes. Have you given any consideration to the mixed use zone?
No, I haven't, because the mixed use zone, one of the key purposes of that zone is to limit retail and office. It's one of the key objectives, and that's us trying to deal to an issue that's happening in our centre where activities bleeding out. So that's a very deliberate objective that we put in.
So I see large format retailers are not compliant with mixed use zone. What about the smaller retailers? Are they also non-compliant?
That is discretionary in the local centre zone.
A mixed use zone.
Mixed use is non-compliant.
That's the table that Ms. Evers is going to deliver.
Yep.
Okay, had there been any consideration at the Section 32 stage back in 2016, etc., to New Plymouth having a sub-regional zone?
No.
Is that documented at all? Was it considered and dismissed, or?
While you're looking at that, Ms. Strack, I wonder, sorry to interrupt you, I've got some other questions on whether you could bring up the CBD zone again.
Apologies, was the question, was there any section 32 analysis done on the draft district plan?
Yeah, had there been any consideration of having a sub-regional zone or the equivalent in the centre's hierarchy?
Not in the sub-regional zone that had presented to us and by Blue Haven, but all sorts of zones were considered in that mix. It's not documented in any way. It was through the testing of the proposed, through the draft district plan.
Yeah. In a similar way to which there was a decision made to not run with the commercial zone that's in the national, well, came in through the national planning standards, but presumably it was a decision not to run with a commercial zone in that sense.
Yeah. As with all the zones, when they came out, we had to go back to the drawing board and see how that was sitting in the strategic direction the course we'd gone down and how they fitted within, how they would fit into the proposed plan.
Well, I've exhausted my questions, so it's just.
Thank you. I think that line of question was quite sort of important. I've got a supplementary on that, really about the scope question again. But I think Commissioner McMahon's been talking hypothetically about other zones. So really I have a question about scope, whether you could even think about that as relief. My other question is about, irrespective of what zoning it might be, if it's industrial or some bespoke zone to recognise the consent, or a commercial zone, is your position that you still think it should not be a centre in terms of the centre's hierarchy?
Yes.
Land. Thank you. And I have one last question, really about that on the. And thank you for the 91, paragraph 91 about setting out where retail sits. The fact that you've already explained why mixed use zone retail is non-complying, which was where I was getting a bit confused, because I was trying to get from the economists what they were looking at in terms of vacant space and everything else, but I finally got there that no, the centre for the hierarchy is the wine-coloured area, not the broader area with the magenta around it. My question is, was there any consideration to some big box retail being identified right at the heart of, close to the CBD, on the basis that if people are coming to a centre, perhaps going to a Bunnings, they can go and park their car and go to the Bunnings, then go downtown to see their chemist or whatever. Was there any consideration of that? Because that's certainly the approach some councils have taken, thinking about Hastings in particular, where they specifically zoned large format in an old Nelson Park, where we used to play rugby, right beside the CBD, on the basis they prefer that rather than having other centres developed 5-10 k's out, where people would not have the opportunity to come to town, do some combination large format shopping, and then also have the amenity of the CBD. So did you consider that at all?
Well, we have provided for the large format retail activities as permitted in the city centre zone.
Yes, but I'm talking about the area right around it. That's non-complying, so that's that's a mixed use zone.
I should just give you a little bit of background here. When we were looking to the zone before the national planning standards came out, the term we had was commercial service zone for commercial service activities, which tend to be more destination stores. You drive there, you don't frequent them very often. They're kind of trade suppliers like painters or wallpaper suppliers or panel beaters or what have you. So we were intending to roll with commercial service zone as the heading for that zone. And then the national planning standards came out, and we found it quite hard because there's only certain zones that you can choose from. And we landed on mixed use zone as the best one, but I acknowledge it's not how it's perhaps perceived, because mixed use generally is your retail and office on the ground floor, and then maybe accommodation further up. So I can appreciate it is a little bit misleading. But what we were trying to do is definitely limit the retail and office, including large format retail activities in that pink zone, to stop the bleeding out.
Spending the core CBD.
Yes.
I understand that, and that's clear, so thank you for those answers. I think we have stopped you part way through where you were heading.
Okay.
Are there any other things you'd like to highlight in your section?
No, I think I I got in most things that I felt like I needed to clarify into that line of reply. So no, I don't have anything further at this stage.
Thank you, Mrs. Lippy. Commissioner Littlejohn.
No, you've it's enough.
You're being very kind.
No, that's all very clear to me. Thanks.
Two subsequent questions, and I'm pretty apologise, these are hypothetical. The Blue Haven site, I think it only provided for large format retail. Would that have changed your view in terms of having it rezoned from industrial to something else?
I don't think so. We still have an oversupply of business land. We don't need any more in the district. And what we have at the moment isn't performing well.
I understand that. How do you differentiate that scenario I just outlined to the valley front end, which is predominantly large format retail, and it was zoned large format retail, presumably from industrial? Isn't that a similar?
I think the critical distinction that you've made is that there are buildings that are being used for that activity on one site, but there aren't on this one yet. And I guess that sort of provokes the question that if that were the case, let's say Blue Haven had got away a few years earlier, then and was up and running and happening, do I take it with your nodding that at that point, when you were looking at putting the colours out on the maps, you would have said, well, it's done, we've got to colour it in now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But what I'm uncertain about is what colour would that have been?
We would have had to come up with something that reflected it.
Yeah, it was large format retail that they've done there. It would have been large format retail.
But if it was the entire offering that has consented.
I still stand by what I say. I don't think it is a centre, because it doesn't operate like a centre, like what you'd expect to see in a centre.
I think that the issue we've got to grapple with is when is it an appropriate time for a zone to be put in place over the top of the world? You quite clearly said that for the Valley, the time was absolutely right. They hadn't sought to change the zoning over the life of the operative plan. Now's the new plan. Let's give it a colour that matches what's there. I guess Blue Haven find themselves in a situation where they've got their fingers in the door. They haven't yet built, and the question we're sort of tussling with is when's the appropriate time to give them zoning? You're saying let time run a little bit longer to see if they actually get up and running, because if they don't, then we've got our centre-based approach. But if they do, then they can come and presumably change the plan and give themselves some recognition in there. And I guess their concern is that, well, if we do that, then you've already set up a framework within your plan that means you're not going to give us the zone anyway, because we're not in a centre. So that's all been
That's a nice summary. The final question is very narrow, and that would your position have changed on the rezoning if Blue Haven hadn't sought to extend it to cover the courier depot site and was limited to the consented site? No, thank you.
Just to clarify, I don't think it was a separate submission that sought there.
Was it?
Yes.
Was it?
By another submitter.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't appreciate that. But the outcome would be the same regardless of the commissioner. The submittals.
That's right.
Yeah.
Who've got similar submissions.
Yes.
Thank you. That's been a bit of a marathon, and it's been a marathon of a day. Right, we've got social matters. Is that you, Ms. Edwards?
So probably like yesterday, I'm just going to fire this at you like a machine gun.
Yes.
So I'm going to try and go through fast, but please stop me if it is too fast. So social infrastructure. There were two main submitters on social infrastructure. We had Southern Cross Hospitals Limited and other Potama Aotearoa, which is the Department of Corrections. So while we do, in the right of reply, we acknowledge that social infrastructure activities are important in a well-functioning urban environment, we have maintained the view that they are well provided for in their own right within the PDP. And it is not necessary to identify them in the strategic direction chapters. We're of the view that Mr. Hall from Potama Aotearoa gave an accurate summary of the enabling approach taken in the PDP in providing for social infrastructure activities. But in addition, I've pointed out in there that the residential zones specifically provide for some of the activities that were highlighted by those submitters that they would like to have flexibility to cater for the ever-evolving service needs. So some of those things that I heard were things like residential activities, boarding houses, residential sort of supported care facilities and educational facilities. And there was also the medical and health services where we had Southern Cross Hospital talking about physio and rehabilitation type services. So all of those activities are already in the plan as they are. We do not support the notion that it is necessary for the strategic direction for the district to address and recognise the concerns and interest of every activity or service provider operating in the district. So we maintain that social infrastructure is broadly covered by UFD 13 and 21. But what we have acknowledged is that probably the words social vitality are somewhat vague, and this was pointed out to us by the submitters. So in this regard, we've made the recommendation to delete the word vitality and replace it with the word well-being. So you can see that in Appendix 1 in the blue text. Yes, that's the main recommended change to that. So turning now to energy and renewable energy activities. So this is UFD 21 and 23. We heard from a number of submitters on these provisions, and we acknowledge that the evidence presented by the submitters outlining that energy activities are important and do make a significant contribution to the local, regional and national economy, and they do contribute to the well-being of residents. But it's important to recognise that these are provided for in the energy chapter, and care has been taken to draft targeted and appropriate provisions to recognise those contributions. Now, we also understand and acknowledge that energy activities are part of the network and that the major facility zone cannot operate without most of the supporting energy activities under the definition of energy activities, noting that that does encompass renewable electricity generation activities as well. However, energy activities generate adverse effects including noise, light, traffic, cultural, visual and amenity impacts. Sometimes these effects can be cumulative and concurrent. There is also risk management contours, for example, 250 setbacks, 250 metre setbacks that are located around some of these sites to manage unacceptable levels of risk to the health and safety of the district's people, property and natural environment.
That sort of begs the question, is the management of adverse effects from energy activities a significant issue for the district? And if so, isn't that something that ought to be stated?
The management of them, though, is covered in the chapter.
Okay, so you're comfortable that those chapters are appropriately managed? Absolutely,
yeah, and they're quite specific and really specific wording to cover all sorts of other factors that are being factored into those, particularly when you get to the hazardous substances chapter that has got really, really specific wording tied up with a whole nother court case and set of situation that's gone on with our cousins in South Taranaki as well. So that's where the rubber hits the road essentially there. With this in mind, we do not support the insertion of energy activities into UFD 21. Put simply, UFD 21 is too broad and would not sufficiently recognise the adverse effects we know that are associated with energy activities. In relation to Hiranga Energy's evidence, we have they've sought to have the insertion of renewable energy activities to be specifically recognised in UFD 21. So the use of green hydrogen is an emerging technology in the district, but at the moment we don't feel we have sufficient information to understand the potential effects associated with those activities. And given those unknown aspects, our position remains that we do not support changes to 21. So while we do not support the changes to 21, if the panel does not share that same view as officers, we have proposed a separate which you can take or leave as you wish.
It's on top page 26.
It's on paragraph 150, I think it is.
Going to go on to another topic.
I was doing my sheet down at you, but I can pause if you like.
Yeah, well, I understand what you're saying. The converse view on the 2 points that you've said, outline why you haven't included energy activities, are that other chapters deal with those, and that these activities have potentially adverse effects. And so on the first matter, other activities are listed in F21, airport, port, major facilities, major health activities also have other chapters dealing with that. So I can't see the difference in the point that you're making between energy activities having other chapters and the other activities that have the benefit of UFD21 also having. It seems a little bit incongruous to me.
So this stems from how when we set out to develop what our strategic resource management issues were within the district, this related to where we did have some facilities and or large scale activities in the district plan that had zoning that didn't really reflect their needs. So for example, with our hospital zoning, that's got a business B zoning on it where it talks about retailing and shop fronts and things like that.
But now it has
a bespoke special purpose zone. So the purpose of the starting point for UFD 21 was to recognise that these were our special purpose zones and that they had different effects that could be managed within a bespoke zoning, and each one of them is different to try and manage those effects.
Would you include large-scale industrial activities in that argument too?
No. So that's the exception to the rule. But what that is acknowledging that New Plymouth does have a strong reliance, and it is a strategically important matter for our district, in that we have a large population, a large percentage of our population associated or dependent on those industrial activities for their economic and social well-being, but also those, sorry, I'm going very fast. Also, those activities were more contained in their effects, and that we could often manage them in a more discreet way. Through designing, yes.
That goes to the second question I had, in that all of those activities have potentially significant adverse effects. There's a difference that energy activities don't enjoy well, some of those energy activities do enjoy a special zone, don't they?
Some do. So this is where they're the major facilities zoning. So yes, they do that. So what we've worked on with those operators is understanding what those effects are. And it might be that they have high towers or stacks, or the noise they generate, and then from there there's been bespoke provisions to manage those effects.
Yes. Final question on that, and I appreciate your opposition to including anything, and I thank you for providing an alternative drafting. if the panel was to decide to include something, would your preference be for the alteration to 21 through the addition of the words energy activities, or the alternative drafting, the new objective that you
A new objective.
acknowledging your opposition? Yes.
Is that from the
Yes, that was all on,
okay.
on that.
So turning now to the issue of protection.
Sarah, you're saying your objective, would you locate that within the UFD chapter, or would you create a new energy objective like suggested for rural? You're essentially creating another strategic direction objective, aren't you?
I think if it was to go anywhere, it could potentially stay within this UFD chapter, like when I get onto the discussion on infrastructure, it sort of sits in that because energy activities are can be located
everywhere, right, from the
right.
home to.
Yeah, that's right. So that's they are district wide. The places where the resource is more commonly known is in the rural zone, but it can be anywhere, and there's rules to manage how that resource is used.
Most of the main energy facilities that are constructed and operating, are they covered by the major facilities zone?
No, they're mostly covered by the energy chapter in the rural.
So the big production stations, Motunui,
McKee,
yes. They are not in the major facilities zone.
No, they've got a special purpose. Oh, so yes, they've got a special purpose,
so
major facilities.
Yeah.
Yes.
So how many of these major power stations and things aren't in the major facilities zone? Are there any?
Yeah, I don't know.
They all are, aren't they?
So the big ones that we've identified are in there. So you've got Motunui, Ethernex Motunui and Waitara. You've got the McKee site as well. You've got Pohokura, which is next to Motunui as well. But what we also have, which you will see come through, is we have had other smaller scale production stations request to be in major facilities within themselves. We've also got power stations. So the big plant you heard from Todd Generation, I think, Limited, I get the Todd's muddled slightly. They've requested for a major facility zone as well. So that consideration will have to come as we get to those chapters.
That's helpful. Thank you. And I wasn't allowed to call it a peaker zone, peaker plant.
No, so apologies.
It's a can run at non-peak time. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So turning now to the protection of rural production land and rural industry in UFD 23 and 24. Several submitters queried the appropriateness of rural focus objectives located within the UFD chapter. The discussion really centred on whether the protection of rural production and rural industries should be located in the chapter that really has such a strong urban development focus. There was also discussion on the visibility of infrastructure, particularly network utilities being located in an urban-focused chapter when such activities are a district-wide matter and are not confined to or required only in urbanised areas. So, as notified, the reason for that, we were of the view that the chapter title, Urban Form and Development, the words and development could cover these rural focused activities and that they were interrelated with the urban environment. However, at the hearing, we heard that this perhaps isn't clear, and as a result, we've considered it appropriate to separate out UFD 23 and 24 into their own chapter entitled Rural Environment, which you will see those recommendations in the text
Last page.
on the last page that has tripped me a few times. So they're sitting in there. So those, if accepted, we've recommended that they would be renumbered RE1 and RE2.
And is the term highly productive a nod to the future
Correct.
NPS?
Yes, so that's covered in the first, in the 42A report discussion. Yeah, so that.
And you've used a similar wording to grants on the activities.
It's Richie.
That's Richie.
Yes,
Sorry.
yes, we have, and I'll talk about that.
That's Richie.
In a moment. So turning to infrastructure, so what we saw in UFD 24 that network utility operators requested that the phrase protected and maintained be deleted as it implied that the land cannot be used, and it did not encourage that some activities such as infrastructure are best placed in a rural environment. And that sparked a lot of conversation as to what UFD 24 was being protected from, what types of activities, and what was it that we were trying to protect there. And the short answer was about urbanisation. So that's what we were seeking to manage there. So as a result, we recommended that UFD 24 does have that qualifier put on the end to it, which you just referenced before, Commissioner McMahon, which is about that highly productive land and natural, physical and cultural resources located in rural areas that are of significance to the district are protected from inappropriate activities.
Which is defined in the plan.
Correct, thanks. So finally, turning to general infrastructure, we heard from Transpower, Spark and Chorus that they would like bespoke strategic objectives to be added to the strategic directions chapter. That in summary, recognise and provide for the social, economic, environmental and cultural benefits of infrastructure, enable its safe, efficient and effective development, upgrade and maintenance and operation, manage adverse effects, and in the case of the national grid, avoid reverse sensitivity effects, particularly in relation to national grid and infrastructure, and that the significance of the national grid is recognised and is secure. So in the 42A report, officers, we recommended rejecting this and indicated that infrastructure was provided for in UFD 13.7 and UFD 19.7. And we certainly agree with the evidence presented by the submitters that outline the importance of infrastructure and the contribution it does make to our social, cultural and economic well-being. And we agree that with the need for these activities to operate effectively, they need to be protected from incompatible activities. And we also heard that it's not limited to urban growth, to the context of the urban environment, and that they are district-wide issues. Following on from this evidence, we agree that the UFD provisions in the context of urban growth and that infrastructure is an important district-wide issue that is not, but it is not clearly identified in this way in the plan as notified in the strategic direction chapters. We maintain the position put forward in the section 42A report that the bespoke objectives that have been that the network utility operators are seeking to be added in at the district at the strategic level are already in the plan, and they would essentially duplicate what is already in the network utilities chapter. Therefore, we do not support the suggested objectives because of the reasons of duplication. However, what we have suggested is an alternative or overarching objective that recognises the benefits of infrastructure whilst ensuring that their adverse effects are well managed. So it's a simplified version of what they're seeking, because we feel that the groundwork really sits in those network utilities chapter.
Short statement of clear outcome. There were three components that that the network utility transparent spoke was asked for: recognition, adverse effects being protected,
yes,
and the third was the reverse sensitivity component.
Yes.
First two components are captured in that broad overarching objective. Did you give any thought to the third component about reverse sensitivity, because it was an important component of the transparent submission, I think?
Yeah, we did, and we drew. It is covered in the 42A report.
Yes.
We did look at the national planning standards to provide guidance on this. Now, they're not explicit and they don't say it in this way, but what we do note is that there's one of two places where the national planning standards mention reverse sensitivity. One of them is in relation to infrastructure matters, the other is in relation to hazardous substances. So those are the two places that it lands, and it also states that reverse sensitivity matters. We're guided to the clues that they're given there, that it should come down into the chapter-based provisions rather than at strategic level. That's our reading of the national planning standards.
I mean, you could say that by recognising their benefits.
Yes, next question.
You're going to do that through other rules later and provisions that protect them. So I mean, managing reverse sensitivity is about recognising the benefits.
I think that was one question I was going to put to you. Yeah. Was that part of your thinking?
So the question was
that managing reverse sensitivity effects are a subset of recognising the benefits.
Yes, it would be.
To see that.
You've had some questions, so you've got no more questions. No further questions.
No, that's all very clear. Thank you. Thank you for your considered thinking on all this.
Can I have one very difficult question, which you should skill yourself for? Your speaking notes, Ms. Edwards, you've typed those up. Your notes and the other notes would be quite helpful to us, because they just provide that synthesis of the key points, and we'd like a copy of those if we could.
That's absolutely no problem. They are almost verbatim from this.
Yes, I understand that.
I noticed that Joe's notes were a little bit more bespoke.
Yes.
That's absolutely fine. And yours are handwritten. I didn't. Yeah. No,
but they're just a useful sort of little snapshot. So they are just an enabling memoir for us. Look, I think we're now at the end of hearing one. The only thing we're waiting for is the legal submissions on the point we asked in minute 5, and we've given until the end of tomorrow. I think that's going to be quite valuable to have some more input on those legal questions. And then last part of this process will be, we'll hear back from the team on the strategic directions aspects Friday week. Final reply after you consider the legal submissions.
So.
It's something to 30.
30, yes,
So
Friday.
I just want to make sure I've got this clear. Is this the same sort of process as what we've gone through today, a written reply?
Yes, please.
And as well as verbal?
Yes.
Was it?
No, it's just written.
Written,
Just written.
Okay, right.
And it's considering the planning implications of the positions that the RMA legal specialist advised on, because again, that was those important questions about how where the strategic directions fit, how they should be applied.
I mean, we've already got two differing views from Canmore and Transpower, so it's be quite interesting to hear council's views.
Yes, yes. And I think you've got a list of the other matters that you want to
So
cover.
that'll take on to it.
So I think it's come together quite nicely. Look, the other thing I would say, just in a couple of minutes, is the reason that we're sitting.
We've just got one question there.
Oh, sorry.
Council's legal submissions tomorrow as well.
Or
Sorry.
Yes, so we've asked for, originally asked, we provided the opportunity for the council to supply the timeline everyone else is on. But I think it's probably going to be more useful if you wait and come with a advice looking at all those submissions together. That would be more helpful for me.
Yeah, well, that's what our minute said. So 21 July were the parties, and then 30 July was the council.
That was this minute 6.
But you can put them in tomorrow if you want.
Okay. So look, the reason we've sat here for 3 long days on this hearing, and everyone's eyes is about popping out at the end of each day, really reflects the importance of the work you've been doing in this area and setting up the district plan. I'd like to thank you all very much for that. Just as comparison, the Christchurch strategic objectives hearings went for about 2.5 weeks. They were hugely intense, and you'll see the result of that in Mr. Matheson's legal submissions. He tables that as an example. I would like to thank the staff team very, very much. I really like the way you've been reporting. I like the way your careful analysis of key questions is written down clearly. And also, even if you don't agree with perhaps a proposition yourselves, where you think there's an alternative route you might like to consider, you've turned your mind to giving us that help. So fantastic work. I know it's been a long few days. We'll be seeing you all again with different chapters. And I think Ms. Byrne was seeing you again at 9 o'clock.
Yep.
Right on with each other. And look, you know, go well tonight. It's been a long day. I hope there's a warm house waiting for you when you get home. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you very much.